In August of 2012, the dashcam of this police cruiser would capture an officer with the Louisville Metro Police Department pulling over a Honda Accord that had expired plates. 3 were inside the vehicle, and upon talking to them, the officer conducting the traffic stop would quickly pick up on the nervous and anxious behavior they were giving off. A few seconds later, and the officer would hear the sound of kicking and yelling coming from inside the trunk of the vehicle.
What?
This is when the officer would call for backup and have to forcefully detain the 3 suspects.
Just shoot him!
Scene would then cautiously open the trunk. They would find a man with a towel tied around his head and his hands tied around his back. The man inside the trunk turned out to be the owner of the vehicle. He had been working the closing shift at a Circle K gas station 7 miles down the road. Once he closed up the store and started walking to his car, he would be attacked.
They stole his car and tied him up and put him in the trunk of his own car.
3 suspects would then steal the man's car, but rather than leave him behind, they would tie him up and stuff him in the trunk of his own car before fleeing with it.
Why?
In the incident, the 3 responsible would be arrested. They were later identified as 27-year-old Trent.
Yo, Magic Conch, do you think that was a bad thing that they did?
I am legally obligated to say no.
Oh, well, Magic Conch, you're complicit to the crime.
Bly, 27-year-old Joseph Davis, and 28-year-old Brittany.
Yeah, you're complicit to the crime, Magic
What they
Conch.
had planned to do with the victim is still unknown. Had the plates on the car not been expired, the traffic stop likely would not have even happened, and the victim would have been at the complete mercy of these people and their intentions.
That's crazy, bro.
Other than being roughed up and moderately dehydrated from the heat of the trunk, the victim would make it out unharmed.
Chat, that's crazy, bruh.
On December 19th, 2017, the Tucson Police Department in Arizona would receive a disturbing call reporting a man who looked to be impersonating an undercover cop.
I'll never understand the goobers that do this, bruh.
That he, along with a couple friends, had been parked on the side of the road when a man claiming to be an undercover cop pulled up next to them. He further
Father
stated
with the
they had all been
five.
searched, and one of them was even put in handcuffs. The police would verify that whoever they were with was in no way affiliated with law enforcement. Multiple police would be sent to the scene. However, when they arrived, they were informed by the group that upon calling the police, the impersonator would hastily drive off, even leaving one of the guys still in handcuffs.
How bored do you have to be to pretend to be a police officer? Not only pretend to be a police officer, but actually go out and arrest people.
You guys live here? You guys live here? What are you guys doing?
74. Can you let me know deputy?
Days later, detectives were able to track down the identity of the impersonator, and he would quickly be arrested.
That's what y'all... You know what's crazy? We have a police impersonator in here somewhere.
Alright, officers were able to confiscate multiple items used during the incident.
There's at least one!
These included a white 4-door sedan with built-in red and blue flashing lights, a radio earpiece, a baton, and a dashcam. Upon further inspection of the dashcam, police found that it had been recording the whole thing. Not only that, it also showed multiple other times that the impersonator had pulled over and confronted different people.
That is insane. Dude! You are so pathetic! This is the most cringe thing I've ever seen in my life. Nah, this ain't even cosplay. This is beyond cringe.
The man's motives for doing this aren't exactly clear, but the fact that he was willing to even go as far as putting people in handcuffs doesn't make them look good.
That's what I'm saying.
One can only imagine what his true intentions were. Ultimately, he would receive charges of impersonating a law enforcement officer and kidnapping.
I don't know what that name is. Thank you for the 5. Oh yeah, chat. They doing a box of the noodles giveaway in the Discord. Type !point Discord if you. We're doing 2 giveaways for 10 streams, chat. So we're giving away the box of the noodle action. So you want to go to Discord tab. You want to go to Discord and go to the giveaway tab if you want to win a box of them noodle action.
This dashcam footage shows
Or
a
just
response
click
to a
the
911 call reporting a burning truck.
The pinned
The
link.
call was made in the late hours of February 11, 2017 in Glen Heights, Texas.
Cap.
It was reported that a truck engulfed in flames was stopped in the drive-thru lane of a Jack in the Box.
What?
So close to the building itself. Officer Chris Womack was the first respondent on scene. When he arrived, it was clear that the truck was to the point where it could explode at any time. So, thinking quick,
What kind of food they got at the Jack in the Box? They done caught the dude's truck on fire.
the officer bravely used his own patrol vehicle to push the truck to where it was a safe distance from the restaurant building.
Man! Chad, is Jack in the Box that good where it catches your truck on fire? Yo, he actually is saving the whole building though. He pushed it out with his own car. Yo, W Mans for real.
The act was able to save any damage to the building. It was also able to save any injuries from occurring, as none were ever reported.
Yo.
Richard Lee McNair was a man born in 1958 in Oklahoma. When he was just 28, he was given 2 life sentences for murder and attempted murder during a burglary gone wrong. However, McNair is more well known for his escapes during his time in prison.
I know this one. I think everybody in the world has seen this one right here. This is the, yeah, I know, yeah, everybody's seen this particular one. This is that dude that pretends he's just out for a jog, and the cop believes him.
McNair successfully escaped law enforcement a total of 3 different times. His first escape didn't last that long, only able to stay on the outside for a matter of minutes. And the second escape was a little different. 9 months out of prison as a fugitive on the run. Then, on April 5, 2006,
Classic.
McNair would make his 3rd and final attempt at escaping. It was successful, but seemingly not for long. As he was running on the side of the road, a police officer would notice him, and because police were informed of an escapee at the time, the officer would stop him.
Do you see how hot it is outside? Somebody said it's 113 degrees and he's out for a jog. That is, how is it 111 degrees? Oh my goodness.
You live around here, buddy? No. Where you live at?
Down the road by Pineville.
Pineville?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you have any form of identification on you?
No, man.
Alright.
He
Where
played
you
it
got an
all.
escapee?
Oh. Where from?
Prison.
There's a prison here?
Yeah.
Dude, there's no, dude, you can just tell he's guilty, bruh. How you didn't see through this? Yeah, I'm playing Monday morning quarterback. I don't care.
The whole event was caught on the police officer's dash cam, and it shows as McNair desperately fabricates information in an attempt to convince the officer he's not the escaped prisoner.
What's your address?
I don't have an address. I'm at the hotel. We're working on houses and stuff like that, the roofing.
How did you believe this?
Yep.
Okay.
For my brother.
Alright. Where you staying at?
That Titusville or Titus Inn? Titus Inn? Little over.
Where's that at?
I don't even know the address. We just got into town about a week ago, and he dropped me off to jog. I always jog about 12 miles a day.
Where'd he drop you off at?
Up there on that road by, there's some construction going on up there, some houses. And he dropped me off.
Who y'all work for?
It's his,
I know. What's the name of the company?
Phil's Roofing.
Okay.
Phil's Roofing.
This dude maxed out dialogue, and this dude literally maxed out dialogue in the create a character section of the game. And you know what's crazy? He maxed out luck even higher than dialogue, because I'm not gonna lie. He's over here like stuttering and stuff. It really don't even say. He's like, Bill's roofing. He maxed out luck and dialogue.
Did you go through a briar patch or something?
Well, yeah, roofing. I always roof in shorts and cut my scratching up on, you know, the roofing.
That's why your knees are all cut up.
McNair's ability to quickly come up with fake information proves extremely helpful in convincing the officer he had nothing to do with the escape. However, he would make a couple mistakes. Near the beginning of their conversation, the officer asks for McNair's name. He does this once again near the end of their conversation.
What's your name?
Robert Jones.
Robert Jones?
Uh-huh.
And what's your name again?
Jimmy Jones.
McNair gives two different
Never mind, he's just maxed out luck. Nah, this dude sucks.
fake names.
You run from the police for a living, and you mean to tell me you're making little mistakes like this?
The officer doesn't catch this, and in the end, actually lets McNair go, thinking he's just a jogger.
When I crossed the tracks down there, I saw you running. I said, well, how lucky can I be?
No. I'm not no prison escapee. I'm sorry to have to hold you up, but
Hey, no, I'm just doing my job, man.
I know you are.
But, yeah, just be careful. You'll probably get stopped again, okay? Don't be alarmed by it.
All right.
That's our quick line there.
Have a good day now.
Be careful, buddy.
Thank you.
All right.
This crucial mistake would allow Richard McNair to remain free for a full year and a half after this encounter.
That is unbelievable, bruh.
Once he was finally discovered again by law enforcement, he would be sent to a Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado, the most secure prison in all of the United States. Another attempt to escape was never made by Richard Lee McNair.
And he's still in there today. Take care, buddy, is wild. Yeah, that's wild.
This police dashcam footage comes from a California highway patrol vehicle. The two officers inside were responding to a reported structure fire when a large mudslide is quickly revealed on the road. But once it's noticed, it's too late. There wasn't enough time for the driver to react. Therefore, the patrol vehicle is sent directly into it. All four wheels are quickly elevated off the ground,
What?
turning the vehicle around and forcing it with the current of the mudslide.
Could you imagine you just driving down a road, and of all things in the world, a dadgum mudslide sweeps you away? They're still going. They're on the highway.
Luckily, by some miracle, the officers were able to regain traction.
He's literally in the correct lane, going the correct way.
And drive ahead of the slide. By that point, there wasn't much they could do but warn pedestrians and watch the disturbing sight of the mudslide rushing down the road and tearing through their city.
Golly, man.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Go!
See that right there? I would drive straight into the mudslide just because y'all yelled at me like that. I'd be like, I'll show y'all. I'd have drove my car straight to the mudslide. I'd have never been found again. They'd have never found me or my car, all because they had to yell like that. Like, you really gonna tell me to get out of here? Nah, I'm good. I'd have floored that thing straight to the mudslide. They'd have never found me again. But at the end of the day, I would have went out knowing that I didn't let them tell me what to do.
It's gonna come right through us. What are we supposed to do? I have no idea. Ventura 29201, there is a very active mudslide coming down Olive Mill towards the 101 right now. It overtook our vehicle as we were heading north on Olive Mill. We were able to barely escape and we're down by the freeway now. But it's there's a lot of debris and a lot of flow coming down. It should be on the near the freeway very shortly.
Someone's behind you? Why you lying? Are you okay, Magic Conch?
Sounds like a lot of hoopla.
I said, are you okay, Magic Conch?
Sounds like a lot of hoopla.
I said, are you okay?
Warning, this punch is not actually all-knowing and cannot guarantee accurate predictions.
Mike, get in the car. Mike, get in the car.
Mike, get in the car!
Back up.
Why did I just hear a sonic ring noise?
Mike, get in the car. Mike, get in the car. Get in the car, Mike. Get in the car. Get in the fucking car. Mike, get in the car. Mike, get in the car. Get in the car, Mike. Get in the car. Get in
Mike!
the car. Back up. Get the PA on.
Mike tripping!
In the early morning hours of July 27th, 2018, police in Wyoming received multiple calls reporting a reckless wrong-way driver on the highway.
Yo, Legends with the TNW Legends.
Were the first on scene.
Appreciate you, Legends, with the
In order to
10.
stop the driver, the officers were forced to use their own police cruiser as a makeshift barricade, which was all caught on their dash cam.
What?
Photo. Good. Take as many lanes as you can.
No!
Watch yourself, watch yourself.
No!
We are going to set up like this. He's coming right at us right now. Alright, we got him coming at us, dispatch.
As the two set up, the headlights of the wrong-way driver can be seen quickly approaching. Disturbingly, they're showing no signs of slowing down, or even diverting their vehicle's path to avoid a head-on collision.
Watch yourself. You alright? Yep.
Broda said, yep. Yo!
The quick reaction of Officer Chris DeBoer to turn the cruiser into the impact was the only thing saving the vehicles from a head-on collision and a most likely fatal situation. The wrong-way driver later stopped further down the road.
What you mean later stopped? He didn't fly off the road right then?
And was taken to the hospital for treatment of injuries. He was a 60-year-old man and was charged with his third offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated. As for the two police officers, they were lucky enough to make it out of the incident with only minor injuries.
Hey! W roadblock though. God, yo, that background's so tough.
In April 2021, a woman named Shayla Bryan and her husband were inside their home in North Carolina when their 13-year-old son went outside to walk their dog.
Oh no.
As soon as he walked out the door, the Ring camera footage captured a suspicious silver BMW stop in front of the family's front lawn, after which a strange man got out of the vehicle and approached the teenager.
Nah, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him.
Without even introducing himself, the man asked the boy if he lives in the neighborhood. According to the teenager's mother, she and her husband had taught their son about stranger danger multiple times in the past, but on this particular occasion, the boy appeared to freeze up out of fear.
That's when you send the dog on him.
What's most disturbing about the recording is that the man didn't waste a split second to get out of the car and talk to the boy, which suggests he was either prowling around the neighborhood waiting for someone to step out of the house.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you know his intentions was bad.
He was very familiar with the Bryant family's routine and was specifically targeting the boy. Fortunately, the teenager's father was able to intervene before anything could happen.
Oh Lord, he big!
No. I was wondering about the airplane noise. Talking to my son and he ain't got no adult out here. That's kind of creepy.
You gotta go snap him up.
When the boy's father confronts him, the stranger is forced to think quickly on his feet and blurts out that he was wondering about the airplane noise in the area.
Bro just said anything. Like what?
Obviously, it doesn't make a lot of sense to be driving around a random neighborhood waiting for a
What?
13-year-old kid to walk out of his house just to ask him a question like that, and the father doesn't appear to buy the story for a second. Shayla Bryant, the boy's mother, mentioned she remained apprehensive after the incident, especially since it was never confirmed what exactly the man was planning to do.
You're going to let that dog Dookie in the house from now on.
The suspect drove off soon after and was never seen again. On July 15th, 2022, a TikToker uploaded this chilling footage of an unexpected visit to her home while she was gone. In it, a disturbing voice can be heard asking to be let in at her house's back door.
Oh, somebody grandma out here. Somebody said a ghost orb, but it was a bug.
The person repeats the words, "Let me in," as they scratch and knock on the back door.
Ghost orb!
The eerie quality of the voice, coupled with the fact that nobody can be seen on screen,
there was another
led
one.
A lot of viewers to come up with different theories as to who may have been at the door. During the entire video, a human shadow can be easily made out in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, but the person themselves never walks in front of the camera. Some viewers suggested this alludes to the footage being staged. Others, however,
could have been staged.
think that someone with malicious intent could be targeting her house and urge the user to be careful.
You know what? We're just going to say it's staged.
To this day, it hasn't been confirmed what exactly this footage shows, and no further updates have been made by the TikTok user.
Those ghost orbs are a different story. Those were real.
In August 2019, a security camera inside a home in Troy, Michigan captured a suspicious man walking up the stairs and looking around the house.
A home? Buddy, this is like a $30 million house. Do you see that staircase? Look at this crib.
Based on his body language, it doesn't look like he knows his way around the home, and that's because he broke in. Although the next part of the incident wasn't caught on camera, a few seconds after walking up the stairs, the man walked into the homeowner's bedroom, where he found her sleeping.
Oh no.
Disturbingly, the woman reported that she woke up screaming to the man standing over her bed. The intruder immediately ran out of the house, but even with the footage, police were left with no leads on who this could have been or how he had gotten in. It wasn't until 2 months later in October of that year that the same man was once again captured on camera in another home in Rochester Hills, Michigan.
You don't learn your lesson. You got caught busting into somebody's house and you go do it again. I don't understand, bruh. Like, what you doing? Yo, these people got money too. They're labeling their cameras hot tub. Like they're labeling.
In this incident, the man can be seen climbing onto the hot tub and peering through the window for a few seconds before walking away. Although the incident was also reported by this homeowner, the man continued to dodge the police for several months after that.
How?
Then, in January 2020, the man made yet another appearance in the area.
Are you serious?
In this instance, he peered through the kitchen window of a house in Bloomfield Township and hid behind a tree, after which the homeowner received a notification from his home security camera alerting him to the stranger's presence. Even though the first part of the incident wasn't caught on camera, footage of the man walking along the side of the house was later released.
Dude!
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most
Mom! Oh, thank goodness.
was the moment they walked away from it.
Bro, how do you keep going back to people's houses doing this? How, chat? You know what I mean?
Once again, the intruder evaded the authorities, and it wasn't until a few days later that the police finally made a break in the case. In February 2020, the same man was seen by a cop running from a residential yard in Bloomfield Township in the same neighborhood as the last time he was captured on video. This time he was arrested, issued a citation and a restraining order, and forced to wear a GPS tether until his court date.
This dude has broken into like 10 people's houses in the middle of the night, and he's still allowed to walk around? Buddy, you gotta throw him into the well from Resident Evil 4. He ain't gonna stop.
The man was identified as 27-year-old Donovan Johnson, and it was later revealed that he worked as a bankruptcy attorney. After he was put in jail,
how you go from an attorney to doing this? You know you got money.
Bond, there were no further updates on the case, but if he was convicted, it's likely he's still serving time to this day. In September 2018, a man named Jeff Knoll uploaded a disturbing video to his channel, which he titled, "Man Trying to Enter My Home in the Middle of the Night."
Oh no.
In it, a creepy man can be seen approaching the front door of a home and seemingly attempting to find a way in.
Somebody said, "What a fall off." That's crazy.
At first, the break-in seems pretty non-threatening, but a few seconds later, the man begins pulling on the doorknob and talking to himself.
Yo, imagine you wake up to your phone notification and you see this when you open up your Ring app. At 3 in the morning.
Some of what he says you can somewhat make out, but most of it is unclear. Before the man can go any further with his break-in attempt, the homeowner calls out from a window and threatens to call the police.
Okay, I was just looking for a dog fighter.
Yo, Virtuous and with the 5 and Calvin with the 10. Thank you.
Whoa. You don't have to get all like that and stuff, honey. You know, we could be friends.
Oh, no. Throw a grenade on the porch.
The man gives an almost laughable excuse, saying he was just looking for his dog Fido. He then tells the woman that they could be friends before walking off into the night. The man was never seen again by the uploader, and they still have no idea what his intentions were if he had gotten into the house.
Not good, buddy.
This terrifying footage was captured in April 2023 in Connecticut. At 9:30 a.m., a man was recorded walking up the front door of a house wearing an orange vest and holding a package in his hand. As soon as the homeowner opens the door, things get disturbing pretty quickly. To make himself seem more genuine,
Calvin
the man
with the
pretends
5.
to read an address on the package as the homeowner makes his way to the door. But little did he know, the man wasn't there to deliver a package.
I don't know if this is for you.
Golly! You soft! He 100% had a gun, too. That was a textbook shove right there. Generational shove. Calvin with the 5.
In an attempt to confuse the homeowner, the man tries to give him the package, but when the owner hesitates, the suspect immediately pulls out a weapon and tries to back the owner into his house.
Generational.
However,
that's one of them times where you get shoved so hard, your head stays right here, and your chest and the rest of your body moves back.
The homeowner pushes the man away before retreating into his home. After the armed man ran away, he was identified by police as 37-year-old Xavier Otero and was arrested at a family member's house in nearby Hartford, Connecticut. Otero
They
was promptly
found
charged
him.
with home invasion, threatening, criminal possession of a firearm, and criminal attempt to commit unlawful
That is
restraint.
crazy.
During the investigation, the cops learned about an alleged plot to take part in a home invasion, where the occupants of the home were going to be restrained with zip ties and robbed at gunpoint.
Well, buddy, all it took is one shove. You wasn't built for that life, big dog.
The suspect also
You
mentioned
better go work at FedEx for real.
something about possibly invading a second home in Manchester, Connecticut. While executing a search and seizure warrant on the home where they found Otero, police said they found approximately 1.1 kilograms of drugs and other items commonly used in the operation of a drug factory. In the same room, the
Bro looks like he wants to choke slam.
cops found a bag full of
He
heavy
probably said something crazy to him. He's mad.
zip ties. Shortly after Otero's arrest, police also took the driver of the truck into custody and charged him with conspiracy to commit home invasion and conspiracy to commit unlawful restraint. A month after these arrests, a third suspect was taken into custody, where he was identified as the
Dude, they
mastermind
got
behind the operation
everybody.
and promptly sentenced to prison. As of now, all 3 suspects are still in jail.
Man.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight,
Man.
you can afford it. We design our own tools.
That shove was the shove of the century.
This eerie and confusing footage was captured by a homeowner's Ring camera one night in August 2023 in an otherwise peaceful neighborhood in Bowling Green, Ohio. In the footage, a masked man can be seen ringing the doorbell and immediately running away.
Buddy. Is he just standing
Initially, the incident appears to be a pretty lame ding-dong ditch attempt, which almost every homeowner has been the victim of at some point or another. But looking closely at the footage, you'll notice the man never actually ran away.
there? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually like creepy. That's like yo, that's creepy for like what? Hello?
But looking closely at the footage, you'll notice the man never actually ran away.
Oh, nah.
While the man stood in the middle of the street staring eerily at the door, the homeowner made his way down the stairs after being woken up by the sound of the doorbell. As soon as he saw this figure just eyeing him down in the middle of the street, he called the cops. The next day, Bowling Green police posted the video on Facebook, asking the man's neighbors to help identify the masked intruder. And it didn't take long for other residents of the area to complain that they had been through similar incidents in the days leading up to the uploading of the video.
It's one thing to do that and run off, but why are you standing there?
Following the incident, the man was never identified by police. His intentions are still unknown. On a rainy morning in 2020, a Ring camera captured a woman walking up to the front door of a house and ringing the doorbell repeatedly. Strangely, the woman keeps her mouth wide open almost the entire time, but it's unclear if this is due to the influence of drugs, or maybe if it's a symptom of potential illness. After a few seconds of waiting, the woman turns around and leaves. The fact that she can be seen apparently putting her fingers in her mouth as she turns
That's
to
a
leave
cigarette. Oh, never mind.
suggests that she might have been in pain, a theory that was echoed by several viewers in the Reddit thread where the clip was originally posted. Other viewers suggested the woman might have been sleepwalking as a result of some powerful sleep medication. But because the clip was captured at 6 a.m., it's also possible that she had been wandering around all night. However, it remains unclear if the woman was genuinely asking for help, or if she was possibly planning to do something else entirely. This footage was captured at around 1:35 p.m. on October 16, 2018 in Alberta, Canada. According to the homeowner, he received a motion alert from his Ring camera while he was at work. Because it was unusual for him to have visitors in the middle of the day, he immediately activated the live view feature, and that's when he saw this. At first, he mentioned how he didn't think there was anything strange going on, seeing how the visitor was dressed similarly to most utility and telecom workers in the area.
Well, you can't assume just because somebody, you can get those vests anywhere.
And began banging insistently on the door and peering through the window into the house, he immediately became suspicious.
Nah, see? Nah, what you doing? Look, he had a glove on. He was going...
After prying at the door with a glove to avoid leaving fingerprints, the man motions to his accomplice to come to the door, and that's when things get even more disturbing.
So you see that you are being filmed clear as day, and you go along with it anyway?
Get away from the door.
What took you so long to say something? Why did you wait till they tear your door up to say something? Needed proof? There's no difference in them destroying your door versus him trying to open the door with a glove on his hand. There's no reason to wait for him to tear your door up before you say something. He ain't gonna get no money from this. You think this dude's gonna get money from this, bro? Stop. Got me messed up. You want to tear your door up. Man, get out of here. Insurance? When you could have just said, hey, get away from my door, and you wouldn't have had to go through that to start with. You don't make no sense. He wasn't by his phone. Did you hear the start of the video when it said he got a notification at the very start? He was watching.
Get away from the door.
While the man in the Yankees cap acts as a lookout, the man in the vest uses what appears to be a large screwdriver to violently pry the door open and break in. After managing to get the door partially open, the homeowner manages to activate the two-way talk function and makes his presence known. After the video was made public, the homeowner was interviewed by local police about the incident. The video was then posted to Facebook, where many neighbors and nearby
Let me guess, they was never caught.
Claimed to know who the two men were. However, it was never confirmed if the two suspects were apprehended. Based on what was captured on video, the two men were most likely planning an armed robbery. But with no further context, it's impossible to know if that's really what they had in mind, or if they planned to do something worse.
No, him trying to try the door with the glove on makes me think it was something worse, I'm not gonna lie. But them being so quick to run off when he said something also makes me think they was probably just trying to rob the place. I don't know. Oh, GG, I just got doxxed.
As of this upload, there have been no further updates on the incident.
That's creepy, though. I'm not gonna lie, that's actually creepy. That's creepy, chat. Especially that one where you wake up in the middle of the night and you see like somebody's eyeball at your doorbell camera. You know what I mean?
The UK with a channel called English Woodsman, where he's been uploading.
Oh, bro got motion. Hold up. Bro got some motion.
videos of his wild camping, stealth camping, and woodland camping trips in the UK for almost 10 years. Most of the channel's videos feature Daniel reviewing camping gear for his viewers and showing footage.
I can understand if you do this and you're just filming it, but there's no way that people go and do this stealth camping stuff that we know of just to do it, right? There's no way people just do that in their free time without filming it. You know what I mean? They do. I'm talking about solo dolo camping for no reason. Ain't no way. Chat, ain't no way. There ain't no way. Y'all done ain't no way. Your cousin does? Well, guess what? Tell your cousin to stop doing it. Okay? Unpause. I'll sit here for 30 minutes. I hope that you, again, I've explained this before when we watch YouTube videos. Hey, when we watch YouTube videos, I go out of my way to pause the video, and I hope that you getting so mad because I pause it so much. I hope you're fuming. Every time I pause, I hope you get just mad. Just horrifically mad. Buddy, if you mad because I'm pausing the video when we're watching it, just go watch it on your own. Okay? Because I'm going to watch it at my pace. You understand me? Because what would the point be if I ain't giving my thoughts on it? You simpleton. What you talking about? You done lost your mind.
Of his adventures in the great outdoors. For the most part, they're pretty tame, but in August 2023, he uploaded a video of his camping trip in the woodlands close to his home, and the footage is pretty disturbing. The first part of the video pretty much just shows Daniel walking through the woods and talking to his subscribers, eating berries and pointing out the sights on the way to
He eating berries off the side of the trail!
Side. At several points along the way, he pauses to mention the footprints and garbage he sees lying on the trail, indicating other people had been there in the last few days.
CaseOh, my cat with the 10, thank you.
Someone's been here. There's a lot of rubbish around here. Yeah, look at the state of this.
Hey, you best get up out of there.
It does get used, doesn't it?
They littering too. They wrong for
After
that.
about a 20-minute walk, he sits down at a clearing where he plans to set up camp for the night and leans back on a tree to eat his noodles.
Did we see this one? No way we seen this one. It had the little red bar at the bottom of it if we seen this one.
He talks
I don't remember seeing this. Oh my goodness, what kind of noodles are those?
Down at a clearing where he plans to set up camp for the night and leans back on a tree to eat his noodles as he talks to the camera. It's not until around 25 minutes into the video that things start to get seriously disturbing for Daniel.
I'm going to be out Friday night, but I'm going away Saturday, so I've got a bit of a drive as well, so I didn't want to be tired, and it's going to throw it down Friday night as well, and rain camping is really good.
Dude, there ain't no way. Dude, there ain't no way. Oh, bruh. You know you scared when all of a sudden you go completely silent and you ain't even talking enough for the video.
Is that a badger?
Bro, that's a bilateral animal, which means it's two-legged. That's a person. CaseOh, wait my cat with another 5. Thank you.
Hello?
Even though some pretty human-like footsteps could be heard right behind Daniel, as soon as he turns around to scan his environment, there's nobody in sight. What's most disturbing is that as soon as he turned around and yelled hello, the footsteps immediately stopped.
Yeah, GG, that's
For
how
the
you know
next
it's
few
a person.
minutes, he sits down and tries to regain his composure as he sips his coffee and eats his noodles. But things only continue to get even more creepy as the sun begins to set.
That's when you leave. There ain't no way I'm sitting here making my noodles, man. Come on! Man, golly, I ain't playing EVE Online. Case wait my cat with another 10, thank you. Yeah, carry that around with you. See somebody throw that boiling hot water on them. Yo, Floor with the 5, thank you.
There's that noise again now.
See, he ain't coming off as weak like that other dude was, though. You know what I mean?
Hello? You got a bit of that. There's nobody here.
About 40 minutes into the video, the footstep noises can be heard again, and this time it sounds like they're getting closer to Daniel.
It's Gordy, yeah.
By this point, most people would have hightailed it out of there without any hesitation, but Daniel decides to sit back down to finish his dinner as he tries to calm his nerves for the second time.
Why?
Amazingly, a few minutes later, it almost seems like he completely forgets about the footsteps and manages to think about less disturbing things, which is honestly pretty impressive. But as darkness sets in, the eerie footsteps start up again.
Bro.
I'm gonna be honest. I can't stay here now.
You just now, bro. You just now decided you can't stay here no more. Like just now, buddy. It's too late. It's already dark outside. It's over. It's too late. You should have left when it was daytime. Now you're cooked. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I feel like any logical person, I'm not saying this dude ain't logical, you know, but any logical person, if you're out in the woods butt naked by yourself eating some noodles out of a little pan, and the first time you hear some footsteps, you're running, right? Not running, maybe not running, but you're getting up out of there.
A wimp. I don't care if people call me a wimp in the comments.
Ain't nobody calling you that, bro. I promise you.
But I can't stay here. I'm too unsettled. I'm nervous. I've done camping like this a load of times. I think I'm gonna go find somewhere else to get this bivvy set up.
Find somewhere else? You ain't going home?
In this spot.
Understandably, after this third incident, Daniel decides to head somewhere else for the night to play it safe.
Somewhere else?
It's hard to know what exactly was making those sounds, but because they sounded very similar to human footsteps, it's possible that Daniel was being stalked by someone in the woods. This is obviously incredibly dangerous, as you can never really trust someone's intentions when you're in such a vulnerable position, all by yourself in unknown territory. It was either that or an animal walking through the grass. But because Daniel mentioned the grass was a little wet and wouldn't have made that dry sound if an animal...
That was a human, right? That was 2 foot. That was a human. That wasn't no deer, wasn't no badger, whatever he said. That was a human.
Stepped on it. This is pretty unlikely. Also, many people in the comments mentioned that no animal walks that uniform and steady. They stop, go, and change pace constantly. Either way,
you know what? Nah, I just want to disagree with somebody. That was an animal. These people in the comments don't know nothing. That was an animal.
Good thing he decided to leave, because who knows what could have happened to Daniel that night.
Just because somebody else agreed with it, it was an animal. They don't know what they're talking about. Welcome to the internet, buddy.
One of the most annoying things to me is spam texts and phone calls. You would actually be surprised by the amount of times I get interrupted recording these videos by phone calls from random numbers. Well, I did some research and uncovered that a lot of times these
get that bread, bruh.
Spammers are able to get our personal info, email addresses,
get that bread. I ain't mad at you. This is a goated YouTube channel.
And phone numbers because big companies can't keep our data safe from data breaches and hacks. You may not have.
I feel like if I skip it, that's low-key disrespectful, though. You know what I mean? I feel like if I skip this, I'm low-key disrespecting Chillin' Scares, not gonna lie. You know what I mean? Because I'm just watching his video. Least I can do is let this play. Does that make sense? Yo, Big Papa with the 5, thank you.
But back in May, Ticketmaster was hacked and the data of over 500 million people were put up for sale on the dark web for anyone to buy. This stolen data included full names, addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and credit card data. At best, this was going to lead to more spam calls, texts, and emails for their customers, but at worst, fraud and identity.
Chat, you ain't chat. How about y'all learn some respect, Bubba? I respect this YouTube channel. If he got an ad in there, I'm going to let that play. I done watched about 5 or 6 this dude's videos on stream for free ski. Least I can do is let the ad play.
So what is Ticketmaster doing about it? Absolutely nothing. They said they didn't think the hack would have a material impact on our overall business. All these businesses happily collect our data but do very little to protect it, and even less when it's compromised. That's why I use Aura, the sponsor of this video. Aura alerts me when my data is found in data breaches like the Ticketmaster one, or leaked on the dark web.
Chad, be honest, I'm a W man for that, right? Oh my goodness, he just leaked my social security. Oh no, see, he got my information up here, GG.
It gives me fast fraud alerts if anyone tries to use that data to access my credit card or bank accounts. And it removes my information from data broker websites so I get less spam.
Gonna use my information.
I also get things like transaction monitoring, a VPN, antivirus, a password manager, parental controls, and identity.
I'm low-key a W man for that, right? Let's be real. Type 1 if I'm a W man for that. I mean, come on. Least I can do is let it play.
Theft insurance.
I'm over here watching his video.
I get all this in one app at an affordable price.
We over here watching his video for free.
If my info was compromised in the Ticketmaster data breach, I wouldn't have to worry because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work of keeping me safe.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna give my IP to put it directly on screen.
Myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches, and if you don't want to either, you can go to aura.com/chillingscares and try your first 2 weeks for free.
With another
also linked below in the description.
Tortilla with another 50. Lord have mercy. Oh my. Yo, W Tortilla with the 50 for real. Thank you, Tortilla. Shells with 1,000 bits. What you mean stop being buns and scrutinized? I'm good at scrutinized. Thank you for the 1,000 bits though, Shells. Thank you.
The Rampant Range is part of a front range of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado.
GG, there's gonna be one of mountain lions up there, GG.
Made up of almost entirely public land within the Pike National Forest. In the summer, you'll find lots of bikers enjoying the Rampant Range's elaborate trail system and exploring the great outdoors.
This is gonna be a wildlife video.
For the most part, this part of Colorado is a paradise for anyone who enjoys spending time in nature. But over the past few years, there's been a pretty alarming trend on the rise, with random people setting up wires on trees at just about head height in an effort to seriously injure bikers on the trail.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
In 2019, a post describing this terrifying trend was uploaded to Facebook.
Diabetes with a 5,
and disturbingly, the uploader mentioned that one of his high school friends had lost his life as a result of running into a similar wire on a trail.
Yep.
Immediately, people jumped into the comments to point out how incredibly messed up.
If you ever in the woods on a four-wheeler or something that's not enclosed in like a side-by-side or something, you need to always be looking ahead because there are evil people that will just randomly put a wire across a tree. And if you're ripping through there on like a Can-Am Renegade going 40 miles an hour and you hit that neck level, you're dead. There ain't no surviving. You're dead. You'll be lucky if it don't dehead you. You always got to look ahead, make sure, because people will just for no reason, too. They'll just put a wire right there. And if you hit that going about 40, you ain't even got to be going 40. You probably be going 20. You get hit right there, you're dead. That's bad, bruh. Your diabetes with another 5, thank you.
Would be to do something like this, and how this kind of evil needs to be categorized as attempted murder if the suspects are ever caught.
With the 5, thank you.
A couple of years before that post was made, in 2017, 2 motorbike riders uploaded a video to YouTube of their encounter with a similar wire, and although nothing happened to them, it was a very close call.
Dude, I think I've seen this video somewhere on the internet before, this specific one, but yeah. That one actually wouldn't have killed him though, because that was barely around the tree. But imagine if it was tied around the tree, you're gone. But he did slide under it, though. Chat, people are evil for no reason. I don't understand, chat. Why people evil for no reason, bro? I don't understand.
When these wires are set up off-trail, it can be hard to tell whether they were placed there out of malice or if a random camper or farmer placed the wires there to hang up clothes or something similar.
Like, why?
But in cases like these where the wires are specifically placed on the trail, there's really only one reason people would do that, and that's to bring serious harm to bikers for some reason. Possibly they're annoyed with the constant loud sound of the bikes near their property or something else.
You live out in the middle of the woods near a trail system. Of course you're going to hear four-wheelers and stuff driving around.
But hopefully more measures can be taken in the future to prevent more people from getting hurt, especially because it's not uncommon to hear about motorbikers and snowmobilers losing their lives over this kind of stuff.
Yeah, people be dying to this, bruh. Fastest Can-Am rider with the 5.
This audio was uploaded to YouTube by a user named ForestFire21. He recorded it around 2 a.m. in December 2014. The uploader lives in a forest, and he mentioned that the noises in the audio were coming from deep in the woods behind his house.
That's an animal. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna say that's an animal. Oh, never mind, that's a person. Oh, that might be a person for real.
It's hard to make out what the child is yelling, but after listening closely, several users jumped in the comments to point out that you can also hear an adult voice yelling, "Where are you?" In addition to the young female voice making most of the noise, this quieter, more subtle male voice that can also be heard in
Chat, bro, chat. Why do I look over and I see about, they're still typing it. I see about 30, 40, 50 people talking about some skinwalker. Chat, please grow up. Chat, come on, bro. Y'all can't keep going. Y'all can't keep doing this. There ain't no way you talking about a skinwalker, bruh. They're real.
the audio only makes the whole incident that much more disturbing. Near the end of the video, the uploader mentions that after that night, he checked the news every day to see if he could find some explanation for the screams, but he never did. The fact that the screaming was captured at around 2 a.m. in the freezing cold weather and in the middle of the woods indicates that the uploader could have genuinely recorded something pretty sinister.
He could, yeah, he could have. Yeah.
It's hard to tell why the uploader would record and upload the audio instead of immediately calling the police after hearing a female voice in such obvious distress.
Yeah, I don't know.
But at this point, there's not much that can be done about it. And who knows, maybe the uploader did call the police. There wasn't much context given in the video's description. We can only hope that whatever problem happened that night was eventually solved, but based on the shrillness of the screams and the strangeness of the whole situation, we probably won't ever be able to know for sure.
Somebody probably dead out there, bruh. GG. Somebody got killed by a serial killer.
You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea. But first...
Lisa is a life coach and YouTuber who often uploads videos of what it's like living in her van and traveling the country on her own.
On your own?
One afternoon in 2022, Lisa had parked her van on the side of the road and left the side door of her van open while she cooked her dinner inside, when suddenly a sketchy-looking guy approached her, poked his head in her van without her permission, and started asking her some pretty bizarre questions in French, a language Lisa doesn't speak. When she mentioned she didn't understand what he was saying, he pulled out a translator app to try to communicate with her, which obviously made her pretty uncomfortable, especially since she wasn't interested in talking to him in the first place after he invaded her personal space. After watching the guy struggle to use Google Translate for a few minutes, Lisa decided she'd had enough and shut the side door in his face, also closing the curtain to make sure the guy got the hint. Strangely, for over half an hour, the guy then stood outside in the rain and tinkered with the translator app to try to communicate with Lisa.
Half an hour standing in the rain outside? Oh, no. You gotta run him smooth over. Half an hour?
Even after she made it more than obvious that she wanted nothing to do with him.
And it's pouring down rain. no. Yo, Lisa. Is that her name? Yo, Lisa. You gotta drive. What, hello?
Okay, he just moved even closer so that I can't move out and so that I can't go forward.
He's trying to kill you!
Please leave. Please leave, you sketchy person. Please leave.
Oh, nah.
With a very shady demeanor, the man snuck into the bushes and pretty much just stalked Lisa
Yeah, like, what is that?
a distance, as if he thought she couldn't see him. As the sun began to set, Lisa kept an eye on the guy outside to make sure he didn't try to get close to her again, but the man just kept on bringing his car closer to her van and blocking her exit in different ways for more than half an hour.
This guy is really starting to freak me out.
Just now?
It's been like a half an hour and he just keeps on moving his vehicle so he can see in my van here.
Lisa.
Anyways, it's 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Fortunately, just as darkness had begun to set in, a family in an RV pulled up right behind Lisa and spent the night in the same parking lot as her, which comforted her enough to stay there the entire
Was there
evening.
a reason why she couldn't, like, drive the van? What was going on? Why didn't she just drive the van? Like, you got to go! He blocked her? That's when you ram into the car.
Disturbingly, the guy left soon after the other family arrived, but came back about 3 hours later in the dead of night to check if Lisa was still there.
What?
When he saw the other family in the RV was also still in the parking lot, he left and didn't come back.
Bro, throw him in
The
jail.
next morning, Lisa left early and never saw the guy again.
Oh, no.
It's hard to tell what the guy's exact intentions were, but based on his overall sketchy demeanor and questionable behavior, they couldn't have been anything good.
Lord have
The one
mercy.
thing we can be sure about is that it's a good thing the other family in the RV arrived at the parking lot when they did. Otherwise, who knows what the man would have done to Lisa.
Dude, he came back at 3 in the morning, chat.
In May 2014, an Imager user uploaded a blog post where he talked about the time he went to visit a friend in northern Germany. According to the uploader, his friend told him about these pipes that he had found in the woods near his house that stuck up out of the ground like periscopes. Apparently, his friend and his siblings played near the pipes as kids and knew that there were bunkers hidden below them.
Hey,
but
hey, you better chill out. There's probably a bomb or something over there.
parents never allowed them to get near them out of concern for their safety. During the visit narrated in the blog post, the uploader and his friend decided to check out the pipes and finally go down into the bunkers that they never had permission to explore when they were younger, and they found some pretty disturbing stuff. A few hundred feet away from the trees, they found the entrance to the bunker covered with a loosely placed piece of wood that they easily removed with a crowbar.
Just in the middle of some random woods.
Once inside, all they could see were these long, seemingly endless hospital-like hallways that extended for thousands of feet under the woods.
I need y'all to understand. I need you to grasp how insane that something like this is in the middle of just some random forest. I know it was something from like some war or something before, but the fact that this is just sitting somewhere in the middle of the woods, chilling. That anybody, dude, that's crazy.
As they ventured further and further into the maze of tunnels, they found graffiti on some of the walls, indicating they weren't the first people
I
to
wonder
get
what they blocked out right there.
the idea to explore the underground bunkers. To the explorers' horror, one of the walls deep inside the tunnels had the word "help" in German graffitied all over it. It's possible that it was just sprayed on there by another group of teens trying to be funny, but the eerie nature of the bunker, coupled with the general state
Chad,
of
would you go
disarray,
in there?
really makes you wonder if something more sinister took place down there at some
what?
point,
Oh, man.
possibly even written by German soldiers in the later
You
parts
gotta
of
think,
World War II.
Chad, that is multi-millions worth of dollars of infrastructure that they, like concrete, people building this, multi-millions worth of dollars that's just forgotten about in some random forest in the middle of nowhere. And nobody uses it. Millions of dollars, that is, right there. That's crazy. just chilling.
As they traveled deeper into the bunker, they found some more disturbing graffiti, with one of the eeriest messages reading, "Hello Satan, I love you." Obviously, that's not the kind of message you want to see in a tunnel system like this, but the two friends decided to keep on exploring anyway. After several hours down in the bunker, they ended up finding tons of more twisting, winding hallways, flooded rooms with old machines, and dark, narrow corridors that reached dead ends, but nothing more disturbing than the graffiti they had found a few hours earlier. The explorers managed to make it out of there safely and didn't go back there again. In the summer of 2016, reports started surfacing that people were finding dangerous booby traps along a very well-known hiking trail in the High Mountain Park Preserve in Wayne, New Jersey. As per the police reports, the traps mostly consisted of boards with nails sticking out of them, barbed wire, broken bottles placed along the trails behind or near rocks or logs, and other precious materials. As more and more complaints started coming in, police warned people to keep an eye out for...
I didn't miss when I threw the can. It hit my wall and it went into the trash can. On everything I love, it did. If you'd have known if I missed, if you'd have hit, and then it bounced again. On everything I love, it went in. I'm dead serious. Yo, Killy with the 5, thank you.
The traps, and even organized cleanup efforts to keep hikers safe during their treks. What's most disturbing is that these traps were clearly placed there to hurt people, as there's really no other reason to put nails and barbed wire on the ground in the middle of such a popular hiking trail.
Man.
The fact that someone would take the time to get out on the trail, build a booby trap in such detail, and place it there with the intention to do harm to other people and their pets is honestly pretty messed up. But
I read
it didn't take the
what you
cops
talking
too
about?
long
Thank
to
you,
make
Shell,
an educated guess as to who was behind the whole thing. Although they never found the individual suspects responsible for placing the traps on the trail,
people are bored, but how... Oh yeah, I'm bored. Let's go set up booby traps on a walking trail so people can get snapped up.
The department determined that the traps had probably something to do with the feud between hikers and bikers who had been fighting over use of the trail for decades. According to many nearby residents, it's common for bikers on the trail to speed past the hikers without ringing their bells or announcing their presence, which has led to several injuries and rising tensions between the two groups over the
moral of the story, people are insane for no reason.
Still, it's hard to imagine that someone would take the issue to the point of trying to harm an entire
Moral
group
of the story.
people so maliciously with such brutal methods. Fortunately, no one was hurt as a result of the traps, but the suspects responsible...
Just absolutely insane. Yo, W video, W chillin' scares. 5 most disturbing hunting encounters caught on camera. Go give it a view on his channel. Chilling Scares, one of the best YouTube channels on the planet right now, no joke.
Public is a DIY hunting channel based in The Hunting Public
and again, the other day, I'll say it again, there's no, he don't mess around nothing, he gets straight to business. The second the video's playing, he's already straight to business, man. Zoe with the 5, thank you.
The Hunting Public is a DIY hunting channel based in Missouri. Their primary focus is to educate new and inexperienced hunters, and most of their content follows a very similar format built around that purpose. Their videos show the hunters going to different locations, finding the game, and usually completing the hunt by the end, all while explaining their thought process at each step in detail. And the video they filmed on September 25, 2022 was meant to be no different. 2 of the channel's hosts, Ted and Nick, were out both
Ted
hunting deer on public land in their home state. Little did they know, this trip was about to be cut short by the most disturbing encounter they've ever had in the wilderness. The incident happened at roughly 6:45 p.m. while the 2 were hiding in a tree, waiting for a deer, when, out of nowhere, they heard what sounded like a loud scream in the distance.
That's a cat.
It was too distinctly human to be coming from an animal or something similar. And while this was plenty terrifying on its own, it was only the beginning of a much more haunting sequence of events. Because not only did the screaming continue for the next 30 minutes, it also became more manic and blood-curdling with each passing minute.
just like a demon in them woods. You better leave at that point, cuh.
Things only became worse when they heard the sound of several gunshots coming from the same direction.
Chat, that's gotta be an animal, bruh. That's gotta be an animal. Come on, man.
Now, all of this still could have had a perfectly reasonable explanation. Maybe the person screaming was being chased by a predator like a black bear and used their firearm in self-defense. However, what made this explanation unlikely were the few coherent words that could be heard in between the screaming, with the voice yelling for help and saying phrases like, "I hate you."
Oh my goodness, that's actually a person.
The voice became even more disturbing after the gunshots, shouting what sounded like, "Somebody help, you effing killed her," and other disturbing phrases.
What? Did they witness a murder?
In addition to the screaming, shouting, and gunshots, the two also heard the sound of multiple cars speeding off, after which everything went silent. By now, Ted and Nick were convinced they had just heard a horrific crime take place less than half a mile from their location. Unfortunately, they didn't have cell service in the wilderness to make a report, and the only way out of the woods was in the same direction as the screaming. Getting too close and alerting what could be an armed and dangerous group could have been life-threatening. So they decided to stay silently hidden in the trees for the next few hours, and only moved back after it was completely dark out. The two eventually made it back to their car and drove to a spot with cell reception to report the incident. However, from what I was able to find, the authorities weren't able to locate a body or even find any evidence of a crime at the location Ted and Nick provided, leaving this disturbing encounter unresolved. People on the internet have come up with several theories to explain the situation, ranging from a firing squad execution to someone having a drug-fueled mental breakdown with a gun in their hand.
Red Bull gives you
Bro, that's crazy!
Meet Gym Monster 2, your all-in-one smart home gym. Set it up anywhere, no limits, no...
But many have also accused the hunting public of faking the whole thing, which is a common strategy by failing YouTube channels to go viral and gain new viewers. However, the hunting public had a fairly consistent viewership before this video,
They
and
got motion for real.
didn't increase by a significant amount after the encounter. They also have over 1,400 other regular hunting videos, this being the only one with a strange encounter. Typically, channels that fake videos have other suspicious content. The screams also seemed far too primal and emotional for anyone to fake that convincingly. Put simply, what they heard was more than likely real. Unfortunately, it's been over 3 years since the incident, and we still have no answers on what it was all about.
How?
You know how every year around this time, the temperature drops, everyone around you starts coughing, and suddenly you're convincing yourself you're probably fine? Yeah, that was me a few weeks ago. I kept brushing off this awful sore throat because I really didn't feel like dealing with the whole Dr. Hunt nightmare. You know, calling offices, getting put on hold, trying to figure out who's in network, all of that. But then one morning I woke up and felt like I had literally swallowed a cactus, which was my wake-up call. I finally admitted to myself I couldn't just power through it, but I also didn't want to spend an entire day playing phone tag trying to find someone who could actually see me before spring. That is where today's video sponsor ZocDoc comes in. ZocDoc is a free website where you can search and compare high-quality, in-network doctors, choose the right one for your needs, and click to instantly book an appointment. And ZocDoc isn't just for one type of care. They have more than 100,000 providers across nearly every specialty, from primary...
Skip? You done lost your mind. Why would I skip bro's ad when I watch his videos for free, bro?
care to dental...
Why would I do that? That's disrespectful.
Health, eye care to urgent care to mental health, and more. Plus, ZocDoc helps you get appointments fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking, and you can even score same-day appointments. Stop waiting, stop guessing, and start getting the care you need. Go to ZocDoc.com/chillingscares to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/chillingscares to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. Thanks to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video.
That's called having some respect.
In November 2022, a bow hunter from Michigan named Brendan Fitzpatrick was camping alone inside his hunting blind, waiting for a deer to pop into view, when suddenly he was startled by a voice he didn't recognize. Brendan looked outside to see who it was and came face to face with an angry-looking man pointing an AR directly at him. Brendan tried to explain the situation, but the man wasn't willing to hear any of it and kept becoming more and more hostile.
I'm out there right now.
All right.
But I just want to show you kind of why we're here. I mean, we pay good money to hunt this property. We've been hunting it for years.
No, you ain't been moving for years. I've been here 8 years.
Do you live on this property right here?
Sir, you're not listening to me. I'm not.
I just want to talk to you. I'm sorry.
He then told Brendan to put his phone down and said what can only be interpreted as a threat.
Put your phone down.
You have an AR in front of me. I'm scared.
Put your phone down.
Dude, I'm scared as now.
Okay, well, it's going to be more scary. Put your phone down. Are you attacking me?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. I'm...
You ain't going to talk about some no, sir. You're going to have to shoot me for I talk about some no, sir. You're going to have to kill me out here. I ain't going to tell this dude no, sir. You're going to shoot me for I start doing that. Matter of fact, I'm immediately in this situation, you get butt naked. Straight up, you get butt naked and just run at him.
I'm hunting with...
Drop your phone.
Oh my God.
Why are you listening to this goober?
Sir, I'm bow hunting. I don't have any guns on me.
Bro, why would you tell him that, man?
I know that.
Him saying, "Are you attacking me?" while Brendan was doing everything in his power to cooperate and stay calm came off as him looking for an excuse to open fire and claim self-defense later. He also kept ordering Brendan to get out of the area while repeatedly threatening him with his gun and his aggressive-sounding dog. Brendan explained that he wasn't trespassing, and that the land he was on was legally leased for bow hunting, which was true and was something he and his family had been doing for multiple years. However, despite getting a reasonable explanation, the man refused to accept any of it and kept trying to intimidate Brendan. What made the encounter even more unsettling for Brendan was that the man refused to even state his name, making it clear that he had no interest in a civil conversation. Not only that, but he also name-dropped Chai Vang when threatening Brendan, a violent criminal who took the lives of 6 people and injured 2 more members of a hunting party in 2004. Put simply, the man was insinuating that he was willing to do the same to Brendan if he didn't comply. Fortunately, Brendan was able to stay composed enough to not aggravate the man any further and live to see another day. Brendan later tried to press charges against the man, but the police weren't as helpful as he'd hoped. They essentially told him that he didn't have enough evidence to start a criminal case against the man and left it at that. However, that wasn't even the end of it, because a year later, on November 25, 2023, Brendan's brother encountered the same man while hunting in the area. Due to what happened the year prior, he made sure to position his tree stand more than 150 yards away from the site of the original confrontation. But for some reason, the man became even more hostile than last time and directly opened fire without saying a word. Luckily, none of the shots actually hit Brendan's brother and he was able to leave the area without getting injured. However, according to Brendan, the authorities didn't file any charges against the man yet again, citing the same lack of evidence. Though people online suspect that the perpetrator might have connections at the local police department, allowing him to threaten the lives of innocent people and not face any consequences. The only silver lining in this disturbing case is that no one was actually hurt. Brendan and his family have also returned to hunting, likely at a completely different location.
What you mean you ain't got no evidence?
On September 10, 2024, at approximately 7:45 a.m., 2 fishermen were kayaking down Lake Emery in Franklin, North Carolina, when one of them spotted what appeared to be a log drifting in the water ahead. However, something about it didn't feel right. So, Mark Wilkins paddled closer to take a better look, and that's when he made the horrifying discovery. It wasn't a log at all. In reality, he was staring at human remains that had likely been in the lake for multiple days by that point. He was still a bit unsure and thought that maybe it was some Halloween decoration that had found its way into the lake. But the closer he got, the clearer it became. The remains were certainly real. And after taking a couple of minutes to calm his nerves, Mark dialed 911 and told them about his discovery.
I am fishing on Lake Emery and I have come across a dead body.
Are you in the water?
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it.
Now there's nothing we can do. Just carry on with your day. Hope like the last police department from the last video.
It could, I mean, it looks like a dead body. I mean, there's a hand sticking up. There's a rotted face. I don't know if it's some kind of stupid Halloween spooky thing, but I'm not touching it. So.
Now, discovering human remains like this is disturbing enough on its own. But what made this find even more chilling was the dark implications it suggested. You see, authorities had also found the remains of a 19-year-old boy in the same lake just a month earlier. And if the two cases were connected, it meant that there was possibly a serial killer on the loose in the small town of Franklin. While talking to the police, Mark also remembered seeing a pair of Crocs lying near the boat ramp he used earlier that morning, adding another disturbing layer to an already unsettling situation. That said, the reality of this case turned out to be far more tragic than disturbing. The person in the lake was later identified as 50-year-old Ethel Marie Ogle. According to the official reports, there was no foul play involved in her death.
R.I.P.
At first glance, duck hunting seems like one of the safest hunting styles out there, especially since it doesn't require hunters to spend any time deep in the wilderness, where running into angry predators like bears or bobcats is a constant concern. However, duck hunting, just like most other outdoor activities, comes with its own set of risks.
Dude, duck hunters, man. No offense if you're a duck hunter, bro, but y'all annoying, bro. I'm not gonna lie. No offense to y'all, bro, but y'all be annoying me so bad. Like, it's so bad. Especially living in one of the, like, duck hunting capitals of the world where I live at, bro. Every time duck season come around, every parking lot filled with nothing but trucks with boats, parking lot filled up, everything just, bro, they everywhere. Every time it's duck season, it just just everywhere. Everywhere you go, you got a whole parking lot full of trucks with boats hooked up to them. They everywhere, they pull out front of you. And a lot of them, I ain't saying it's all of them, a lot of them act like they better than everybody else. Man.
Something Ethan from the Lucas...
Not all of them, but a lot. Dude, you meet some duck hunters, I think they better than everybody else. Because, man, I'm telling you, bruh.
Reich's YouTube channel became well aware of in November 2020. He was out hunting ducks...
Not all of them, some of them.
...the shotgun early in the morning while the sun was barely up. After staking out on a beach for a few hours and waiting for the ducks to gather, he found a target and managed to shoot it down. The duck fell a bit too far into the water, but without a boat, his only option was to wade into the water to retrieve it. And that's when everything went wrong. Ethan had plenty of duck hunting experience under his belt, but he wasn't completely familiar with this particular lake and didn't know about the sharp drop-off a few feet off the shore. So as he got closer to the duck, the ground suddenly dropped off.
So you're gonna be put on a duck hunter hit list.
From under his feet, leaving him struggling to stay afloat.
No, bro. That's the one thing about them ducks. Them duck hunters, they want them ducks bad.
He also knew how to swim, but that wasn't as big of a help as he'd hoped it to be. The biggest issue at hand were his waders. They became filled with water, sinking him deeper while also making it near impossible to move.
Dude, that's one of the #1 ways people be drowning when they go out. They wear waders, and if the water gets in your waders, you're almost guaranteed dead for real. Bro, if you ever go out with waders on and the water starts going in them things, dude, bro, it's bad.
In the water. Under normal circumstances, staying afloat is relatively easy for anyone who knows what they're doing.
What's that? It's like a big rubber suit that you put on that goes all the way up to your chest, and they're made for like wading in water. That's why they're called waders. It's like a big rubber suit with boots and everything attached. You put them on, you strap them on like overalls, they go up to like right here. But if the water ever fills up them things, hey, GG. GG-ski.
However, water-filled waders make this otherwise simple task infinitely more difficult, as drowning becomes a stronger...
How do you know? Because I'm from Arkansas.
...possibility with each passing second. To make matters worse, the water Ethan was in was also extremely cold. Even if he could stay afloat with heavy waders, he still risked contracting hypothermia and passing out before drowning. The cold water was also tensing up his muscles and making it difficult to keep moving. And to top it all off, he was also completely alone on this trip. Having someone with you on any nature expedition increases the chances of survival exponentially.
Facts.
Even if a partner isn't able to help directly, they can at the very least call for help. Ethan, however, didn't have that option. All he could do was keep his calm and keep swimming toward the shore with all his energy. Fortunately, this worked. After a brief but intense struggle, he was able to find the underwater ledge and make it out relatively unharmed. And while his determination and level-headed approach certainly helped, his surviving the incident was nothing short of incredibly lucky.
Facts.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early
Oh no, they
morning
hacking me!
self-proclaimed space geeks,
No!
stargazing science.
In May 2017, 45-year-old Richard Wesley was out bow hunting in Ontario, Canada, when he suddenly came face to face with the last animal you want to see in the wilderness.
Oh, Bigfoot!
He initially tried to lay low in the bushes and hoped the bear would walk away without noticing him. Unfortunately,
I
he
think
was
I've seen this.
in a wide open area, resulting in the bear seeing him and coming toward him. One of the only options he really had left at this point was to run away, which, considering a bear's top speed of up to 35 miles per hour, or roughly 55 kilometers an hour, wasn't really possible. Or he could stand his ground and try to scare the bear away before it got too close, because if the bear actually decided to attack, Richard would have no real way of winning
Never
that
run.
fight.
There's a rule with bears, and it rhymes. Type 1 if you want to hear it. This is the rule with bears, black bears, grizzly bears, polar bears. If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. If it's white, good night. So if it's a black bear, you try to scare it off. If it's a brown bear, lay down, act like you're dead. If it's a polar bear, you're just dead.
Black bears can generate a bite force of up to 1,000 psi with their 2.5-inch long teeth.
We've all heard it. Bro, shut up! There's people in here that hasn't heard that term. Type 1 if you've never heard that term before, right there. Yeah, look at all them people saying I haven't heard that. That's the easiest way to remember what to do. If you see black bear, fight back. Brown, lay down. White, say your prayers, cause you gonna die. I probably just saved somebody's life. Actually, I probably just saved somebody's life in the future. It could be 10, 20 years from now. I just saved somebody's life. Because you're always going to remember. I don't know much about bears, but I've always remembered that term because it's catchy and it's easy to remember. You know what I mean? So I know what to do.
Which is enough to easily fracture a human skull or even sever the head completely from the neck. Adult black bears can also weigh up to 600 pounds or 272 kilograms. In other words, once a black bear is on top of you, there's no practical way to get it off. Plus, the weight alone can also cause a...
Thank you, CaseOh. There was a bear outside my window right now and I had no clue what to do. You just saved my life. No need to call me a hero. I'm just doing what I need to do.
Asphyxiation within seconds. Not to mention the 2-inch long claws that can leave deep lacerations down to the bone. So even if the bear decided to leave Richard alone after a single claw swipe, he would have likely bled out right there before help arrived. With all this in mind, he stood up and tried to intimidate the bear. Unfortunately, this backfired horribly. Instead of running away, the bear lunged at Richard and slammed into the ground. For a moment, he thought this was the end, but as he was falling down, something exceptionally lucky happened. The wooden bow Richard was holding in his hand got shoved into the bear's jaw. This not only kept the bear from shredding his arm, but biting into the wood also disoriented it enough to make it turn and leave Richard alone. So, despite coming dangerously close to losing his life, Richard was able to walk away with only a few minor bruises. But while he escaped physical harm, the psychological
Bro thought he was gone.
impact of this attack on him and his family was significant. As he stated in an interview later, "We watched the video footage. My stomach just tightened, and my wife started crying. Instead of admitting that I'm scared, and I probably should have went and talked to a professional about what happened, but I just downplayed it.
Dude,
that said, the experience also left Richard with a far deeper appreciation for the life he has.
Facts. That's why I appreciate wildlife from a distance. Like, I think bears and stuff are cool, but if I see one, I'm immediately going the other way. I'm talking, there ain't gonna be like a couple seconds I sit there and look at it and be like, yo, that's a bear. If I see a bear, I'm immediately going the other way. I don't care if it's 400 yards away, actually. I'm out of there.
In September 2019, 40-year-old Stephen Weber Jr. and his girlfriend Kenesha Antoine went on a vacation to Pemba Island. Stephen had been dating Kenesha for a while by this point and had planned to propose to her during this trip.
Aww.
What neither of them knew, however, was that the
oh no, I know this one. Oh my goodness, I saw this years ago. Oh no. Did y'all ever see this one?
Trip of their lives was about to turn into an irreversible tragedy. The groundwork for this tragedy was laid when the two arrived at the island and checked in to stay at the Manta Resort just off the coast. It had a nice, uninterrupted view of the ocean, as well as a roof area to relax and enjoy the tropical weather. However, the most important feature of this resort was the underwater room, which offered a 360-degree view of the marine life surrounding the resort. This room served as the whole idea behind how Stephen had planned to propose. He put on swimming goggles and dived down to one of the windows in this room, prompting Kenesha to begin recording. He then unrolled a paper note inside a Ziploc bag and pressed it against the window. It read, "I can't hold my breath long enough to tell you everything I love about you, but everything I love about you, I love more every day." He then flipped the note, and on the other side was a marriage proposal for Kenesha, reading, "Will you please be my wife?"
Oh, it's so cute.
No, this was sad for real.
What?
Chat, did y'all ever see this?
He'd also showed the wedding ring he'd brought for this occasion before swimming up to hear Kenesha's response. At this point, Kenesha stopped recording and rushed to the surface floor, eager to give her answer. But once she looked outside, instead of a smiling Stephen, she saw nothing. Stephen was nowhere to be seen. Kenesha climbed the roof, hoping he might have been up there. Unfortunately, there were no signs of Stephen anywhere. He had vanished somewhere between showing her the ring and swimming up to the surface. After understanding the full gravity of the situation,
dude, I remember seeing this one years ago. I was like, bro, no way, that's messed up, dude.
Kenesha called for help, with several locals rushing to her aid. Unfortunately, it took some time to find Stephen. He was floating in the water, and by that point, it was already too late. Some resort workers tried to revive him with CPR, however, it wasn't effective. Stephen had miscalculated how long he could hold his breath underwater and drowned before he could reach the surface. You can even see his hand shaking as he holds the ring near the end of the video.
Shout out to Brodo. I wouldn't even be able to make it down there on one breath hold. I don't understand how people hold their breath so long. I literally can't. Bro, especially if I'm swimming or something. If I'm swimming, dude, I feel like I can't hold my breath for like 10 seconds. I'll be about to pass out.
His body desperately telling him he needs air now. But in an effort to get his point across and make the moment that much more special, he ignores this, and unfortunately pays the ultimate price.
R.I.P.
Mini Joe is a YouTube channel that occasionally posted travel videos up until 3 years ago. Most of these were typical travel vlogs showcasing the hosts of different expeditions around the world. However, out of the roughly 30 videos they've uploaded, one stands out for just how disturbing it is. This video contains a collection of footage Joe and his friends captured while doing technical dives in the Blue Hole in Dahab, Egypt.
Oh no!
Which is often considered the deadliest diving spot in the world. There are a few conflicting reports on the total number, but most people agree that somewhere between 130 and 200 divers have met their end while trying to reach its depths. That is an average of 8 lives lost per year, and unfortunately, the total is still going up. What's worse is that the remains of many victims are...
Yo, 5,000 bits from Please Read My Bits. Hey, Case, love your streams. I watch them every day. Congrats on winning Gamer of the Year. Today's my 18th birthday. Could you, wish you happy birthday? Yo, happy 18th birthday, Alex. Chat, tell Alex happy 18th birthday, by the way. Happy 18th birthday, Alex. Thank you. W. Alex, for real. Happy 18th birthday, Alex. Thank you. Wait, what? New Schoolboy Runaway game coming in 2026. It's called Schoolboy Outdoors. Yeah, I knew it was called that. I don't know exactly when it's coming out. Dude, by the way, we need an update for I'm done talking about Quarantine Zone, but we do. Like, give us something, man. Just drop the game.
Never recovered, which is exactly what made Mini Joe's video so unsettling. Their dive started off like any other, but as they descended deeper, they came across the tanks, lines, and suits of those who came before and never made it back. Some of the remains were wedged into narrow crevices on the ocean floor, hinting at what might have gone wrong for them. Most were also taken over by the environment, suggesting they might have been down there for years.
What?
Above all, these encounters served as a constant reminder of the true danger of technical diving. Divers often have to carry multiple heavy tanks before they can even begin the descent.
Anonymous with the 5.
Then, once they're in the water, they have to constantly monitor their oxygen levels while also staying aware of their surroundings. Things only become more dangerous the deeper they dive, where even a moment's distraction can quickly turn fatal. However, all of this is true for any dive, regardless of the location. What makes the Dahab Blue Hole even more dangerous is the false sense of security it provides. Blue holes, for those who don't know, are like vertical caves in oceans that go a lot deeper than the surrounding ocean floor. And the one in Dahab, Egypt is an even more extreme version of that. One of the biggest contributors to its deadliness is its depth of about 426 feet, or around 130 meters, which isn't very apparent from the surface. It's also an almost vertical drop to the bottom. This catches many new divers off guard, causing them to miscalculate their gas levels and tragically become
This goober in the chat said, I'm not scared of the sea. I bet if you were swimming out in the middle of the ocean, you saw a giant squid swim by, you'd be singing a different tune, wouldn't you, bud?
another name on the memorial near the diving site. One of the most well-known cases of this is 22-year-old Yuri Lipsky, a Russian diving instructor.
Yep, I know that video too.
However, he had no prior experience with the Dahab Blue Hole, resulting in it taking his life. The footage from his recovered diving
Not being scared means you have no survival skills. True.
Struggling to keep his gas levels in check, trying to quickly slow down his descent.
Not being scared ain't a flex. That literally means, yeah, it's literally true. Not being scared ain't a flex. It means you have no survival skills, like none.
The buoyancy device to burst, and eventually succumbing to nitrogen poisoning in just 4 minutes after starting his dive. However, the sheer depth is only one part of this blue hole's danger. As Mini Joe's video demonstrated, the other part of its lethality comes from the network of partially collapsed caves littered throughout the area.
Yep.
They promise incredible views and look like prime diving spots at first glance. But in all reality, they are deceptively difficult to navigate through. Narrow passages and jagged rocks are everywhere. A single mistake can leave a technical diver stuck in one of these caverns with no way out until their gas tanks inevitably run out. The terrain also makes recovery extremely difficult, and many families of the fallen often opt to just leave their loved ones down there so as not to endanger even more lives in recovery attempts.
Yep.
Which explains why Joe came across so many diving suits in his video.
Yep. Man, golly, man.
Chevy Silverado, the best from day one.
In July 2016, a diver named Jacob Childs went on a group diving trip off the coast of southeast Queensland, Australia. The boat stopped roughly 35 miles or about 56 kilometers
Yo,
off
that's
the
crazy. I just got hit with an ad on this video. Y'all about to get hit with an ad in 20 seconds.
coast, and Jacob was the second to last person to dive. However, a minute after entering the water, the diving line slipped out of his hand. He thought he could swim back to the boat and start over, but as he got closer, he was shocked to realize the rope had been pulled in. And before he could think of what to do next, a strong current swept the ocean's surface and separated him from the boat. To make matters worse, the captain of the boat also sped off to go fishing while everyone was diving. By the time the other divers got back to the boat and realized Jacob was missing, he was already completely out of their view, leaving him stranded in the middle of the ocean 35 miles from the nearest piece of land. That said, the distance from land was the least of Jacob's worries at that moment. For starters, the water around him was nearly 20 degrees Celsius, which is about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. This wasn't nearly cold enough to make him freeze up and pass out immediately, but it was cold enough to slowly sap away his body heat, making him more susceptible to hypothermia and exhaustion with every passing minute. It was also late in the afternoon and the sun was about to go down, meaning it was only going to get worse. After a while, a rescue plane flew above him twice, but it didn't see him. And this one was still bright, and the inflatable indicator was visible from quite a distance. He knew that once it got dark, his chances of being rescued would drop to almost zero.
Well, the sun's going down.
How'd the plane not see him? What are you doing, airplane?
Nothing. That's a wrap on old, I guess.
Unfortunately, there was nothing Jacob could do at that moment but wait and continue recording what possibly could be his last message to his family. Identifying the right direction and then swimming for over 35 miles would have been next to impossible.
Facts.
If he had taken it upon himself to try and reach the coast, he would have likely exhausted himself and drowned partway through.
Facts.
He did try to follow a fishing boat he saw in the distance, but quickly realized that he wouldn't be able to get close enough to get its attention, leaving him feeling dejected.
Chad, how did that plane not see that big giant yellow thing right there? You flew directly over him. You just wasn't looking.
It's way too far for me. It'd be like 15, 16 meters now.
Besides, swimming too far from his original location would have also reduced his chances of being saved, since rescue teams would no longer know where to look. As the sky got darker and the rescue plane failed to spot him multiple times, the frustration was beginning to set in.
There's a plane
Oh,
coming back.
no.
There's a rescue boat way over there. Helpful, that...
The salty seawater was also making him extremely dehydrated, worsening his chances of survival by the minute. However, Jacob was experienced enough to know that panicking or getting angry wouldn't do any good.
Yep.
The right thing to do was to stay put while exerting the least amount of effort. After drifting in the middle of nowhere for over 6 hours, he was finally spotted by a helicopter.
6 hours just floating in the middle of the ocean on your own, bruh. Bro, I'd have passed out.
And brought to safety on a rescue boat. With the sun nearly below the horizon, he came dangerously close to losing his life that day. Fortunately, he was able to recover with no permanent injuries.
Well, that's good to hear.
On the 26th of May 2013, a group of 3 tugboats was trying to stabilize an oil tanker during a harsh storm nearly 20 miles or 32 kilometers off the coast of Nigeria. That's when one of the boats, named Dashcam 4, got hit by a massive rogue wave. This capsized the boat, causing it to sink rapidly and disappear below the water surface within seconds. The company behind this operation, West African Ventures, immediately sent off a rescue mission. However, the harsh weather made any immediate rescue efforts near impossible. They eventually sent a helicopter to look for any survivors who managed to swim back to the surface. Unfortunately, even after a full day of searching, they didn't find a single member of the Dashcam 4's crew who was still alive. This left the company with no choice but to presume the crew deceased and begin a body recovery diving mission instead. The task of retrieving...
This is where I remember this. This one is crazy, dude.
The remains was handed down to 6 saturation divers.
This when that dude was still alive in the sunken ship all the way at the bottom.
Laying underwater oil pipes nearby. The only reason they were chosen for the task was because they were the closest to the site of the incident. Still, it took them around a day to reach the site and begin looking for Dashcam 4. The harsh waves had shifted its position significantly from where it capsized, causing even more time lost before the retrieval mission could begin. Unfortunately, that was far from the only hurdle the rescue divers would face on this mission. Once they located the Dashcam 4 and dove down to it, they discovered that the boat had turned upside down. It was now resting on its primary mast, which could collapse at any time.
Yep.
Due to significant pirate activity in that area, all of the Dashcam 4's entrances were also locked shut, forcing the divers to use specialized underwater torches just to gain access. Sadly, their assumption turned out to be correct. By the afternoon of the 28th of May, 2 days after Dashcam 4 had sunk, the rescue team managed to recover the remains of 4 crew members.
2 days after.
Though 2 were still missing. But just as all hope seemed lost, one of the divers, named Tony Walker, made an incredible discovery. For some context, Tony was being instructed on what to do by his supervisor, Colby Veritz, from the surface. Tony was also inhaling a gas mixture which was partially helium, making his voice higher. While looking around the upside-down boat, he came across what looked like a human hand. He assumed it belonged to yet another fallen crew member.
Yep.
But to his surprise, the hand moved and grabbed him back.
Dude. I think almost everybody's seen this video right here. Could you imagine, bro?
All right, so you should be walking on the ceiling, yeah? Okay. What's that? Okay. All right, you found one, yeah? He's alive. He's alive.
Bro.
Okay, keep him there. Keep him there.
Heat with the 10. W heat with the 10.
All right. All right. Just hold him there, okay? Just keep him there. Oh, I don't know what we're gonna do. All right, just keep him there and keep him calm, okay? All right, just reassure him, pat him on the shoulder.
Could you imagine being in a sunken boat in the middle of the ocean, everybody's dead, and you're at the bottom of the ocean in an air pocket in a ship, and a diver actually comes and saves you 2 days after?
Okay.
Bro.
This was 29-year-old Harrison O'Kenny, Jaskin 4's resident cook. After over 60 hours underwater, Harrison was somehow still alive. He also seemed quite aware of everything that was going on around him and remained calm to help the rescuers do their job.
In complete darkness,
Apparently,
too.
Harrison was in the bathroom when the boat capsized. He tried to rush to the emergency latch, but water rushed in and trapped the crew inside. To his knowledge, Harrison was the only one who managed to survive after creating a makeshift indoor raft from plywood, cardboard, and a mattress. After finding him, rescuers gave him fresh water and a harness to keep him close. However, the divers knew they didn't have much time to plan a proper rescue mission. You see, the air pocket Harrison was in was about to run out, likely in less than an hour. Harrison could end up suffocating if they didn't act quick enough. On the other hand, they couldn't just strap him into a rope and pull him back to the surface. He had already spent over 2.5 days in an extremely high-pressure environment.
Crazy.
Taking him to the surface too quickly could have caused decompression sickness, which in extreme cases can also be lethal. Fortunately, due to their job of installing underwater oil pipes, the divers were uniquely equipped to deal with these exact issues. More specifically, they had a pressurized diving bell attached to the vessel, which they put Harrison in after consulting a doctor. Had this been a standard diving crew with regular scuba gear, they wouldn't have had anything to keep Harrison alive. Once back on the surface, he also had to spend some more time in a decompression chamber to avoid decompression sickness, and was fairly okay after that. However, while he recovered physically, the mental trauma of being trapped in an upside-down boat on the ocean floor for over 2 days with no idea if anyone was coming to save him left him with PTSD, something he is still recovering from to this day.
Craziest survival story ever.
On December 13, 2013, YouTuber Kodiak Thunder uploaded a video showing a near-death experience he had while diving.
Oh, Lord.
Unlike many other divers, Kodiak's motive wasn't to just dive as deep as he could or reach some underwater landmark. Instead, his diving sessions were more about catching fish and crustaceans by hand or with a spear gun. But while chasing a lobster, he swam too far into an underwater cave. He managed to catch the lobster he was after, but when he turned around, he had no idea how to get out.
Oh, nah. Bro, what you even doing in here, man? Go home! This is what hunger does to someone. Buddy, someone who's hungry doesn't have the money for diving equipment to go hunt lobsters in the bottom of the ocean. Dog. Like, what? What?
Fortunately, after swimming around in the cave for a few minutes, he was able to find the exit and swim out without any trouble. However, this was incredibly lucky. The thing is, diving on its own is incredibly dangerous.
True.
A single distraction can quickly spiral into an irreversible tragedy.
True, I know.
But unless they're very deep, divers at least have the option to just swim up to the surface and wait for rescue. Though, not with cave diving. One of the primary hazards in a cave is the environment itself. Unlike the open ocean, many underwater caves have
there's soot on the wall, so if you kick up soot from the wall, you can't find your way out.
floors covered in extremely fine silt. A poorly controlled fin kick, or even the exhaust bubbles from a regulator hitting the ceiling can dislodge this sediment. This creates a silt out, a condition where the water's visibility drops to absolute zero instantly. Divers' high-powered lights become useless, and in some extreme cases, the diver can't even see their own hands, let alone their surroundings. This also makes them unable to see their gauges or the guidelines. In short, they no longer know where they're going, where they're supposed to go, or whether they're getting the right gas mixture. At best, they can keep swimming and hope the cave is straight enough to eventually lead them away from the murky water. But
look at all them air tanks, 4
if they
of them.
can't monitor their gases, nitrogen poisoning can become a serious problem. It impairs both their cognitive and motor function, leaving them to take their final breaths in the cave unless someone is there to rescue them. Even then, rescue isn't always an option. Many underwater caves are extremely narrow, and with tanks and other essential gear, navigating these tight spaces becomes even harder. In most cases, there isn't even enough room to turn around. So if one diver passes out, the others can get trapped behind them and lose their lives there as well.
I don't either.
One of the most well-known cases of this exact scenario happened on February 6, 2014, when a team of 5 Finnish cavers visited Norway to go cave diving through Plura Cave. All 5 of them were veteran cave divers and knew exactly what they were doing. They even had mapped out the exact route they planned to follow.
Oh my goodness, why? Dude, why?
However, as they were crossing the narrowest section of the cave, the cylinder of one of the divers got stuck, preventing him from moving forward and blocking the others behind him. The chaos of the situation resulted in 2 of the divers panicking, failing to monitor their gauges, and passing away within minutes. The other 3 barely made it out alive as well. One had to squeeze past the stuck diver by removing his gear and swimming the rest of the way, gasping for air from tiny pockets along the ceiling. The remaining 2 had to turn back and exit through the original entrance with almost no air left in their tanks. The fact that any of them made it out alive was nothing short of a miracle, highlighting the true horror of underwater cave diving. Because when things go even slightly wrong during a cave dive, even the most experienced and well-prepared divers can struggle to survive.
W video. Should anybody go cave dive? Who goes cave diving in here? Bro, there is thing I don't understand. Going caving or cave diving. It does not. I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. You go like, y'all remember the Nutty Putty Cave incident where that dude got trapped in there in like the worst situation ever? You wouldn't catch me dead? No, you wouldn't catch me. You wouldn't catch me dead. Dead. Going caving up in there. You know who has some of the best cave diving stories on the internet? Mr. Ballin, dude. Dude, I remember being at, I've told the story for, bro, I remember being at work back in the day. I just have Mr. Ballin scary, like real stories on, bro. I'd be sitting there listening to Mr. Ballin's story all day at work. Have my AirPods in. I'd be sitting there listening to that.
Vending machine killer.
What?
On April 30th, 1985, a 45-year-old truck driver stopped near a vending machine in Fukuyama, Japan. He was exhausted from work and was looking for an energy drink to help him power through the rest of the day. When he approached the vending machine, however, he noticed something surprising. A bottle of Oranaminsi energy drink was already in the pickup tray. Thinking he'd lucked down on a free drink, the truck driver wasted no time chugging it down. What he didn't know was that this would be the last drink he would ever taste. Instead of the refreshing feeling he was looking for, he felt something horribly wrong with his body. A bitter, burning sensation quickly spread throughout his throat, followed by an intense wave of nausea.
Bro, why would you just randomly kill people at that go to a vending machine? What do you gain from that? You poison something in a vending machine, you don't even know who you killed. What do you actually even gain from that?
Wasn't long before he was lying on the road in excruciating pain. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where doctors discovered a lethal amount of paraquat dichloride in his system. Paraquat is an herbicide that was quite common in Japan at the time.
R.I.P.
More importantly, it's also highly toxic to humans. When ingested, it can lead to severe nausea, throat inflammation, internal
I'm never
chemical...
using a vending machine again. No, it's good if you don't take something that's already in there. Remember, when he got to the vending machine, he just took something that was already in the pickup tray. So somebody just put it in there. If you get something from the actual thing, odds are you
burns and eventually death. This is also why it's been banned completely from over 70 countries to date. Unfortunately, despite knowing the reason for his illness, there was nothing the doctors could do to save his life. There's no antidote for the deadly chemical today, let alone back then. So, after hanging on to his life for a month, the truck driver passed away on the 30th of May, 1985.
R.I.P.
At first, investigators assumed that given the nature of his work, he might have accidentally encountered the toxic substance while on duty. However, after reviewing his haul records, they found no trace of this herbicide or anything remotely linked to it. This left them with only one conclusion.
There's over 200 countries? That is crazy.
The chemical was mixed into the drink he consumed just moments before collapsing in agony. But with no leads or concrete evidence, they couldn't determine whether it was a murder or self-inflicted
and it was
act,
never
resulting
caught.
in the case getting shelved for the time being. Now, while this might sound absurd today, you have to understand that paraquat was readily available in the country at the time. You didn't need any prescription or identification to purchase the chemical, leading to over 1,400 people using it as the poison of their choice in 1984 alone.
Poison of their choice!
In other words, the possibility of it being self-inflicted was just as high. However, just as the investigators were about to give up on this case completely, they received tragic news. Another person had fallen victim to the same poison after consuming Oronaminsi on the 5th of September. Then another 6 days later, and one more 2 weeks after that. By this point, it was clear that someone was deliberately poisoning vending machine drinks across Japan. This was the work of a deranged serial killer. Unfortunately, this supposed killer was also extremely thorough. He didn't leave any fingerprint or DNA evidence on the drinks he tampered with.
Bro, that is insane, chat. Bro, people are for no reason. People didn't even do nothing wrong. I'm gonna poison you. Just because you're here.
He targeted vending machines with no CCTV cameras nearby. As for why his victims willingly drank the unknowingly poisoned drinks he left behind, that had to do with the buy one get one free promotion Oronaminsi was running around the time to entice younger consumers. However, since some people only wanted the one drink, they often left the second free drink near the vending machine as a gift for the next person. This was common enough that people didn't find the laced drinks suspicious and drank them without a second thought. Sadly, this method was terribly effective. By the end of the year, this mysterious vending machine killer had claimed the lives of 12 victims and had severely injured 35 more.
35 severely injured and 12 of them killed.
And earlier, this killer was a master of hiding his tracks. He operated all across western and central Japan, as well as Tokyo, making it near impossible for investigators to pinpoint his location. The lack of evidence also made it difficult to figure out his motive. Some speculated that he was doing all this to extort money from Otsuka Pharmaceutical, the company that made Oronaminsi. This is because in 1984, a group called the Mystery Men with 21 Faces threatened to poison food products unless the companies paid them money. So some believed that the vending machine killer was a copycat and wanted something similar. However, this theory didn't last very long because Otsuka Pharmaceutical
I ain't never drinking nothing ever again.
Didn't receive any demands or extortion letters from the perpetrator. Additionally,
dude, the scariest thing about this could happen to anybody. Literally any regular person going about their day, just stopping at a vending machine to get something to drink, you could just be dead for no reason. For literally no reason. You didn't even do nothing.
The killer also began using other drinks, like the drink Real Gold and even Coca-Cola. Hiroki Iwao, a Tokyo professor of criminal sociology, proposed a more disturbing theory regarding the killer's motives.
What?
He stated, "It is not uncommon for Japanese who live under tremendous pressure, both on the job and in overcrowded communities, to let out their frustrations by hurting someone else. The person responsible may even wait around to see who buys the poisoned drink. He or she may find this is a kind of exhilarating release from the tensions of life in Japan."
Bruh.
But even if this was the truth, it still didn't bring investigators any closer to catching the suspect. Left with no other options, the authorities turned to the public and launched a nationwide campaign on the 27th of September. They placed signs and distributed leaflets telling people to avoid suspicious free drinks and to properly inspect the cap seals on their beverages before consumption. They also instructed vending machine owners to investigate their stock for any anomalies and told chemical shops to monitor their customers.
Anomalies? I could do that.
Closely. It's unclear how effective this campaign was, as the number of victims kept increasing even after its launch. But then something unexpected happened. On the 17th of November, the murder spree stopped completely after the death of a 17-year-old girl. She was the only female to have died from the poisoning. It's possible that the person who committed these atrocities had a moral code against harming women, though that's nothing more than a baseless speculation. Due to the complete lack of evidence, the vending machine killer was never identified, cementing this case as one of the most chilling, unsolved mysteries in Japanese history.
Wow, never got caught. Never. Never got caught. All them people
Little Rock
gone.
serial stabber.
What? I'm dead, GG. The name of this video is Serial Killer Still on the Loose, and they're talking about Little Rock, Arkansas. GG, I'm cooked. Wait, are you kidding me? I'm shutting the stream off. I don't even know if I should watch this, because what if he's watching and he's like, you're next?
On April 11, 2021, the Little Rock Police Department received a
That's my
distress call
house!
from South Pulaski Street regarding a potential homicide. When they arrived at the scene, they found a middle-aged woman lying on the street with stab wounds all over her body. This woman turned out to be 41-year-old Deborah Walker. She was homeless at the time and was living on the streets when this incident happened.
Bro.
She was quickly taken to the hospital where medical staff discovered that she had been stabbed at least 15 times. Despite lying on the street, bleeding for what may have been hours, she miraculously survived and managed to regain consciousness the same day. Investigators also visited her in the hospital to gather any information she could provide about her attacker. Unfortunately, she was attacked somewhere between 1 and 4 a.m. It was still dark outside, and all that she saw was that her attacker was a tall, African-American male with a slender build. Now, in most other similar cases, such limited information would
Lord have mercy on Doc.
be enough to generate any leads. But in this instance, the description Deborah provided left the investigators in disbelief. That's because her attacker's profile closely matched the perpetrator of another incident that took place about 8 months earlier in the surrounding area. The victim of that incident was 64-year-old Larry Eugene McChristian.
R.I.P.
He was living in Little Rock with his daughter Sarah, who was on probation at the time. On the 20th of August 2020, he had a medical emergency and was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. He was discharged from the hospital the next morning. However, when the hospital staff tried to contact Sarah so she could pick him up, she wasn't answering her phone. So they gave Larry the information about a nearby homeless shelter and a bus token to get there. Later that day, Sarah came to the hospital looking for her father, only to learn that he'd been discharged hours ago. She then reached out to the homeless facility Larry was told about, but they didn't know anything about his whereabouts.
This dude's still in Arkansas, bro.
Either. The only option she had was to file a missing persons report and wait for the police to find Larry. 2 days later, on the 24th of August, Sarah received the call she was waiting for. Tragically, it wasn't the news she had hoped for. According to the official report, the Little Rock Police Department found Larry's body on South Gaines Street at around 2 a.m.
No!
They identified him by the hospital discharge papers he had on him. More importantly, he had multiple stab wounds on his body and was unfortunately already dead by the time the police arrived. His death was declared a homicide, and the investigators began looking for clues almost immediately. This proved quite impossible at first, since there were no witnesses, and there wasn't anything that could be used as evidence at the crime scene. However, after inspecting the surrounding houses, they had a major breakthrough. The CCTV camera outside a nearby house had captured the suspect walking down the street, when suddenly he spots Larry and begins walking towards him. After committing the crime, he tries leaving the area, only to stop, go back, and stab Larry one last time before fleeing. As mentioned earlier, this man matched the profile Deborah gave to the police, leading investigators to believe she was attacked by the same person. While looking into older cases, they also connected the same killer to another murder that happened in the area on September 23, 2020. The victim of this incident was 62-year-old Jeff Welch, another homeless man who was living in an abandoned home. On the morning of that day, Jeff's friend found him on the porch of his house with a stab wound on his neck.
I don't understand how you get away with this stuff for so long. How? How was there no evidences, no nothing?
By this point, the investigators knew they were dealing with a deranged serial killer. However, just as they uncovered the connection between the three attacks, another tragedy unfolded. On April 12, 2023, a day after the attack on Deborah Walker, another one of his victims was found on the Wright Avenue overpass.
Little Rock serial stabber with the 5 gifted. Wow.
The only thing in common with these 4 attacks was that they all involved homeless individuals, and they all happened between 1 and 4 a.m. There seemed to be no clear pattern on how the perpetrator selected his targets. This left the Little Rock community terrified to leave
There it is. He watches.
Homes, fearing they might become the next victim of the serial killer on the loose. After realizing the potential danger of the situation, LRPD began spreading awareness about the man who is now being referred to as the Little Rock Slasher. They also turned to the public.
Why do they always give people who commit heinous crimes like that cool names? Why are we calling him the Little Rock Slasher? I don't understand. Give him a stupid name. Like the loser with a knife that walks around or something like that. Why do you gotta call him, give him cool names? Chat, think of cool names they gave the serial killers back in the day. What's that one that was never caught, that real famous one that was never caught way back in the day? Jack the Ripper. The Zodiac Killer. You know, the Bay Harbor Butcher. The Night Stalker. I'm like, bro, why you gotta give them cool names? Why? They're evil.
Any information they could provide on the matter, and even announced a $20,000 reward.
We also need your help. If you have seen anything suspicious or have surveillance cameras on your homes or businesses in this area, please contact us at 501.
How old is this? He still ain't caught.
Unfortunately, despite having CCTV footage of the suspect, the Little Rock Slasher was never caught. The case remains a mystery to this day.
That is
Or
crazy.
at least that's what the official reports say. While researching this case, I came across an Arkansas-based blog called the Snarky Media Report. The authors of this blog did their own investigation into the slasher case, and what they found was shocking to say the least.
What?
Put simply, they claim to have found the true identity of the killer after talking to multiple locals and Deborah, who, according to their blog, already knew the identity of her attacker.
Then why didn't she?
Also uncovered many details about this supposed killer, including his criminal record, which reveals that he has already served 2 prison terms in Arkansas for felony convictions of domestic violence. Also, his history with drug abuse and how it made him very agitated and violent. The authors of this
Little
blog
Rock Slasher with the 5 gifted, okay.
also claim to have contacted the alleged killer's previous landlord, who gave them this image of the perpetrator. Which begs the question, if they know so much about the slasher, including his legal name...
Yeah, you could just be taking a picture of a random person. Literally.
Why didn't they give this info to the police? That's where the case goes from creepy to bizarre, since, according to them, they've already given everything they had to the relevant authorities. Despite this, the Little Rock police didn't make any progression in catching the serial killer. Snarky Media also published a video of the Little Rock mayor and police chief refusing to answer questions about the case. This seems to hint at something incredibly shady going on behind the scenes. That said, there's no way for me to confirm if the authors of the Snarky Media blog are telling the truth. For all we know,
Yo, they got motion. Golly.
The whole investigation is made up, and this is just some random guy who has nothing to do with the 4 attacks, and it's all a ploy to make the Little Rock Police Department look bad. Most of the information they've gathered seems to check out with what's released publicly by the authorities. The only discrepancy in their investigation is the age of the suspect. Officials believe the slasher to be young, possibly in his 20s, but the authors of this blog state that the person they found was 46 years old.
You 46 years old and you still... Never mind, I ain't saying nothing.
Unfortunately, this is where the leads end. Whether Snarky Media is telling the truth or not remains uncertain. What is certain, however, is that the case remains unsolved to this day. The Little Rock Slasher is likely still out there and can continue his murder spree at any moment.
Yo, Michael with the 5,
February 17, 1997.
Matter of fact, I might replay the ad. I might do it just because that guy said that. I might replay the ad.
21-year-old Patrick McNeil went out with his friends. He spent the evening out drinking with his friends in the Dapper Dog Bar in Manhattan. During this time, he likely drank
premium hot dogs
more than he could handle, resulting in him throwing up in the bar's bathroom before leaving in a highly unstable and disoriented state. Patrick was then seen turning left onto 90th Street, heading in the direction of the East River. This was the last time anyone would see Patrick alive.
No!
Following this night out, Patrick vanished into thin air. Despite extensive efforts, authorities found no leads or clues to his whereabouts. That is until April 7, 1997, when Patrick's lifeless body was found in the East River 50 days after his disappearance. Duty Sergeant of the NYPD's Special Investigation Division, Kevin Gannon, was called to the scene to assist with the body's recovery and examination. Kevin had been a seasoned detective for years.
I just joined What Are We Watching? Serial killers that are still on the loose today, so I can instill fear in the people watching so you won't sleep at night.
And by this point, there was little that could surprise him. However, the circumstances surrounding Patrick's death disturbed him to his core. The more he looked into it, the more strange the situation became. For instance, Kevin noted that Patrick's body wasn't decomposed enough to have been floating in the river for a week, let alone the past 50 days. He also found burn marks on Patrick's body, hinting at the possibility of him being restrained prior to his death.
R.I.P.
Kevin knew that something wasn't right. Unfortunately, due to the complete lack of evidence pointing to the contrary, Patrick's death was ruled as an accident.
Dude, Ted, if you could get away with murders like this, like, imagine how easy it was to get away with murders in like the 1850s, like as a cowboy. Like you could just be you could just be riding down the road on your horse. Somebody look at you the wrong way, you just shoot him with a revolver, you dump him in a bush. Nobody have any way to ever figure out it was you unless somebody literally seen you. That's crazy.
Kevin kept thinking over this feeling for the next year before coming across a case that reinforced his suspicions even further. On February 13, 1998, another body was found in the same stretch of water. This body was later identified as 22-year-old Lawrence R. Andrews, who had gone missing on New Year's Eve after celebrating the event with his friends in Times Square. After getting on the case, it didn't take long for Kevin to notice eerie similarities between the two cases, as both bodies were found within yards of each other. Both of them were also young Caucasian males and were on track to have successful careers. They both disappeared in one of the most crowded cities in the world without any trace as well. Most importantly, Kevin also found similar oddities in both cases, where the bodies were a lot less decomposed than they should have been, and there were burn marks indicating possible restraints before their death. Lawrence's case prompted Kevin to look for other similar cases across the US. He enlisted the help of fellow detective Anthony Duarte and a criminal justice professor, Dr. Lee Gilbertson. Together, they began
they drinking Sierra Mist. They about that business.
Investigating these cases, and soon a chilling pattern began to emerge. In total, they found 45 different instances of young men.
My mom's worried I watch you too much. Well, tell your mom to come look at the screen real quick. I got a message for her. Hurry up. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Get your mom to come look at the screen real quick.
Began to emerge. In total, they found 45 different instances of young men dying under shockingly similar circumstances as Patrick and Lawrence. Most of them went out for a night of drinking, became more intoxicated than usual, disappeared.
Right. To that individual's mom that's worried that they watch me too much, I need you to mind your own business and go watch whatever you want to watch. Go watch Grey's Anatomy or something. Okay? You need to mind your own business. It's okay. All right? Go on somewhere, let them watch whatever they want to watch. Now go watch your little TV shows, okay? Thank you.
Shortly after, and were later found dead in
Yo,
some
Hilsey
body
with the
of water.
5, thank you.
Almost all of them were also Caucasian and on track to have a high.
I watched that. I watched it too. I watched Grey's Anatomy. It got stupid towards the end. Like the first few seasons are good, but everything else went stupid after that. Not gonna lie. Once a few of the I ain't gonna spoil none, but yeah.
In career like engineering after college.
They still do. Grey's Anatomy is still rolling. Won't y'all shut that show down, bruh? Stop. Let it go, man. It's over.
Most disturbingly, however, they also found graffiti of smiley faces near the bodies of at least a dozen different victims. This led to the 3 investigators creating the smiley face murder theory.
What?
According to this theory, these 45 and possibly many other deaths from the 1990s to 2010s weren't accidents in the slightest.
What?
Instead, they were murders committed by a single deranged person or an organized group of serial killers.
45?
This is the only logical explanation they could find to justify the many oddities and similarities in these incidents. That said, while this theory makes complete sense to some people, others aren't convinced one bit. Criminal profiler Pat Brown, for instance, called this theory ludicrous. She believes that the idea of connecting smiley faces, one of the most common graffiti symbols, with murders is just absurd.
No, it's not!
It's not an unusual symbol. If you look in any area 5 miles square, I bet you could find a smiley face.
No, you couldn't, but okay. You're wrong.
The FBI also completely denied this theory in a statement, reading, "The FBI has reviewed the information about the victims provided by 2 retired police detectives who have dubbed these incidents the smiley face murders and interviewed an individual who provided information to the detectives. To date, we have not developed any evidence to support links between these tragic deaths or any evidence substantiating the theory that these deaths are the work of a serial killer or killers.
I leave them in places? Okay, so you're the serial killer then. Yo, Sinala 1999, you're getting reported to the police. You're done. You leave smiley faces all over the place, you're killing people then. It's over. Hey, Case, love your streams. My mom told me earlier I need to pay rent if you keep waking her up watching your streams. Yeah, that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy, bro. What? Yo, some motivation. I got you right here with some motivation. Everybody knows where the motivation comes from. Look at this.
Pickle yourself up. It's a crunchy world out there.
I'll give you another one.
You are capable of achieving more than you can imagine.
There you go. Can't beat it. Yo, Dane with 5,000 bits as well. W. Dane with the 5,000 bits as well. I appreciate that, Dane. Seriously, thank you, Dane, for the kind words. W. Dane, chat for real, a.k.a. Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate that. Dane, a.k.a. Jesse. Are you the real Jesse?
The vast majority of these instances appear to be out.
Lag? Man, stop with all that chipmunk action.
3 men have stuck with their theory. They're still working on finding evidence to back their observations. That said, if their hunch is correct, it would mean one of the most wicked serial killers in American history is still at large today.
Wow, GG.
I-70 killer. Robin Fuldauer was a 26-year-old Indiana University graduate who was working at an Indianapolis Payless shoe source store near I-70.
Oh my goodness, do y'all remember the Paylesses? Do y'all remember these? Oh my goodness, I remember the Payless stores. I completely forgot until I just saw this, bruh. Yo, Dane with 20 gifted as well. Yo, give me some W's for Dane with the 20 gifted as well. I appreciate that, Dane, for real. W. Dane, chat. Seriously, W. Dane. I appreciate that, Dane. Seriously, thank you, Dane. Chat, the Paylesses. Everybody remembers the Paylesses, bruh. Everybody remembers. Oh, I remember.
In 1992, the 8th of April was supposed to be your day off.
Yeah, expect more, pay less. Oh my goodness. Y'all remember the commercial?
With hotels and
nah, this commercial way too old. Did they keep playing this commercial?
Get your hands on these great-looking Pro Wing athletic shoes on sale now at Payless. We've got athletic shoes for the whole family, like men's Pro Wings just $12.99, or women's Pro Wings down to a mere $11.99.
I'm not this old, but I want to hear him say expect more, pay less.
And kids' Pro Wing athletic shoes are as low as $9.99.
Say it!
So get on over to Payless now, because there's a great sale afoot. Payless Shoe Source. You could pay more, but why?
Oh, this was before the expect more, pay less. Never mind.
However, just as she was getting ready to relax at home, the employee who was supposed to man the counter called in sick. Left with no other options, her manager called Robin and told her to cover the shift instead. Robin wasn't very happy about this emergency shift change, but she reluctantly agreed.
$9.99 for a shoe is insane. Yeah, that's why they were called pay less, because you pay less.
Arriving at the store at 10 a.m. and starting her shift as usual. Unfortunately, her day was about to get a whole lot worse. Everything seemed normal until 2 p.m. when the manager called the store for a routine check. To her surprise, Robin wasn't picking up the phone. She kept trying for a few minutes before giving up and calling the Speedway gas station neighboring the shoe store.
No!
One of the gas station employees, a friend of Robin's, went to the Payless store to see if she was doing okay. However, what she found inside left her confused. The store was in slight disarray and some of the shoes were missing from the shelves. The cash register was also open and there was no money in it. Most concerning of all, there were no signs of Robin anywhere. Her friend called out Robin's name, hoping she was just in the back and would respond.
No!
But when she didn't hear anything from Robin after minutes of standing in the store, she became worried and called the police at around 2:20 p.m. The cops arrived within minutes and began searching the store for clues on Robin's whereabouts. And it wasn't long before they made a devastating discovery. They found Robin lying in the store's back office, covered in blood. It was already too late. During questioning, an employee from the store across the street claimed to have seen a strange man loitering around the shoe store a couple hours earlier. According to this employee, the man sat on the curb for about a half hour, rifling through his bag and staring at the Payless store. They then saw the same man a few minutes later trying to hitch a ride back to Interstate 465, which was about a quarter mile from the store's location. Unfortunately, they were too far away to get a good look at the man's face. Given the money stolen from the register and without any other leads, investigators filed this as nothing more than a robbery gone wrong. However, they couldn't have been more wrong, because just 3 days later, something similarly tragic happened to 23-year-old Patricia Smith and 32-year-old Patricia Makers. The two were
What? They were both named Patricia?
Working at a bridal shop in Wichita along I-70. The incident happened a little past their usual closing time as they were waiting for a customer who had a pickup. When they saw a man approaching the store, they assumed that it was the customer. However, this man drew a gun on the two after entering the store, took them to the back, and executed both with shots to the back of their heads. As the killer was leaving the store, he crossed paths with the actual customer the girls were waiting for. Without hesitation, he aimed his gun at the man and ordered him to head to the back of the store. But the customer defied his command and ran, narrowly escaping with his life. He later helped the police draw a sketch of the killer. Unfortunately, the sketch didn't provide much of a breakthrough. By this point, the authorities were certain they were dealing with a serial killer, but despite their efforts, the killer's spree continued. By May 7th, he had taken 3 more victims in small, low-traffic stores along the I-70 highway. By the time investigators managed to compile a few more sketches, the I-70 killer stopped his quest and went into hiding. That is until 1993, when he claimed 3 more victims along I-35 in Texas.
We gotta stop drawing and start taking pictures. I'm not even gonna say nothing. I just can't. I can't muster a response. Boston with the 5, thank you.
He tried to hide his identity by changing his weapon, but the investigators were quick to notice the similarities. One of his victims, Vicky Webb, also managed to miraculously survive after getting shot in the neck. If he were ever caught, Vicky's testimony would have been crucial in bringing him to justice. Though, the I-70 killer was never found, and the case went cold for nearly 3 decades. However, then in 2021, investigators released CCTV footage of a murder. Then in 2021, investigators released CCTV footage of a murder that happened in 2001.
Why did it take him 20 years to drop it?
The suspect in this footage looks strikingly similar to the I-70 killer sketches, potentially giving authorities the lead they need to finally catch him. It's likely only a matter of time before he runs out of places to hide and is captured. But for now, he's still out there, evading police and leaving the case unresolved. We can only hope he doesn't take any more victims in the meantime.
YouTubers that became murderers. I'm gonna play it and I gotta use the restroom real quick. Just y'all pay attention though, so let me know if I miss anything.
9-year-old American scientist who was working as a professor of molecular biology in Dresden, Germany. A big part of her job at this institute was to travel around the world and hold conferences on the latest developments in her field. In July of 2019, she traveled to the scenic Greek island of Crete for one of these conferences, not knowing that this was going to be her last, and that the person responsible for her end would be caught because of his videos on YouTube. The incident happened on July 2nd. When, after a conference, Suzanne spent time with her peers and played the public piano in the venue's lobby before saying her goodbyes and heading out to her hotel in the afternoon. Sadly, this was the last time anyone saw Suzanne alive. Her coworkers noticed her absence when she didn't show up for the second conference scheduled for 6 p.m. that evening. It wasn't like her to skip events out of the blue. Something wasn't right. A fact that became increasingly clear when over 24 hours passed without anyone hearing from her. So on July 3rd, her colleagues called the police to check on her.
I'm rewinding the whole video now. No, I'm playing. I heard it.
Hoping she was simply sick or something similar. However, when officers arrived at her hotel room, no one answered the door. They acquired a spare key from the hotel management and went inside, only to find the room completely empty and undisturbed. All of Suzanne's belongings were also still in the room.
So she was the YouTuber then? She was the YouTuber?
Only things missing.
Face cam. Oh, she wasn't?
were her running shoes and a set of exercise clothes. Those who knew her
Oh, she's the victim of a YouTuber. Okay, yo, Core with the 5, thank you.
immediately understood what this meant. You see, in addition to her academic prowess and piano expertise, Suzanne was also an athlete at heart. She was a double black belt in Taekwondo, and despite her age, loved going on a run every day. Knowing this helped investigators narrow down what might have happened to her. Put simply, she likely went on a run soon after returning to her hotel on July 2nd, and something went wrong after that. She wasn't super familiar with the area, and to make matters worse, the weather was uncomfortably hot that afternoon. There was a strong possibility she collapsed from the heat or something else along those lines. After putting this together, the Crete police immediately dispatched a search and rescue team in the area surrounding her
R.I.P. chat.
hotel and around popular running trails. Her family even traveled to Crete and put a €50,000 reward for anyone who could help find Suzanne.
This guy's voice is so annoying. You must have an issue, because this is one of the least annoying voices you could ever have in your life. I don't know what you're on about. How could you possibly find his voice annoying? That makes no sense.
Fortunately, Suzanne was nowhere to be found. That is until 5 days later, on July 8th, when 2 young men were exploring one of the abandoned World War II Nazi bunkers scattered across Crete. Around 200 meters in, one of them noticed a piece of burlap covering something on the ground. They picked it up from one end to see what was underneath. And what they found was the aftermath of one of the most horrific crimes in Crete's recent history. The burlap was covering the bloody remains of Suzanne Eaton. A later autopsy report discovered that Suzanne had several broken ribs, multiple fractures throughout her body, a missing ear, and much more.
What?
Whatever happened to her certainly was not an accident. The investigators began searching for clues, and fortunately it didn't take long for them to make their first major breakthrough. A set of car tire tracks leading up to the entrance of the bunker. Analyzing these—
Cooked! Idiot! How stupid can you be? You commit a murder and you leave tire tracks in the dust. You're cooked.
Tracks allowed investigators to find the car responsible for transporting Suzanne's remains to that bunker.
Appreciate you, Afton. What's
it
good,
belonged to 27-year-old Yanis Paraskakis, a local sheep farmer. But when questioned, Yanis feigned ignorance and claimed that him driving through that area on that day was nothing more than a coincidence. He went as far as to say that he didn't even know about the existence of that bunker, a lie that would eventually lead to his arrest. You see, Yanis had a dream to become a successful YouTuber. He started a channel with his own name in 2012.
Okay, so who are we classifying as YouTubers here? Because, come on, cuh.
And began posting videos. However, if you go to his channel today, all you'll find are 3 videos of him performing an ancient Chinese martial art and meditation technique called Qigong. That's because a couple days before Suzanne's body was discovered, Yanis deleted every other video on his channel. And once authorities recovered some of these deleted videos, it became clear why. You see, most of these deleted videos involved Yanis exploring abandoned World War II bunkers, including the one where Suzanne's remains were discovered. This contradiction gave the authorities the go-ahead to formally arrest him on July 15. It also allowed them to investigate him further, and the evidence they discovered was overwhelming. As it turned out, the land where this bunker was located was owned by Yanis's family. Investigators also found traces of Suzanne's blood in his car's trunk. When confronted with this evidence, Yanis cracked and told the whole story. According to him, he saw—
Chat, hypothetically, if you were to kill somebody, do you think you could get away with it and never be found? What are the odds that you think you could kill somebody and get away with it? I'm talking about, like, excluding your own guilt. No, imagine there was no guilt involved and you never, like, confessed. Do you think you could kill somebody and get away with it and they'd never be found again? Wait, what did you just say? A bag of lime for the bones and some acid? We're getting you investigated. Yo, Irish Diabol, you're getting investigated, bud. There's 100% murderers in here. There's at least one murderer watching right now. Maybe not a murderer, but there's a killer in here right now. Maybe you had to kill somebody in self-defense or something, but somebody in here has killed somebody before.
Suzanne running down the road and something came over him. He hit her with his
car. It's not me.
Twice before putting her in his car, driving to the bunker and ending her life there. He later changed his story to where he was compelled to commit this crime by a demon. Unfortunately for him, the jury didn't buy this one bit and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole in 2020. Now, this should have been the end of Giannis's story, but from what I've seen, there's more to his actions than just this one crime he was convicted of. The thing is, Giannis presented his vile act as a crime of opportunity, something he did completely out of nowhere. However, there's evidence to suggest that Giannis might be a full-blown serial killer. For instance, he was apparently detained by the police twice before, once for arson and once for animal cruelty, both of which are well-known early behaviors of serial killers.
Yeah.
After his arrest, several other women also came forward, testifying that he had tried to run them over with his car as well in the past. So, Suzanne was more than likely not his first victim. However, the most solid evidence against Giannis is in one of the deleted videos he uploaded to YouTube. In it, we can see him showing some very human-looking bones scattered throughout the same bunker Suzanne was discovered in. These bones were never discovered by the authorities, suggesting they might have been removed by Giannis to—
Oh, he's a serial killer for real. If the authorities went in there and they didn't see the same bones that was on that video, that means he got rid of them. If they weren't human bones, why would he need to get rid of them? He's a serial killer.
Hide evidence. But what makes this truly disturbing is what his friend says at one point in the same video. This roughly translates into, "Is this where you left that old guy?"
Oh, yeah.
Insinuating that Giannis had disposed of one of his previous victims in the same bunker before. And if that is the case, one can only wonder how many other people Giannis has killed over the years.
It's not always raining.
Why did you have to make such an emotional Uber commercial, by the way? Buddy, ain't no way you up here making this much of an emotional commercial for Uber, bro. Y'all give people rides. Stop.
Simply Manic 6075 was a YouTube channel owned and operated by 24-year-old Samantha Wolf.
That, you know, that's illegal. That's called emotional manipulation for sales, by the way. I'm suing them for that.
She lived in the small community of Monticello, Texas, with her husband Ernest Lee Ibarra, aka Ernie, and their 5 children.
That's like me getting on here crying, talking about, I'm so sad. You should buy some Cheeky soap using discount code CaseOh at usecheeky.com. But I'm actually like crying and like shaking and crying and stuff. And I'm holding up a box of Cheeky like, you got to get this. That's the same thing.
She usually made videos about her day-to-day life and other random topics. Her story began in 2008 when she was at the lowest point of her life. She'd recently become the single mother of a pair of twins and had no love interest in her life. That's when she met Ernie at a local tattoo shop, and the two hit it off right from the get-go, eventually building a relationship and starting a family together. In one of her videos, Samantha described the day she met Ernie as the happiest day of her life. Together, they were blessed with 3 more children, including 1 more pair of twins. Raising 5 kids was a challenge, but Ernie made it work by taking a second job in pizza delivery. So, while they had endured tough times together—
Hey, we know what happens on pizza delivery jobs.
Samantha, Ernie, and their 5 children appeared to be the perfect loving family. However, while being a stay-at-home mother was all she could do at the time, Samantha still had a dream of becoming a famous actress one day.
I've always wanted to be an actress. I think it is so much fun. I've been extras in movies. I've had small parts in like short films. It is so much fun and it is so beautiful. It is one of the most amazing forms of art ever, to be able to express yourself that way. I think it's amazing.
So, in October 2010, she created her YouTube channel and started posting videos, hoping to become a popular YouTuber and fulfill her dream on the internet instead. And things were going surprisingly okay in the beginning. Samantha would post new videos whenever she had something new to say. And while most of her videos struggled to get past 100 views at the time, the few viewers she had were enough to keep her going. But as time passed on, her passion for making videos turned into an obsession. She started spending more of her time on making videos than her family.
Somebody in the chat just sent a highlighted message, said, "My name is Ernie."
Putting even more pressure on an already stressed out Ernie. Around 2014, she also started accusing Ernie of hurting her in her videos, hinting at just how bad their relationship was going. But then, after posting a seemingly random video in March of 2014, Samantha mysteriously vanished from the internet. Maybe she lost interest in YouTube or just wanted to focus on her family.
2014.
No one
We're
knew
talking 11
exactly
years
why
ago.
she quit so abruptly. Then, on the 20th of February 2015, viewers finally received the update they were waiting for. Unfortunately, it was far more tragic than anyone could have imagined. It started with the Texas police receiving a call from one of Samantha's aunts asking them to save her niece's life.
Cause County 911, what's your emergency? I have a home invasion. My niece is tied up. I am at the verge of untying my niece at this particular moment.
Okay, she's tied up.
She is tied up and gagged.
And gagged? Is that what you said?
Ma'am.
Is there anybody else there?
Where are the kids? We have 5 small infants asleep.
Apparently, 3 masked men broke into their home in the middle of the night and attacked the couple while they were asleep. The intruders then tied Samantha in her bedroom and, after hitting him with a gun a few times, kidnapped Ernie. Samantha somehow managed to get her ties loose enough to call her aunt, who then contacted the police after arriving at Samantha's home herself. By the time officers arrived, Samantha's aunt had set her free from the restraints. The kids were fortunately safe as well. However, what made this situation strange was that the intruders didn't take anything else from their home besides Ernie. And from the people who knew him personally, Ernie wasn't the type of guy to make enemies with dangerous people. Put simply, investigators sensed something fishy with the whole situation. But all that paled in comparison to the main objective, which was to save Ernie as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Samantha didn't know anything that could give investigators their first clue. With no other option, the officers took Samantha to the station for further questioning, hoping to extract any useful information they could from her. But what none of them expected was that Samantha would change up her story completely after entering the interrogation room.
She did it. She set that up.
Where before she didn't know anything about the assailants, now she had the name of a potential suspect, John Rebel. As Samantha's story goes, she was talking to her friend about Ernie's supposed attacks on Samantha, when suddenly a man with the pseudonym John Rebel overheard their conversation and started talking about how a man shouldn't treat a woman that way and that he was going to handle the situation. Well, as it turned out, the name John Rebel actually belonged to someone, a man named Jonathan Sanford. The police found and arrested John not long after Samantha gave out his name, right alongside his 2 accomplices, Jose Ponce and Octavius Rhymes. Surprisingly, Jonathan put up little to no resistance and immediately confessed to kidnapping Ernie. He also confirmed the worst possible outcome, that by the time the police got involved, Ernie was already dead. The 3 took him to a secluded forest and executed him with 1 shot to the back of his head. However, even after learning all this, one question remained. Why? Why would 3 men who didn't even know Ernie kidnap him from his home like that? Every answer to this question pointed back to Samantha, who kept denying any involvement. Even if the investigators ignored her suddenly remembering the perpetrator's name, there were several other suspicious aspects to her story. Like, how was she able to untie herself enough to call her aunt?
Facts.
Why didn't any of her neighbors hear the break-in?
Facts.
And why were the kids all sleeping in the same room, when usually they're scattered throughout the house? It wasn't long before investigators uncovered undeniable evidence of her direct involvement.
Wow.
This included instruction messages she sent to Octavius when the officers were trying to call Ernie's phone.
She wanted to be famous, chat, so she went to a crazy length to do it, bruh. We should have known it from the start when she said she wanted to be a YouTuber.
Which
or an actor or whatever.
Had on him. These read, "Kill his phone, shut that down, ditch phone, move." There was no doubt about it at this point. Samantha was in colluding with her husband's killers. And as the investigation went on, the real story came out as well. Samantha had apparently become addicted to the idea of becoming a famous YouTuber, and her neglect of the kids became a constant source of fighting between the couple. But instead of
So Ernie was trying to get her to take care of the kids, but she wanted to be a YouTuber instead.
Samantha colluded with her friend's boyfriend to hatch a cartoonishly evil scheme to get rid of Ernie. They first wanted to plant hard drugs in his car and get him arrested, but later made the heartless decision that taking his life would be much easier.
That is insane.
There's also a chance that Samantha went with the murder plan because it would have brought her more attention on YouTube.
You're such a faker! I'd put you in jail even if you didn't have nothing to do with it. I'd have put you in jail for this alone. You gonna draw this on the board, then look at the camera like this makes you look innocent. Oh my goodness, you're so sad.
She was eventually sentenced to 149 years in prison for killing
That's not
her
enough.
husband,
She needed to be sentenced to 249
leaving her
years.
5 children completely orphaned in the process. Diana Lovejoy was a successful technical writer living in the town of Carlsbad, California with her husband Greg Mulvihill. However, while her corporate job paid the bills, Diana's true passion was becoming a triathlon athlete and documenting her journey on video, resulting in her eventually starting her own fitness blog called Lovejoy Fitness and a YouTube channel by the name of Heavy DJ.
See, I just really, the name of this video, great video, by the way, great video. But, the name of the video is YouTubers that
called
became
Lovejoy
murderers.
Fitness
And
and a YouTube channel.
I don't know if we're classifying this as a YouTuber, man. I'm not gonna lie.
By the name of Heavy DJ. She started this channel all the way back in 2008 and over the years used it to document various parts of her life. From meeting her parents after a long time to going scuba diving with her husband. At one point she even tried to become a cooking show host of sorts.
Doesn't that smell nice?
Unfortunately, her channel never really took off, forcing her to end. At one point, she even tried to become a cooking show host of sorts.
Doesn't that smell nice?
Unfortunately,
Yo,
her
that's
channel
kinda
never really
scary.
took off, forcing her to eventually cut her losses and move on with her life in March of 2012. Or at least that's what it looked like from the outside. In reality, Diana's reason for abandoning her YouTube channel was kind of wholesome. You see, Diana and Greg had been trying for a baby for years by this point. Tragically, Diana had suffered 8 different miscarriages and was quickly losing hope.
Crazy.
But then in September of 2012, the two were blessed with a perfectly healthy baby boy, marking an end to their struggle. However, what should have been a moment of celebration started a downward spiral of lies and betrayals, eventually culminating in an assassination attempt. Things started going downhill when just a few months after the birth of their son, Greg lost his job, leaving Diana as the sole breadwinner. The stress of the previous miscarriages, combined with the crushing weight of having to support a family in an extremely expensive city all on her own, spelled disaster for their marriage. It wasn't long before the two were constantly fighting with each other. Things escalated even further on July 9, 2014, when Greg returned home only to see a police officer waiting for him at the door. The officer explained that Greg wasn't allowed to enter his own home because, as it turned out, Diana had accused him of attacking both her and their son. What followed was a nearly 2-year-long divorce mediation, during which the investigators found no evidence supporting Diana's accusations, allowing Greg to get a 50-50 custody of their son. Diana was also ordered to pay $120,000 as a part of their divorce settlement in late 2015. But before the divorce could be finalized, Greg received a phone call from an anonymous number that changed everything. The voice on the other end claimed to be a private investigator Diana had hired recently. And according to this investigator, he already had solid proof of the attack claims Diana had made against Greg. But
Kitty. I just heard Kitty. Where's she at? Kitty. Man.
for some unknown reason, he wanted to help Greg win the case, so he claimed to have left the documents taped to a power pole located on a small hiking trail near Greg's home.
What?
Greg naturally found this whole thing pretty suspicious and decided to take one of his friends with him to the pole on the night of September 4th, 2016. Sadly, despite his suspicions, he failed to grasp the true intentions of this strangely helpful private detective.
Hello, this is 911.
Yeah. My friend has just been shot.
Do you know who shot him?
There's a guy lying down like a sniper.
A sniper? Did you see him at all?
Briefly, we saw the gun, and he shot at us like 6 or 7 times.
When Greg reached the pole, a sniper opened fire on him, shooting him clean through the chest. Fortunately, the bullet missed his heart by mere inches, giving him a second chance at life. By the time the police arrived, the shooter had already fled the crime scene. But a quick survey of the area allowed the investigators to uncover a pair of towels the shooter left behind. Running a DNA test on these towels led to a man named Weldon McDavid, Diana's shooting instructor. Weldon tried to deny any involvement at first, but the evidence against him was overwhelming, as after a thorough search, investigators were able to find another set of the same towels at Diana's place as well. They had also received CCTV footage of Diana buying the burner phone Weldon later used to lure Greg into the secluded area. Most importantly, investigators also found the gun Weldon used on Greg, hidden in the rafters of his garage. By this point, it was clear that Diana was the one who wanted to get rid of Greg, likely to avoid paying the divorce settlement and keep full custody of her son. Diana and Weldon were arrested for the attempted assassination on Greg Mulvihill and tried for their crimes in November.
I knew there was something wrong about that cooking video. I knew it. I literally knew it.
2017. Both were found guilty, with Diana sentenced to 26 years to life and Weldon to a harsher 50 years to life. The only
and now she gonna act like, man, get out of here.
Silver lining in this entire case is that Greg was able to make a full recovery and is now living with his son.
Well, I'm glad he's alright.
The Gunnar Runar 87 channel on YouTube seems oddly wholesome at first glance. It's owned by an Icelandic boy named Gunnar Runar Sigthorsson and contains a single 3.5-minute video of him confessing his feelings to the girl he loves. The title translates to English as My Confession to Hildur. In it, he says things like,
Hún án efa sérstakasta manneskja sem ég nokkuð tímann hitt. Ég verð svo ótrúlega glaður bara að vera nálægt henni. Það þarf ekki meira. Og þetta ætla þér því að ég held ég orðin ástfangin með þér.
However, this seemingly heartfelt love letter turned out to be the key to solving one of the most horrific crimes in recent Icelandic history.
No.
And it all led back to Gunnar and the troubled life he had as a child. You see, Gunnar didn't have a mother growing up, resulting in him getting extremely close with his father. However, on the night of September 20th, 1996, when Gunnar was just 9 years old, his father decided to end it all using a gun.
No.
What made this already messed up situation even worse was the fact that Gunnar was in the room with his father and witnessed everything. Unsurprisingly, this took a heavy toll on Gunnar's mental health. He withdrew from the world and refused to accept his father's death as reality. Everything seemed hopeless for Gunnar. That is until primary school, when he met a girl named Hildur and instantly became infatuated with her. He'd admired her throughout school and into adulthood, but never found the courage to make a move, fearing he'd lose his only close friend. However, things changed in 2009 when Hildur got engaged to a man named Hannes. This gave Gunnar the push to do something about his feelings. But given his shy personality, he still couldn't confront Hildur directly. So, in March of 2009, he created a YouTube channel and uploaded his confession on there. Hildur never reciprocated his feelings.
Do you think all the views came from this, like after he did whatever he did? It had to. Like all of the views, like they figured out what his channel was?
Channel and uploaded his confession on there. Hildur never reciprocated his feelings, but the two remained friends. Even Hannes, Hildur's now husband, didn't seem to mind Gunnar's company, something he likely regretted deeply just a year later. It all went down on the 14th of August 2010. Hildur was invited to a party that Gunnar was attending as well. But things got a bit out of hand and Hildur ended up drinking too much and passing out. Given their closeness, the task of getting her home safely was handed to Gunnar. But instead of dropping her off at Hannes' house like he should have, Gunnar took her to his own home. By the time Hildur woke up, it was already morning. She was understandably furious with Gunnar and immediately called one of her friends to drive her home. But nothing could have prepared Hildur for the horrific scene she witnessed on the other side of her front door.
Oh my goodness, he killed her husband, didn't he?
Her husband, Hannes, was lying on the top of the staircase near their bedroom, submerged in a pool of his own blood. She ran outside and called the authorities. Sadly, it was already too late. Hannes had received over 20 stab wounds on his body, from his arms and legs to the back of his neck, and was long dead by the time Hildur found him. Given his condition, his death was ruled a homicide, and investigators wasted no time.
People scary, bruh. Chat, people are scary, dude. Like, dude. Bro, dude, I'm telling y'all, man. Like, it's bad.
Time in looking for the killer. And while they initially suspected one of his business rivals of committing this horrific crime, it didn't take long for investigators to find Gunnar's video confession to Hildur and bring him in for questioning. Gunnar denied knowing anything about it and was eventually let go due to lack of evidence. Fortunately, not all hope was lost, because not long after that, investigators found a bloody shoe print next to Hannes' bed. Looking deeper into this print revealed that it belonged to a pair of limited edition Adidas shoes. At the time, there were only 18 of these specific shoes in all of Iceland.
Oh my goodness, Cooked! You committed a murder when there's only 18 pair of that shoe in the whole city of Iceland or whatever it is? Yeah, you're cooked. What an idiot. Bro committed a murder with one of 18 pairs of shoes that was in the whole country of Iceland.
At the time, there were only 18 of these specific shoes in all of Iceland, and Gunnar just so happened to own one of these pairs. This was enough evidence to detain him once again. This also gave investigators the authority to do a thorough search of his belongings, resulting in them finding residue of Hannes' blood on his shoes, as well as in his car. Once presented with this evidence, Gunnar confessed to the murder. He also revealed that he'd been planning it for months, and even shoplifted the items he intended to use to avoid purchase records linking back to him. And while he didn't admit to it, Hildur also suspected him of spiking her drink that night.
Probably, 100% he did. 100%.
Never passed out like that. After committing the crime, he also drove to a nearby pier and dumped items used in the crime into the sea to get rid of any evidence. It was a well thought out plan, since he was only caught because the garbage bag he used to hide his shoe prints tore open as he walked. As for his motive, it was just as everyone had expected, with him making it clear during the investigation, stating, "I loved Hildur. She was supposed to be with me. She was not supposed to be with him." Surprisingly,
this is a real thing that happened. Do you understand how many people there are on the earth?
as everyone had expected, with him making it clear during the investigation, stating, "I loved Hildur. She was supposed to be with me. She was not supposed to be with him." Surprisingly, he was found not guilty during his first trial.
Like, dude, how do you get to that point to where it's like, this is the only person on the whole planet that I want, and I'm going to kill anybody else that gets somebody that I don't have? Buddy, you could go find, there's 8 billion people on this planet. The odds are there was another carbon copy of Hildur out there somewhere. No joke. Every person that's watching this right now, even me, there was probably almost a 1-to-1 copy of you, personality, for looks, for everything, walking around. As many people as there is. No joke. Like, actually. Just insane. Killing some, bro. I don't do. How you gonna kill? Bro, how you gonna kill somebody, bro? Dude didn't even do nothing. He just literally, man.
On March 1, 2011, by reason of insanity stemming from his messed up childhood. However, the prosecution argued that he was fully aware of.
Wait, did they let him out?
He was found not guilty during his first.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not uploading this VOD. Yeah, I'm not uploading this VOD. I'm dead.
First trial on March 1, 2011 by reason of insanity stemming from his messed up childhood. However, the prosecution argued that he was fully aware of his actions and escalated the case.
If I was him, I'd be mad too. What? Because a girl that you liked went and got somebody else? She's not owed you, buddy. Or you're not owed the person you think you're owed. Just because you like somebody don't mean they gotta like you back. What you mean you'd be mad too? You don't realize how creepy that is? What you mad about? You think just because you like somebody they gotta like you back? Hey bud, that ain't how the world works. You ain't got no right to get mad at that. much less go kill the husband that she got with because you think she should have been with me. That's crazy, cuz.
Case to the Supreme Court of Iceland.
Well, hold up.
Execution 2011 by reason of insanity stemming from his messed up childhood. However, the prosecution argued that he was fully aware of his actions and escalated the case to the Supreme Court of Iceland. Gunnar was found guilty on this second trial and was sentenced to 16 years in prison.
What?
Gunnar was found guilty on this second trial and was sentenced to 16 years in prison.
16 years? 16 years? You killed somebody. What you mean he got sentenced to 16 years? What you mean 16 of them? Did you leave a zero off of that number? You killed somebody. Not only did you kill somebody, you stabbed them 20 times, and you're only getting 16 years. He gets out this year. No way!
Iceland. Gunnar was found guilty on this second trial and was sentenced to 16 years in prison. This was already lenient given the brutality of his crime, yet he ended up serving only half of that sentence as well. He was released under supervision in July 2019.
Buddy. I don't care if you go to jail and you fully rehabilitate as a person. That's not the point if you rehabilitate or not. The point is you lose your freedom in life because you killed somebody else. It doesn't matter if you kill somebody and then 10 years later, you're a completely different person and you change and you're a good person now. You still took somebody's life, cuh. It don't matter if you're normal now. You still need to serve the rest of yours in jail. I don't understand. It's not about rehabilitation. It's about, hey, you killed somebody else. Guess what? Your life's over now. How you getting let out?
Of that sentence as well. He was released under supervision in July 2019 and now works at a local warehouse.
Oh my goodness. He's been out since 2019. He's been out since 2019. Chat, I will never understand. One thing I will never understand is how someone who kills somebody or does other unspeakable act gets anything besides like straight up death. Dude, if you kill somebody in cold blood, somebody said he's probably watching right now. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. But this ain't even just about, bro, there are people that do murder and worse. Dude, just kill him. I don't understand. I'm talking, and I'm not talking about a defense like you self-defended yourself or something like that. I'm talking about cold-blooded murder, right? Like you killed somebody in cold blood, you premeditated it, and all that. I don't understand why the same day you're not getting bound in handcuffs, taken to the gallows, and getting publicly hanged at the city hall. Like, even when it comes to executing people, they literally just do the lethal inject and they get to sit there and chill. There is crimes that you gotta hang some people for, bruh. That's crazy. I'm talking cold-blooded, premeditated murder or worse, and you know what I'm talking about. That's crazy. Yo, Clay with the 5. Thank you. Bro got out. Chat, bro got out 8 years. Chat, bro got out in 8 years. It's not the 1700s no more. So what if one of your family members was killed by somebody? Would you not want them hanged? That's the key to empathy, buddy, is relation to yourself or your family. Empathy is really quick to have if you just imagine you or your loved one in that position. And if somebody killed your loved one, you'd want them hanged. You'd want to see them swinging. You know you would. You know for 100% fact you would. Had to watch that though. Ooh!
Disturbing last seen CCTVs.
Yeah, y'all can read that.
On the evening of December 7th, 2000, Trevor Deely went to his office's Christmas party at a nightclub down the street from the Bank of Ireland in Dublin, where he had been working in the IT department for about a year. Upon leaving the party at 3:30 a.m., Trevor couldn't get a ride back to his apartment due to a massive taxi driver's strike, and his only option was to walk home through an area notorious for crime and gang violence.
Oh, no.
It was a 20-minute walk home, and since the bank was pretty much just up the street, Trevor decided to make a quick stop at his office to grab his umbrella before walking home in the rain. Strangely, the bank's CCTV footage shows a man dressed in black standing behind one of the pillars of the bank's gate. The man can be seen standing there for almost half an hour before Trevor arrives. A little after 3:30, the man in black pulls out his cell phone to take a call, and
cell phone? They had cell phones in 2000?
a few seconds later, Trevor walks by, also on the phone. Police later determined that at that exact time, Trevor had made a phone call to a coworker who was still at the bank. The CCTV video shows Trevor arriving at the bank's front gate, and a second man dressed in black steps out of the shadows to talk to him. Trevor ends his call as he opens the gate and talks to the man in black. It doesn't look like they know each
Officer
other,
with the
but
5.
Trevor doesn't seem to be scared or concerned. The man simply stands by the gate as Trevor walks in, and a few minutes later, the man in black walks out of the camera's view. Trevor's coworker reported that he and Trevor shared a cup of tea that night and talked about the party for a while, and that Trevor had also logged onto his work computer for a couple of minutes just before he left the bank at about 4 a.m. The CCTV footage shows Trevor stepping out onto the street and opening his umbrella before walking home. He didn't appear to be followed, and a few minutes later at about 4:06 a.m., he made a call to a friend to let him know that everything was alright and that he was on his way home. But since his friend was still asleep, he left a voicemail. That voicemail would be the last time that anyone heard from Trevor Deely. At 4:14 a.m., Trevor was seen walking by an ATM on a street about 15 minutes away from his apartment. Less than 30 seconds later, a man in black appears on screen, apparently following Trevor.
That's probably the same dude, bruh.
16 years later in 2016, the CCTV footage was digitally enhanced, and police determined that the man in black from the bank was the same man who later followed him. This was the last footage where Trevor was seen alive. Although he missed work on Friday, his coworkers didn't seem to find it strange, considering that many other employees were still hungover from the party and had also taken the day off. But after his friends and family couldn't get in touch with him over the weekend, and he didn't show up for work on Monday, he was immediately reported missing. Trevor's friends and family led the search
7 minutes
from the beginning, and it was actually his friends and not the police who managed to get the disturbing footage from that evening. Unfortunately, they didn't have access to the footage until 4 days after his disappearance, which meant that the police had lost valuable time in the search for Trevor Deely. There may have been more CCTV footage of Trevor from that night, but at the time, CCTV cameras recorded their footage on VHS tapes, which were often recorded over with new footage, erasing the previous footage in the process. Over the years, several theories about Trevor's disappearance have surfaced, but none of them have been confirmed. Some have speculated that he might have been intoxicated that night, which may have caused him to fall into the water under the bridge and drown. But Irish police searched all nearby bodies of water, and no signs of Trevor were ever found. Most people believe that the mysterious man who was seen following Trevor in the CCTV footage had something to do with his disappearance.
This is another example of how crazy disappearances are. This dude went missing in the year 2000 and never seen again. Ever. It's been 25 years, bruh.
But to this day, he remains unidentified.
Golly.
In 2017, police received a tip from an anonymous source who claimed to know what had happened to Trevor. According to this source, the man who followed Trevor that night was a gang member who murdered Trevor after he refused to help him gain access to the Bank of Ireland building. The The man supposedly buried him in the woods a few miles away from where Trevor was last seen. For several weeks, 20 police officers and a search dog continued to search the site, but after 2 months of digging, the search was called off.
Nah, Chad, this was just some random tip they got. This wasn't guaranteed what happened.
Years after the incident, Trevor Dealey's chilling disappearance is an open and active case.
Still ain't nothing!
The events leading up to it, however, are still a mystery.
Man, golly, man.
On November 28, 2012, Emma Philippoff disappeared under very strange circumstances in Victoria, British Columbia. A year before her mysterious disappearance, Emma had fulfilled her lifelong dream of moving to the Canadian West from Perth, Ontario. Although she arrived in Victoria without a job or place to live, Emma quickly moved in with a friend and found work at a local cafe while she looked for her own place to live. Things seemed to be going well for Emma, but when winter came, she became much more withdrawn and started acting in strange ways. According to her roommate, it wasn't uncommon to see Emma engage in obsessive-compulsive rituals and erratic...
Yo, 1,000 bits from Pope. In case I'm having issues with my job and I'm wanting to leave, should I leave and pursue being a... Yes. Yes, you should leave and pursue being a teacher. A life too short to be messing around with them jobs. Ritual.
But when winter came, she became much more withdrawn and started acting in strange ways. According to her roommate, it wasn't uncommon to see Emma engage in obsessive-compulsive rituals and erratic behaviors, and to fall victim to what seemed to be manic episodes.
Some ritual action.
Just a few months after her arrival in Victoria, Emma abruptly left her friend's apartment, quit her job at the cafe, and began living pretty much anywhere she could find. She stayed at a hotel, camped in the woods, and even slept on boats in Victoria's harbor for a while. By early 2012, Emma was living in a women's shelter in Victoria. That summer, Emma landed a seasonal job at Redfish Bluefish, a popular seafood restaurant in Victoria's Inner Harbor.
Yo, that sounds good. Redfish Bluefish. Where you work at? Oh, I got a job over there at Redfish Bluefish.
Where she seemed relatively happy for a while.
Yo, YS.
It was also around that time that Emma bought a red Mazda MPV van in hopes of permanently living on the road and traveling to different cities in the US, Mexico, and Canada. When she left her seasonal job in October, she assured her co-workers that she would be back in the spring. Unfortunately, Emma's mental health struggles kept her from reaching the freedom she longed for, and her behavior grew increasingly erratic and unpredictable. In the months before her disappearance, her friends and some of the staff at the women's shelter mentioned that she had been acting paranoid over an unnamed man she had dated back when she was a culinary school student in Perth. She never mentioned whether they had kept in touch, but this seemed to be one of the causes for her paranoid behavior. A few weeks before her disappearance, Emma had an episode where she dragged the furniture in the women's shelter across the street and later claimed that she heard voices coming from the furniture telling her to do it. Around that time, she also gave away and sold many of her personal belongings. On November 20th, Emma was seen on CCTV at the YMCA in Victoria. In this strange video, she can be seen walking in and out of the building several times in the span of 14 minutes. Some people have speculated that she might have been trying to hide from someone, while others claim she was probably waiting for a ride and didn't want to spend the entire time outside in the freezing cold while her ride arrived. But neither of these theories were ever confirmed. 3 days after this footage was captured, Emma had a series of emotional conversations over the phone with her mother, during which Emma asked her mother to let her move back in with her in Perth. Her mother agreed, but grew concerned after Emma changed her mind several times between moving back to Perth and staying in Victoria during their conversations.
For me, I thought he said his mom was going to say, "No, W mom, though." She said, yeah.
On November 28th, Emma's mother realized she was living in a women's shelter after she dialed back a number that Emma had called from, and a staff member answered the phone. Concerned about her daughter's well-being, she immediately took a plane to Victoria.
She took a plane to go help her too, Ethan.
Same day, at around 8:30 a.m., Emma was captured on CCTV walking into a 7-Eleven and buying a prepaid card for $200. Later that afternoon, she went back to the 7-Eleven to buy a prepaid cell phone, which she never activated. The video shows Emma repeatedly looking out the window and hesitating before leaving the store, as if she was trying to avoid someone on the outside. Her paranoid behavior suggests that she might have been followed or threatened, but this was never confirmed. After finally leaving the 7-Eleven, she arrived back at the shelter at about 6 p.m. to find out that her mother was on her way to pick her up and take her home. Upon hearing the news from a staff member, Emma rushed out the front door and took a cab to the airport. A few minutes later, though, Emma cut the ride short by telling the driver she couldn't afford the $60 ride, even though reports mentioned that she had had over $2,000 on her at the time.
Huh?
With Hotels.com,
Man,
members save up to 20%.
golly.
With that kind of discount, you could stay at a place with a...
Dennis Quay, an acquaintance of Emma, later ran into her at a crossing outside the Empress Hotel at around 8 p.m. She was barefoot, and according to Dennis, she seemed extremely agitated and refused to cross the street. Emma's paranoid behavior led Dennis to ask her if she was being followed, but she assured him that she wasn't. Not knowing what else to do, Dennis called the police to tell them there was a dazed and distressed woman walking barefoot in front of the Empress Hotel.
At least he called the
A few
police.
minutes later, Victoria police arrived and spoke to Emma for 45 minutes. Somehow, the officers decided that she was not a threat to herself or anyone else, and they let her go. That was the last time anyone ever saw Emma.
Yeah.
3 hours after she was last seen, her mother arrived at the women's shelter to pick her up, but Emma was nowhere to be found. After her mother reported her missing, the search for Emma Filipoff began.
Man, what you mean you let her go? Look what happened! Look what happened!
A Mazda van in the Chateau Victoria Hotel parking lot, where she had paid to get it towed 3 days before her disappearance on November 25th. Inside the van were all of Emma's belongings, including her laptop, passports, a pillow, and clothes, indicating that she might have been planning to move back to Perth or run away. Unfortunately, this is where Emma's case went cold, except for a few mysterious...
Would you want him to do? Arrest her? Yeah, because that's the only option when they show up. Shut up.
Tips. In 2014, a man in a green shirt walked into a convenience store in Gastown, about 75 miles north of Victoria. According to the store owner, the man ripped off a poster advertising a $25,000 reward for finding Emma, telling the owner that Emma wasn't missing. He claimed that Emma was his girlfriend and that she had been living with him and that she ran away from her family because she hated them. Although the store owner reported this to the police, the man was never identified. 4 years later in 2018, almost 6 years after Emma's disappearance, another man confirmed that he had seen her on the morning after her disappearance, claiming that up until then he hadn't made the connection that the woman he had seen was Emma. According to the man, Emma was standing on the side of the road, barefoot and soaking wet, looking nervous and paranoid as she asked the man for a ride. She claimed she was going to visit a friend in Colwood, about 10 miles from Victoria. The man told Emma he couldn't take her that far, but he drove her a few miles and dropped her off at a nearby gas station. After that, nobody ever saw Emma again. Strangely, the identity of this friend that Emma mentioned she was going to visit is still a mystery. Although Emma's mother has searched non-stop for her daughter for several years, the cause for Emma's disappearance is still unknown.
Still 2012, gone. See, Chad, that's the crazy part about these, bruh. People just disappear, don't never see nothing of them again. How?
Some people speculate that she might have fallen victim to the man she mentioned she dated back in Perth, even though the police interrogated him and eventually cleared him. Another possibility is that she was kidnapped by the man in the green shirt in the footage. Due to Emma's mental state in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, other people think that her mental health struggles might have gotten the best of her. 11 years later, and police still don't know whether Emma even left the island in the first place, or if she's still out there somewhere.
Just no information, man.
The haunting disappearance of the Jameson family in 2009 gave
I've heard of this one.
Attention and media coverage after some disturbing footage of the family was found by police. In 2009, Bobby and Sherilyn Jameson lived with their 6-year-old daughter Madison in Eufaula, Oklahoma. Although they lived what appeared to be normal
appreciate
lives,
you, Zach,
the
for 1,000
Jamesons'
bits.
marriage
Thank you,
was a
Zach.
rocky
W,
one,
Zach, man.
and police
Appreciate
have
that.
long tried to figure out if their difficult circumstances were somehow tied to their disappearance. Around the time of their disappearance, the couple had been dealing with financial issues. Since 2003, the Jamesons had been on disability after Bobby was involved in a serious
Yeah, I've
car
seen this one.
accident
They all
that
went
led to
missing,
severe
chat.
chronic back pain. His wife Sherilyn had her own health issues. She had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but sometimes refused to take her medication. In 2009, the family decided to drive up to check out a 40-acre plot of land in Red Oaks, Oklahoma, about 30 miles away from their home in Eufaula. They specifically asked to inspect the plot of land without a real estate agent present.
You look like an orange, buddy. What kind of elementary insult is that?
The Jamesons
You look like an orange. Buddy, grow up.
Jamesons had told their friends and family that they were planning on moving there to start a new life after pulling their 6-year-old daughter Madison out of kindergarten over some kind of disagreement with their daughter's school. During the week they drove up to Red Oaks, nobody heard from the family. Because they were an unusually private family that often went off the grid without contacting anybody for weeks at a time, nobody assumed that the Jamesons had disappeared. But after a pair of hunters discovered the family's truck abandoned on a dirt road at the edge of the woods 9 days after they were last seen,
I remember seeing this picture!
That something was wrong. Inside the truck, police found a GPS, cell phones, empty pill bottles, wallets, and $32,000 in cash, which was extremely strange considering the Jamesons had been struggling.
What you think they did with that $32,000 in cash they found?
Financially. Disturbingly, the Jamesons' dog was found alive in the truck, dehydrated and starving after spending days in the locked vehicle. Police also reported that they found a chilling 11-page angry letter from Sherilyn to Bobby, in which she accused him of hating his daughter and being a loner and a hermit. According to a specific police report, there was a haunting sentence in the letter that read, "I would not wish my daughter to be raised in foster care because of you being in prison for attempted murder and her mother dead." At this point, it was impossible for anyone to know what had happened to the Jamesons. But immediately after it was determined that the family was missing, police started a search around the area where the truck was found. For 9 months, a search team consisted
9 months, nothing.
of 400 volunteers, 16 search dogs, unmanned drones, planes, horses, and a specialized search unit scoured the woods in search of the missing family. During this time, police found unsettling footage recorded by the family's home security cameras from the day the Jamesons vanished. In the video, Bobby and Sherilyn can be seen loading their truck in preparation for the trip.
Yeah. Yo!
My name is Cecilia.
Man, come
I'm a
on.
mom of 2 girls, a psychologist, and I choose to transform my PBC treatment journey with
But something immediately seems off about the footage. The couple make over 20 trips to load the truck, sometimes putting things in the truck and then taking those same things back to the house, then back to the truck again. A few times, the husband and wife even walked from the truck to the house and back again without carrying anything in their hands. Strangely, the couple changed clothes several times throughout the video, and it's hard to tell exactly with the low frame rate of the footage, but they seem to not interact with each other a single time.
But all you sympathists talking about YouTube Premium. I want YouTube Premium! I like getting ads in the middle of a video. It's part of the experience. I don't need no YouTube Premium.
Psychologist that was called in to review the footage immediately attributed the couple's bizarre trance-like movements and strange behavior to illegal drug use. Bobby had a history of drug use, but it was never confirmed whether the couple was under the influence of drugs during the video. After looking deeper into the Jamesons' lives, police were only left with more questions. A pastor close to the family mentioned that shortly before their disappearance, Bobby had told him that there were spirits living on the roof of his house, and he had even requested that an exorcism be performed at his home multiple times.
Exorcism?
Bobby Jameson also owned a copy of the Satanic Bible, which he had been reading before his disappearance to try and find a way to make the spirits leave his house. Friends and family members have also mentioned that they believe the house was haunted, and many of them reported having paranormal experiences and feeling an overwhelmingly dark presence whenever they visited the house. Despite the validity of these claims, it is known that Sherilyn Jameson was involved in a kind of witchcraft. She frequently held seances at her house and often spoke about her supposed paranormal experiences.
Seances?
Sherilyn owned cats, and after they died, she suspected that her neighbors had poisoned them, so she spray painted the words, "Witches do not like it when their cats are killed," on a large metal storage container on the Jamesons' property. The mystery around the case continued to grow, but it wasn't until November 2013, 4 years after the Jamesons' disappearance, that 2 deer hunters stumbled upon the skeletal remains of 2 adults and a small child, about 3 miles from where the family's truck had been found 4 years earlier.
They gone, Chad, they gone.
Because the bones were heavily decomposed, it wasn't until 8 months later that forensic investigators were finally able to confirm that the skeletons belonged to the Jameson family. Due to the state of the skeletal remains, the cause of death couldn't be determined. With so many disturbing events and unsettling circumstances leading to the family's disappearance, many theories about what had happened to the Jamesons began to surface. Police began by investigating Bobby Jameson's father in connection with the murders. Less than 6 months before the family's disappearance, Bobby had sued his father for $10,000 for making him work unpaid at his gas station, promising him that he'd give his son a stake in the business in the future. After his father sold the gas station and refused to pay him, Bobby started a
Somebody say
lawsuit
Elvis. He does look like Elvis. I'm not gonna lie. It's giving a little bit of Elvis action.
against his father. But things took a dark turn, and Bobby had to get a restraining order after his father threatened to kill him and his family multiple times. Even though Bobby's father was a known meth user and was involved in criminal activity, police concluded that he was not involved in the family's death. One popular theory is that, considering Bobby Jameson's drug use and the unexplained $32,000 found in the family's car, it's possible that the Jamesons were involved in the drug trade and were killed in a drug deal gone wrong.
No, I don't know about that.
Where the bodies were found in is notorious for drug activity, but no solid evidence has been found to support this theory. Police found a small hole on the back of Bobby's head, but forensic experts believe that it was too small to be a bullet hole, and that it was most likely caused by animals after his death.
Oh, yeah.
Other people have speculated that the Jamesons could have been involved in a cult. The strange symbols and cryptic writing that was found on the family book seem to support this idea, and Sherilyn's own mother claimed that her daughter was on a cult's hit list for some unknown reason.
What?
Although there has been cult activity in eastern Oklahoma since the 90s, their presence has decreased over the years, and it was never confirmed
Chad,
that
imagine you was on a cult hit list.
Jamesons had any involvement with a cult. Because of the hate letter found in the truck and the couple's history of mental illness and drug use.
Somebody just said I am. What did you do?
People think that either Bobby or Sherilyn could have murdered their family before themselves. With no evidence at the scene to support any of these theories, the case has remained unsolved for 14 years. Police and investigators are still searching for new evidence, but there are currently no suspects for the disappearance and murder of the Jameson family.
R.I.P. though.
On the evening of Wednesday, July 29, 2015, Stephen Mackerel went out with his brother and some friends to Lucky's Tavern, a popular bar in downtown Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Y'all ever been there, chat?
Stephen's brother left the bar at 11 p.m. to go to work the next morning. When he noticed Stephen was intoxicated, he told his brother to go home and drive safely. But the night was still young, and at around 1:30 a.m., Stephen and his friends left the bar and agreed to meet in the parking lot of a nearby Walgreens to plan their next
Walgreens!
Stephen never made it to the Walgreens, and his friends never saw him again. Stephen lived with his parents and worked as a professional poker dealer at a casino in Hollandale Beach near Fort Lauderdale. When he didn't come home the next day and didn't show up for work the day after that, his family knew something was wrong. Police reported that there were several surveillance systems in the area where Stephen was last seen, but they said it might take weeks before they could gather the relevant footage. In the meantime, investigators interviewed the friends and family members who had last seen Stephen. Thinking that he might have gotten into an accident due to his intoxicated state, police conducted searches in many different lakes and ponds, but nothing important was found. The search became even more complicated when investigators learned that Stephen's phone battery had died at the bar. Because the phone was never turned on after that night, it was impossible for police to use the phone to locate Stephen. At the time of his disappearance, Stephen was 25 and had a 1-year-old daughter and a long-term girlfriend he had plans to marry. And his friends and family claimed that he was not the type of person who would voluntarily walk out of his life and just vanish with no explanation. Unfortunately, some of the footage that was found during the investigation suggests that Stephen's disappearance was not at all his choice. 2 weeks after he was last seen, police discovered that Stephen had used his credit card at a gas station in Pompano Beach about an hour after
somebody killed him and stole his credit card, bro.
he left the bar. It was about a 15-mile drive from the bar to the gas station, and nobody understood why Stephen had even taken that detour in the first place. The surveillance footage from inside the gas station shows Stephen entering the store at 2:26 a.m., appearing to be intoxicated as he stumbles around the store, shopping for snacks. His behavior doesn't seem to bother the store owner.
Wait, what?
And less than a minute later, he walks to the counter to pay for the snacks with his credit card. For a few minutes after that, Stephen had a casual conversation with 2 young women who were inside the gas station, but this happened out of the camera's view. Nearly a week after the initial footage was revealed, police obtained additional footage of Stephen that completely changed the course of the investigation.
What?
The CCTV footage shows Stephen standing next to his 2013 white Ford Fusion in the parking lot. He seems to get into some sort of altercation with the driver of an unidentified silver sedan, and as the silver car pulls away, Stephen takes a step back and throws what appears to be his drink at the driver.
GG, there it is, bro. They came back and killed him.
He gestures with his hands at the driver as he gets into his vehicle, and 3 minutes later, the silver car circles back into the gas station, this time pulling right behind Stephen's car. The driver's intentions are unknown, but as soon as Stephen pulled right,
they circled back and pulled up behind him when he was leaving.
The driver's intentions are unknown, but as soon as Steven pulls away in his Ford, the silver sedan speeds after him. This was the last
There it is. There it is, bruh.
Time Steven was seen alive. All police knew about the driver was that he was an African-American man who had walked shirtless into the gas station store a few minutes before the incident, but was never identified. For 8 years, Fort Lauderdale police have been searching for Steven's car. His license plate was never
They
stamped
never
by
even
any
found the
license
car!
providers, indicating that he never left the Fort Lauderdale area. Search teams have combed through over 20 bodies of water looking for the car, but nothing has ever been found. Disturbingly, during the searches, almost 20 other vehicles have turned up in nearby lakes, ponds, and canals, including stolen vehicles with bullet holes, but nothing relating to Steven's disappearance, not even a clue. As of 2023, detectives and investigators still have no idea if Steven was involved in an accident, or if he became the victim of something much more sinister.
Well, I think judging from that CCTV footage at that gas station, we know exactly what happened. He got killed, bruh. He was outside. He got into a fight with somebody. They tried to take off driving. He threw a big gulp at their car. Busted, hit the car. He got like Mr. Pibb all over the car. They said, nah, I ain't going for that. Circled back in the gas station, got behind him. He tried to leave. They followed him out to a secluded area. They killed him, and they did something with his car, bruh. R.I.P. See, Chad, that's why when something happens and you get into an altercation with somebody you don't know, bro, you can't do nothing, bro. You can't. You gotta let it go because you never know. You get into a fight with the wrong person, bro, they kill you, bro. Like if you road raging or something, as much as you want to get out and do something, you can't do it, bro, because all it takes is it's the wrong person. They don't care about going to jail. Just shoot you or something. That's why you got to play it safe, bro. You can't, you just got to take it on, you got to turn the other cheek on them, bro. No joke.
In September of 2017, the owners of a home near Las Vegas would begin to notice suspicious charges to their credit cards. Upon further inspection, they would confirm that they 100% did not make these purchases. Now, the couple did lose a purse containing multiple cards a few days prior.
Chili's don't
just
count.
assumed
You
they
can't count
misplaced it
Chili's.
somewhere around the house. Obviously, now seeing recent activity on the cards, they realized this was not the case. At some point, the purse had to have been stolen. They began reviewing home security camera footage to pinpoint when exactly they left the house with the purse and unknowingly didn't come back with it.
Chat, let it go,
But
bro.
oddly, they would find that at no point did they return home without the purse.
Chat, let
This
it
would cause
go,
them to take
bro.
a deeper look at the footage, practically analyzing everything hour by hour. And after a while, this was the footage they were met with.
Bro. He was kind of smooth with it. I'm not gonna lie. Wouldn't he be mad? You can have my purse, sir. You know what? W mans for not doing nothing to the cat. Not gonna lie, W mans.
And would enter the house by climbing a back wall to get into the backyard, and from there simply walk through the back door to the house, which was unknowingly left unlocked by the homeowners. They would then silently creep into the kitchen and steal multiple valuables, one of which was the purse.
This is one of those thieves that have good morals, if that makes any sense.
Disturbing, though, is the fact that not only were the homeowners in the house while this took place, but they were sleeping on their living room couch only a few feet away. And judging by the way the two men were walking around the kitchen, it's clear they were aware of this. Would the homeowners have woken up during this? And it's possible things could have ended a lot worse than just a few stolen items.
I don't think they would have done
The
nothing.
two responsible for the burglary have yet to be identified by police.
Oh, we knew that, Mr. Chilling Scares. Yo, Mr. Chilling Scares, not gonna lie, you might as well not even say that no more, because we can assume that they never got identified. We know that. Nobody ever gets identified. You're more likely to be a cowboy in the 1850s and shoot somebody and get caught in 2025 when you're caught on security camera footage.
Jerome Kennedy and his wife were homeowners in Pittsburgh. They were your everyday average family. However, in July of 2017, the couple would start to hear strange noises coming from their attic during the night, like enough to wake them up. At first, they would ignore it. But over the next couple of nights, in addition to the noises, they would now also see a light shining in through a pipe.
What?
This would push Jerome to call the police. He believed his neighbor, who he shared an adjoining wall with, was responsible. But when police went over to question his neighbor, he would deny everything. And because Jerome didn't have any proof, police couldn't really do anything. But still believing his neighbor was responsible, Jerome would manually set up a camera in his attic to get proof.
I fear that Jerome is a genius.
Or at the very least, to see what was actually happening. That night, Jerome and his wife would not wake up to any noises, but Jerome would decide to review the footage anyway. And this is the sight he was met with.
Oh my goodness. You disgusting.
Jerome's suspicions were correct. His neighbor, Robert Havrilla, can be seen crawling around the attic with a power drill. Seeing this, Jerome would once again call the police. Now that he had video evidence to show them, his neighbor Robert would promptly be arrested. It was later discovered that Robert had made a removable wall to gain access to their attic. And under the attic, multiple holes were found drilled into the shared brick wall between the two houses. This evidence, along with the disturbing footage itself, would ultimately get Robert Havrilla charged with stalking.
Would he get 6 months?
And trespassing.
Oh, we don't get to know? Okay, he probably got...
Earn up to 10
he got
points on
community
travel,
service or
because
something.
you never know where life will take you.
On a day in October of 2021, a mother named Keen Winchester and her 2-year-old son were home alone.
Winchester? You gonna break into somebody with the last name Winchester's house? Hey, GG, buddy, we'll call it a coroner.
The day started out like usual, but later on this would change. She would begin to hear banging on her front door, followed by a male voice.
Yeah, I'm gonna go rob somebody's house. What's their name? Oh, their last name's Winchester. I bet his partner was like, what?
For help. Naturally, she would go up to her front door to see who it was, but she didn't recognize the man, so she decided to ignore it. Over time, the banging and yelling would only grow louder. It got to the point where it was clear the man was no longer simply trying to get the homeowner's attention, rather he was genuinely trying to break into the house. In response, the mother would grab her 2-year-old son and
he never got in though.
barricade themselves in an upstairs bathroom. Horrifyingly, while they were hiding, they would begin to hear actual glass shattering.
Oh,
the man had broken into the house, all of which was captured by one of the home's security cameras. The man was able to use a piece of firewood to shatter one of the windows. From there, he would dive headfirst into the house. As soon as she heard shattering glass, the mother would desperately call the police, explaining the situation she was now in. It would take the police a total of 10 minutes to respond. During that time, however, the intruder was unable to locate where the mother and her 2-year-old son were hiding.
Yeah, probably because he landed on all the glass and was just bleeding laying on the floor from that.
When the police finally did arrive, the man would be arrested and later hospitalized for cuts he received while climbing through the window.
Yep!
Finally did arrive, the man would be arrested and later hospitalized for cuts he received while climbing through the window.
If you ain't never broke a window in real life and tried to climb through it, it ain't like a movie. You don't just break a window or jump through a window. If you break a window and you climb through it, odds are you are going to get sliced up at best. At best, you're going to get sliced up. Odds are you might cut like a jugular or something and bleed out. I would rather do almost anything than break a window and have to climb through it, not going to lie.
It's still unclear why the man did it. He had no connections with any of the homeowners. Police believe this was the result of him being under the influence of something, but what exactly is never made clear.
Granddaddy
it's also not clear what he would have done had he actually found the mother and her 2-year-old son. Way back in November of 2009, a man named Joe Cummings...
Oh, classic! Oh my goodness, classic! Oh my... Dude, I instantaneously recognize the layout of this house. Classic! Everybody in the world's seeing this. When you're first born, the doctors put this on the TV when you're born. Everybody that's ever lived has seen this video. I'm talking going back thousands of years ago. Everybody's seen this video. Literally everybody. Classic.
Way back in November of 2009, a man named Joe Cummings lived in a small New York apartment. He would suddenly start to notice food disappearing from his fridge and pantry that he knew for a fact he himself was not eating.
Yep.
After this went on for a while, he finally confronted his girlfriend about it. But oddly, she would deny eating any of his food. Not believing her, Joe
Oh, you are. I don't remember how toxic you were, sir. Hey, honey, you eating my snacks? No. Yeah, you are. Sets up a camera in the middle of the night. Hello? Is it that serious?
eating. After this went on for a while, he finally confronted his girlfriend about
Kaiser
it.
with the 5, thank you.
But oddly, she would deny eating any of his food. Not believing her, Joe decided to set up a camera overnight so that he could catch her in the act and confront her with the evidence.
Wow,
However,
Joe.
when Joe woke
I
up
hope
the next
she
morning
left
and
you.
reviewed the footage, he would be met with
2000, I promise you there ain't no way Joe and his girlfriend still together.
pretty horrifying.
Buddy, what kind of snacks you got? Yep, he came out from up there. He was staying up there. Look at him. Yep. Not him, my bad. You know what? You know what? Joe deserved getting your snacks taken like this.
An unknown woman who was not Joe's girlfriend can be seen climbing down from what Joe claims is a storage area in his apartment.
Knowing Joe, he still probably tried to claim this as girlfriend. Old Joe.
Connection to any outside ventilation or anything of the like. She would then walk over to the fridge and pantry and begin eating different foods, drinking milk, etc. That's when Joe would actually come out of his bedroom, forcing the woman to quickly find a hiding spot.
Y'all remember there was one point in this video she was watching TV too. Just spoiled it for you.
Once Joe went back, she can be seen gathering up some more food before retreating back into the storage area.
She was so brave, she even was watching TV in this dude's house. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yo, growing up kind of sucks. This video fake. Yo, I wish I'd have never seen this again. Now that I'm grown and I'm watching this back, I'm like, wait a minute, this fake. Wow. Wow.
When Joe reviewed the footage the next morning, he immediately called the police. When the police arrived, they would take the woman out of the storage area and arrest her. It's unknown how she got in the apartment, but because he's on the top floor of his apartment building, Joe believed she could have gotten in through a fire escape, which was located on the ceiling.
Lord have mercy, Joe was right the whole time. That is his girlfriend.
Police would guess that the woman had been living in the storage area for a couple of weeks, with plans to eventually rob Joe. But whether or not these were actually her motives would never be confirmed.
Is this fake? –
In 2016, a couple of homeowners in Australia would notice a strange man on their home security cameras walking around their property.
Australian, you robbing somebody's house? You should be hunkering down for the night, shielding off spiders. How do you have time to rob somebody in Australia? I'd be too busy running from spiders the whole time. Like, hello?
At first, it was assumed it was someone they knew stopping by. But this theory was quickly discarded when the man began to crouch down and creep around the property, clearly as if he knew he wasn't supposed to be there. At one point, he can even be seen hiding behind a parked truck so that a passing car wouldn't be able to spot him.
He's doing a good job.
This would of course be a shocking discovery for the homeowners, and it made them question whether this was the first time the man had creeped around their property. In fact, the homeowners would actually go back and check previous footage to see if they could find any other occurrences. It turns out they would find another. It happened a few days prior.
No way.
This time, the man was looking in through a back door of the house with a flashlight.
What you doing? This when a big giant, banana-eating spider comes out and drags him into the woods and puts him in a cocoon and marinates him for 4 days and then eats him.
What exactly this man is doing, or what he had planned, is unknown. The homeowners would notify the police about the situation, but they couldn't identify the man, so there wasn't really much they could do.
Oh, we knew that.
At least according to what's been documented, the man would not be seen on the property again.
Oh yeah, we knew that though. Yeah, no, we knew that.
This footage was taken in New Jersey. A mother and her 2 daughters were home alone at night. The home they lived in was 2 stories. The 3 of them were all upstairs. That's when the mother would begin to hear strange noises coming from downstairs. No one was supposed to be down there, so a little concerned, the mother would check the home security cameras on her phone. This is the sight she was met with.
Bruh.
A man who she'd never seen before could quite clearly be seen walking around the first floor of her house. Right when she saw this, she would silently barricade herself and her 2 daughters in an upstairs bathroom. Then she would call the police.
Smart.
However, the police would take a while to respond, leaving her and her 2 daughters to basically just sit there watching this man through the house's security cameras, praying he wouldn't come upstairs.
How long did it take him? This dude is the worst thief ever. It took him 35 minutes to search 1 square foot of the house.
Fortunately, the man would not end up going upstairs. In fact, when the police finally did arrive, the man was gone. Though his
This dude
intents
literally
were
robs houses like you're playing like a single player game, checking every room, searching for like every extra and treasure you can find before you leave.
clear. He had left with multiple valuables. At one point in the video, you can even see him carrying the homeowner's purse. But as far as if he had gone upstairs and found the homeowners, there's no way to tell what he would have done. Had this happened, and things could have easily gone a lot worse. Police aren't sure if the man was armed, and ultimately, they would be unsuccessful in identifying him.
Well, yeah, of course he's armed. I see him right there. 6 most disturbing things caught on home security camera footage. You know what I mean?
In 2015, a couple in San Jose, California were the victims of a home invasion. The intruders were never identified. The police recommended the two invest in some home security cameras to protect against future break-ins. And so
They got money though. Look at this little outdoor area right here.
did. They set up a total of 6 different cameras around their house.
They got bread.
Then, on May 8th of that same year, these cameras would capture a second break-in. 2 men wearing black clothes climb a fence into the backyard, where they're shown finding an unlocked sliding glass door.
Door just unlocked.
They walk inside and immediately go into the kitchen. One of them is seen disconnecting a phone setting on the counter. They proceed to search the kitchen, opening different cabinets and drawers. From this, they find kitchen knives, which they take with them to arm themselves.
Why?
Caught on a
Imagine getting stabbed by your own kitchen knife.
camera, they're next seen running upstairs, kitchen knives in hand.
Imagine stabbing somebody in general. You know what I mean? Like, how you gonna stab somebody?
As they're searching the rooms upstairs, one of the men comes across a locked door. It was the door to the master bedroom. He puts his ear to the door and hears a baby crying. Inside the room was a family friend named Rosie and the two homeowners' child. Rosie was babysitting for them when the intruders entered the home. Hearing the crying, the man alerted his partner that people were inside. Instead of getting spooked and leaving, the men go up to the door and aggressively start kicking it.
Are you shoot him?
They hit it with such force that they managed to kick a hole in it. They then thrust knives through the hole. Rosie took the couple's child and retreated to the bathroom, locking that door as well.
Please tell me they're dead.
She
Not the
screamed
people
out
in the room, but these two people.
that she called the police. This would work. The men finally started running away before they could fully break into the bedroom. Police reviewed all of the footage, but were never able to identify the men. Their true motives remain unknown.
Oh, we can tell what they're true. Man.
It's hard to believe they were only trying to rob the place, seeing that they disconnected the phones and felt the need to arm themselves with kitchen knives. They also didn't immediately leave upon finding people inside. Instead, they tried breaking down a door to get to them. This is the footage from a home security camera in Vacaville, California.
Doc's license plate ain't blurred out.
It was April when this footage was taken, and during that time of year, it's common to see a lot of activity in the form of kids walking home from school each afternoon. On this day, at some point, a girl with a backpack on is shown walking into frame. She was walking home from school like everyone else. However, she had been being followed for several blocks by a man in a dark-colored Pontiac. She noticed this, and so she used a large truck parked on the side of the road to hide.
Bro. Bro.
She abruptly stops walking while she's out of view of the Pontiac. The driver stops, expecting her to come back into view. When she doesn't, he stalls there for a while before slowly driving off. The girl is left standing there, unsure of what to do next.
Like, what you doing?
Eventually, she sees the car coming back and decides to stay put behind the truck.
Yo, W survival. This dude came back around. Yo, W survival skills though, bro.
The Pontiac drives by and then reverses to try and talk to the girl.
Dude.
But she continually repositions herself out of view. Finally, he drives off again and the girl makes a run for it.
Bro.
After receiving multiple tips about the driver and his car, the police started an investigation. A 24-year-old man was identified as the driver. He was interviewed, but not arrested. He technically hadn't committed any crime, and therefore police couldn't really do anything. The 24-year-old man was identified as the driver. He was interviewed, but not arrested. He technically hadn't committed any crime, and therefore police couldn't really do anything. Whether or not the man was actually planning something that day is unknown.
Not only would have this dude been arrested, he'd have been beheaded in public.
Ali Porath is a mother of two
That is unbelievable.
daughters, one 13 years old and one 3 years old. On the night of February 20th, 2022, the three of them went shopping together. Their home security camera would show them returning home. They're seen walking inside and closing the door behind them. Shortly after, a man walks into frame from around their parked truck. The very first thing he does is try to open the door.
Okay, so yeah, you need to start shooting. If the first thing they do is try to open the door and not knock, you gotta start blasting.
Who are you talking to?
You leave no question.
Why?
You shoot first, ask questions later if somebody's trying to get in your house.
Why?
After knocking a few times, the man walks away. However, they later found out through a neighbor's camera that for the next 5 minutes he walks around the house on his phone.
What's up with the shoe action?
Ali further reviewed the videos and found that it appears the man had been following them in his car all the way from the store.
What?
A few seconds after they park in the driveway, his car drives a bit further and parks a few houses down. After a few more seconds, he gets out and starts walking towards them. Thankfully, they were able to get everything inside and the door locked before he got there.
Yo,
Ali
Mr.
ended by
Coffin
writing,
with the 10, thank you.
I don't know what this man's intentions were, but I don't think it was to rob us. I do believe that this was random and that we are not specifically targeted, but that he saw an opportunity when he saw a woman and 2 girls go into a house alone.
Man.
Police were alerted, and they did search the area, but the man in the video was never found.
Lord have mercy!
In October of 2016, a family in Florida noticed multiple things missing from inside their home. The night before, everything was there, but when they woke up, stuff was missing.
How you be caught on camera? Plain as day. Plain as day, and you wasn't never found, bruh.
To figure out where it went, they reviewed their home security cameras. At 1:30 in the morning, this is what the cameras captured.
Dude, there's literally somebody sleeping on the couch, bruh. There's somebody sleeping on the couch in the bottom right, too. There's no way you're brave enough to do this with people literally sleeping less than a foot away from you. There's no way.
A man walks around the house while 3 children are sleeping on couches only feet away from him. He walks around them looking for valuables and hands what he finds to another man standing just outside, this one armed.
Dude.
The family immediately called the police upon seeing the footage. Police opened an investigation, but never found the 2 men in the video. Police believe that had anyone in the house woken up during the break-in, they likely would have been shot.
Man. We can just assume that they was never identified every time we see one of these, chat. No joke. Every time we see one of these, we might as well just assume they got away with it. Just assume it.
A woman in Hudson, Wisconsin opened her blinds one morning and noticed something in the snow outside her window. She went outside and realized she was looking at footprints. The prints walked right up to her bedroom window and then back the way they came. Worried someone deliberately looked inside her window, the woman set up a security camera outside pointed towards her window. A few nights later, the camera recorded the man who made the footprints coming back.
Dude, this reminds you of the Hinterkaifeck. Y'all ever heard of the Hinterkaifeck action? Where that dude found them footsteps in the snow leading to his house and he didn't see no footsteps leading away. Next day, whole family was killed. With an axe or something. Not an axe, but like a big old, like, tool. Y'all ever heard of the Viscilla axe murder house too? Somebody just walked in their house, killed all of them with an axe, dead. Bro, how you gonna walk in somebody's house, kill everybody in there with an axe? Oh man, there's an axe right here. I'm gonna walk in his house, kill everybody. Like, what you mean, bruh? What you mean you about to walk in here and kill his whole family with an axe? Like, it makes you wonder if somebody would have ran into somebody like that. Be like, hey, bro, what you about to do? Oh, I'm about to walk in here and kill this whole family with this axe I just found. And if they was like, bro, you shouldn't do that, you think they'd be like, well, you know what? You right. I ain't gonna do it. Play the video. I'll cut the video off!
A man is shown clearly peering in the window. Police were alerted and shown the video. After doing some digging, they were able to trace the vehicle leaving the scene to a man named Robert Cessna.
Oh my goodness, they caught one!
A reputable executive for the company 3M. According to his
it must not be that reputable because I ain't never heard of it.
LinkedIn profile, Robert Cessna is a global key account vice president at 3M.
He ain't nothing.
He shows similarities to the man in the video. Robert was contacted by police, but denied it was him. Police then interviewed several neighborhood witnesses, and along with other evidence were able to confirm that he was lying. He was the man in the video. Robert Cessna was ultimately charged with felony stalking and later fired from his executive position.
So this dude gets felony stalking, and the guy that rode by that little girl multiple times while she was walking home from school technically didn't commit a crime? Like, what you talking about, bruh? Oh, 3M. Oh, yeah, you right. Never mind. Yeah, I have heard of him. My fault. Yeah, my bad.
Margaret Woodward was a 68-year-old living in Long Eaton, a town in England. Throughout the year 2013, her home had been the target of multiple break-ins.
Man, this an old lady with a scooter, and you go, man.
A total of 5 had occurred, and so she finally took the advice.
There ain't no way you taking the stuff off her scooter on top of it. Oh, buddy. Oh.
On home security cameras. Caught on the cameras, a 6th break-in occurs around 1 in the morning. A man is seen silently walking around while Margaret is sleeping in her living room.
Her name's Margaret, too. There ain't no way you stealing something from old lady Margaret. You disgusting. You disgusting.
Father will wake up right away if you want to see him.
Did he have a moment of clarity? Are we witnessing a moment of clarity?
Your choice. Look, we both know your father screwed up, but he hid the truth because it didn't hurt.
No moment of clarity. He's still looking for stuff.
Wes, I just need you to get him on the phone. He'll take your call. You guys have been friends since law school. As a friend, I would have to advise you.
He's already done 35 years.
I'm not. The governor pardons Mullen accident.
Now you're cooked!
So the upstate DA and the warden get what they want?
The man is able to take multiple belongings, all while Margaret has no idea.
Unreal.
She doesn't wake up until he sets off an alarm. She then gets out of her chair and chases him with a cane. Using the footage, police were finally able to identify them.
Oh, Margaret's about that business, buddy! Hey!
And
don't hurt him, Miss Margaret!
Patrick Reed, and was responsible for all 6 break-ins. He stole a total of around $1,000 from Margaret.
Hey, you lucky you got out of there before Margaret got a hold of you.
Reed was sentenced to 4 years and 8 months in prison.
Hey, she would have tied him up to the railroad tracks and ran him over with that scooter about 50 times. He's lucky Margaret didn't get a hold of him. She was about that business for real, bruh. No joke. Did we see that one? Yeah, that's the one we seen. Ooh.
But I eat healthy. But I want.
Chat, every time we watch one of these, bro, it makes me lose faith in humanity, bro. I'm for real. Like, I'm for real, bro. Like, why? That's why you go somewhere, bro. You gotta keep, if you can't carry a blicky on you, carry some pepper spray, carry a knife. You gotta have something on you, bro. No joke. Keep something. You gotta keep something. If you can't do no blicky action, you keep you a big old jug of pepper spray, or like a little, or like a, not a little knife, like a knife for real, because you never know who's gonna try to run up on you, bro. A jug of pepper spray? Yeah, they make them big ones. The big ones with the squirt cap on it. Yeah, like that bear spray action. Somebody run up on you. Hey, how you doing? Sprayed. I ain't taking no chances.
In this first video, an avid cave explorer on YouTube known by the channel name Exploring Abandoned Mines and Unusual Places is exploring
that
an
is a great name for a YouTube channel.
In mind for the simple purpose of reviewing a flashlight.
Oh, how old is this Chilling Scares video? He sounds, wow, 4 years. Yeah, he sounds different.
During the video, you can hear as the explorer goes into detail about the flashlight and demonstrates its use in the mine he's exploring.
He's doing a hashtag ad for a flashlight in the middle of a cave.
However, while talking to the camera about both the mine and the flashlight he's reviewing, the explorer hears what he first thinks to be wind blowing through the mine. Though many believe the audio sounds like a very disturbing whispering or talking sound.
Huh?
Okay, this is a review and demonstration
Ain't nobody buying
the Through Night TN12 handheld flashlight that you see here. Okay, that's the portal to the Waldeck mine. I'm inside. The wind has kind of died down a little bit, and it's not raining, so I managed to stay dry.
I think you've went far enough. The flashlight looks like it's doing a pretty good job.
Of course, I'm inside this little alcove, kind of. But anyway, you come down this little incline path.
You come down this little path? You talk about me? I know you ain't talking. What you mean, you? No.
And then big boulders here you have to climb over, and then the tunnel's right behind me, this way. So let's check it out. Let's get in here. And like I said, this light has 5 levels. I believe it's on medium right now, which is level 3. So this would be high, and this would be turbo, which is Through Night TN12 handheld flashlight.
Yep, that's going in the cart.
Medium seems to be the best one.
Do you see the amount of light that little flashlight gives off?
Not too bright, not too dim. And then you can see how big these timbers are. That's about almost a foot in diameter.
It's going down.
Timber, so
I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance.
You can see right here.
Let's make a night. You won't remember. I'll be the one.
Do you hear that?
You won't for. My fault. My bad. My bad. He said timber. I had to.
All of this rock. You can see right here where some of these boards are bending.
I did just hear some whisper action. Y'all heard that?
Do you hear that? Sounds like
oh, fake video.
What is that, wind? Can you? I don't know if you can hear that on the camera.
The moment it went to the direction of paranormal, it's fake. Now, if you see the butt naked dude run around a corner with a club, I'd be like, oh, whoa.
It stopped. Well, I don't know what that is. That doesn't sound like wind, but That's crazy. Don't know if that's a bird or I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like snakes.
Wait, is he for real?
Wow. I've heard some weird stuff in mines, but that is definitely creepy. I don't know what that is.
There's no way.
So let's get out of here and head back out to the portal. That was weird.
Roku Ads Manager puts Roku's reach within your reach.
Y'all think that's
Sign
real?
up at ads.roku.com.
Are you tired of uncomfortable bras that
Y'all think that's
dig,
real?
poke, and just don't fit right? Well, you deserve.
These next two videos come from the same exploring YouTube channel shown earlier.
I think I've seen this specific video before when I was a kid. I don't remember though.
This time, however, the explorer visits an abandoned, supposedly haunted mine in Nevada known as Horton Mine. The first time he visits, he claims to feel negative energy coming from the mine, and what he witnesses goes to support his claim.
I mean, I'd feel that too,
However,
looking at
with
that.
the popularity of the first visit, the YouTuber decides to visit the abandoned mine a second time, this time hearing something very disturbing. Here are both of those visits to the mine.
This the video when the chain starts swinging, ain't it?
Okay, here's a lower adit at the Victorine mine. I believe this was an older mine that once they dug the upper tunnels, this got incorporated into the same claim or whatever. Okay, we can go in here and just take a quick look. I don't think I'm going to explore this particular mine. There's a little bit too much water in here, and I know this mine is really old, but...
You're old! Don't talk about that mine like that!
I do see other footprints here in the mud, but I just don't think it's wise to go in here when there's water. Try to avoid this if I can. Yeah, this looks pretty sketchy. I'll go a few feet further in and check it out, but I think I'm going to pass on this.
Bro, there's going to be
this
some...
This is one of the creepiest mine tunnels I've ever been in, just because of how dilapidated it is and all these chains hanging down from the overhead, and there's a shot looking down the tunnel.
Bro!
Here's a shot looking back towards the entrance. I'm a little bit further in, and
Bro said this is about as far as I'm gonna go. Next shot, he's 200 feet deep looking at the exit.
Looking down the tunnel here.
Look at that chain!
I don't know why that one chain is swinging back there.
Because it wants to? Hello?
Don't know if you can see that in the video or not. Yeah, this mine definitely has a very spooky vibe to it. So I'm going to head back out and check out the other stuff that's here. This is just too wet and too muddy.
You saw.
Obviously, something is making the chains.
I like how the thing stopping him from going farther in here is that it's too wet and too muddy. Like, okay, bud.
Swing. So, time to get the hell out of here.
Yo, Lid with the 5 and Taco with the 5, thank you.
Okay, the Horton mine still has some water coming out of it. You can see it kind of pooled up here outside, and here's the portal.
Have you ever heard of still water? Yeah, that's them brain-eating amoebas.
So, let's go check this out. See if it's any drier than it was a year ago when I was last here. Okay, I'm further in than I was a year ago. And that's how far I've come.
Why?
Okay, here's a final parting
Scotty
shot
with the
at end
5.
of the Horton Tunnel. And there's the ore pass with all the cascading water. And what the f is that?
That's a radio or something.
I don't know what that was, but there was a sudden blast of cold air, and
see, now you're just lying.
I'm getting out of here.
I don't like liars.
A man named Clem Schultz and his wife lived in Fairdale.
Oh my goodness, I know this video. This is that dude. Yo, this is that dude that didn't refuse to go to the basement. He said, forget it. I'm going to sit here and film this tornado killing me. Y'all remember this video? This dude literally filmed this tornado and until it got, he didn't even go to the base. He filmed it all the way till it got to his house.
During one of the most destructive tornadoes in the history of Fairdale. During the storm, Clem took a video from the top floor of his house as he saw the giant tornado get closer.
Bro, on the top floor.
Clem thought the tornado would miss his house, when in fact it was coming directly towards him, all while he was still recording. Unfortunately, Clem's wife would pass away because of the intensity of the tornado.
R.I.P. to his wife, bro.
While Clem would receive a terrible spine injury. The phone he took the video on was later discovered in the rubble of his home, and this is what the video was able to capture.
Like, at some point, it's got to register, like, oh. Like, wait a minute. I'm in danger here. Maybe I need to go to the basement. And I feel like I would be at that point right here. As soon as that light goes out, gone. He's still filming.
This next video
He didn't die either.
shows a man exploring the Paris catacombs, which is a place very well
Classic video.
known for causing people to get lost. They are essentially the most complex series of tunnels in the world.
Classic.
Definitely not somewhere you'd want to find yourself exploring without experience. The video shows this man getting lost and going into a full panic run as he doesn't know where to go to get out.
You know what's crazy, chat? They never disproved this video right here. I think this video is actually real, which is the craziest part. Like, some dude actually went into the Paris catacombs by himself, ran around, got lost, went crazy, and was never seen again.
Was never found, but his camera later was, with no trace of the guy.
It's very bizarre. These arrows point in a direction.
So how'd they get the video? You just blow in from Stupid Town, bud? Somebody else went in later and found it.
Occasionally also, he stops to photograph.
Bro thinks he fell into a black hole or something and it was unrecoverable. You're banned. Gracie with the 5, thank you.
Bones, which means that he's very, very deep inside the catacombs. So basically, he's filming what he's seeing very deep inside the catacombs, other than the point of view shots or pictures of human bones. The catacombs for centuries.
Man, it's so scary.
So it is possible with these paintings that we may be able to retrace his itinerary to some extent. After about 4, we hear his breathing get louder and louder. As though something was scaring him. He's frightened. Occasionally he stops, perhaps to try to decide which way to run among all the many different corridors. He's running faster and faster and faster, deeper and deeper into the catacombs. And all of a sudden,
he drops the camera.
We hear his breathing get louder and louder. As though something was scaring him. He's frightened.
Taco with the 5.
Occasionally he stops, perhaps to try to decide which way to run among all the many different corridors. He's running faster and faster and faster, deeper and deeper into the catacombs.
This is fake, but it's literally not fake, though. Like, it's not.
And all of a sudden...
Gone. You gotta think it's completely dark down there. You literally can't see nothing. He ain't got no flashlight, no nothing. Dropped his camera, gone. R.I.P., bruh. Either he's dead or he's still down there living in them catacombs somewhere, like surviving off, like, like cockroaches and stuff. I don't know. Most disturbing things caught on doorbell camera footage. Here we go with this clown action again. Bro, you ain't scary, bro. I promise.
This first video was captured in the middle of the
Golly, he got the deep voice going again.
In an apartment complex located in Toledo, Ohio.
Toledo, Ohio!
The doorbell footage shows a man knocking on the front door with what looks like a firearm in his waistband. Now, the owner of the apartment didn't recognize the man, so she would question who it was. The unknown man would simply respond with, "It's me." The homeowner would then further question his response, but rather than clarifying, he would simply give a wave through the front door.
Bro said it's me.
Me.
He said it's me like she supposed to know who he talking about. You such a good.
This, however, would not be enough to get the homeowner to open it, so he would ultimately walk off.
Yo, Zenny with the 5, thank you.
As he does so, a second man pops up from a nearby dumpster and also walks off.
What? You see how he was frustrated with his hand motion like that? How you gonna get frustrated you wasn't able to rob somebody, bro? Why don't you grow up? Look at that, your little hand action. You frustrated because you didn't get to rob somebody. You're such a loser. Look, other dude was waiting too.
This wouldn't be the end of it. The two would then walk around to the back door where they would attempt to pick its lock. The police were called, and when they arrived, the two were gone.
So they tried to pick the lock at the back door? Oh, bro, you gotta start
successful in
shooting.
getting the door open. It's not 100% clear what the two men had planned. The almost empty-looking backpack of the first guy suggests they had planned to rob the place.
Yeah.
But it's also possible they had much worse
that's
intent.
why I mess with you, Chillin' Scares, because you smart, big dog. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that.
The two of them have yet to be identified by police.
Chat, my headset broke right before stream, by the way, and I'm so mad about it. I'm so mad.
In May of 2018, a woman would leave her parked car that was just outside her house.
Like, I can still hear, but one of the screws popped out. When I took it off the charging stand and I was going to put it on, one of the screws popped out, and now there's like, it ain't sitting right. It's stupid.
In May of 2018, a woman would leave her parked car that was just outside her house unlocked overnight. Not surprisingly, someone would find the unlocked car and proceed to steal multiple items that were owned by the woman.
Man!
A few hours later, the man responsible for the theft would be caught on the woman's doorbell camera attempting to use her set of keys that he had just stolen to unlock her house's front door.
There ain't no way you gonna rob the car and he go use the keys you took from the car to try to get in the house. Bro, what?
This all took place while the house owner was home and sleeping, but luckily the set of keys he had stolen didn't have a house key on it,
Well,
so
that's
the guy
good.
just ended up walking off.
Well, that's good at least.
Had the set of keys contained a house key, things most likely would have ended much differently.
Yeah, that would have been bad right there.
This doorbell camera footage was captured in Overland Park, Kansas in March of 2017. Shown in the video is
Wait,
a
I found
nearby
the screw to my headset. No, it's in the keyboard. Oh, no, it's over.
active house fire. The home of the neighbor just across the street has been completely engulfed in flames. As the fire department arrives, neighbors can be seen desperately moving their parked cars away from the house.
Dude, that is crazy, bruh.
Eventually, a flaming piece of debris can be seen falling and landing on a set of bushes just in front of the camera.
Oh, that's all good. Dude, what? Do you understand how unfathomably unlucky this is? you got a house burning down a block away and a piece of it lands on the bush in front of your house and it catches on fire.
The bushes quickly burst into flames. The fire starts spreading quickly, but before it's able to get out of hand, a neighbor notices it and attempts to put it out.
W-mans.
He grabs a garden hose and sprays the fire while pressing the house's
You know how
doorbell.
confused you'd have to be if you was one of these neighbors seeing this? Like, bro, there's a fire going a block away. How is this dude's house on fire now, too?
However, the owner of the house isn't home and frantically tries to communicate this through the doorbell speaker.
Hello, yes, I'm not there. Please put that out for me, please. I'm on my way home. Your house on fire. Yeah, I know. I'm on my way. That's somebody talking. Nobody's in the house right now.
Bruh, W-mans, though. W neighbors for real, bruh.
Nobody's in the house right now.
In the end, the fire department would be able to put out the house fire, and with the help from the neighbors, prevent it from spreading to nearby houses.
They actually saved him, bruh. Wow.
On a night in September of 2021, a homeowner would get a suspicious knock on his door at about 3 in the morning. Upon opening his phone and looking at his doorbell camera, he would see two what looked like teenagers identifying themselves as CPD, or Columbus Police
My bad, I was
Department.
trying to move the face cam. Hey! Y'all should stop! Go away! Did it work? Yeah, that's some Final Destination action for real, like that last one was. Hey, buddy, I done told you to go away!
A couple questions.
You need to get out of
The
here,
video
mama!
shows the man in the front clearly holding a firearm, and the house owner would eventually access the doorbell camera's speaker to further question him.
Can I help you?
See, you being too nice.
CPD, we need to ask you a couple questions.
You know you lying.
I'm sorry? CPD, we need to ask you a couple questions. May you please step to the front door, please?
Yeah, because a police officer's going to be in my house in a hoodie and a face mask. Maxie with the 5, thank you.
CPD. Yes.
That sounded like he was about to, like, say a joke out of it. Like, CPD, more like, you know, it sounded like he was about to make a joke out of it. I wish he would have.
CPD. Yes, this is CPD. We would like you to step to the door, please.
Bro, get out of here, man.
Can I see a badge? We would like you to step to the door, please, sir. I don't have to show you my badge, sir.
Bro, get out of here.
The man refuses to show a badge because, well, obviously he doesn't have one. The homeowner knew what was going on, so rather than stepping to the door, he would call the real police department and report 2 armed men at his
That's when
front
you
door.
just throw a grenade out the front window.
After a couple of minutes, the two would once again attempt to get the homeowner to open the door. But after that failed, they would run off before the real police could show up.
Bro, give it up, man.
CPD, open the door.
Bro, give it up. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, I bet he's glad I
The
was
two
here.
were most likely just looking to rob the man when he opened the door. But, I mean, it's possible they had worse intentions in mind. There's just no way of knowing for sure.
See,
Both of
I
them were
saved
never
him.
identified by police.
I saved him, Jack.
This footage was captured in Colorado in the middle of the night. The video shows 3 mountain lions appearing from the darkness and starting to walk around a set of houses. They were captured, even going as far as to walk up onto the porch of one of the houses. Mountain lion sightings are known to be exceptionally rare in this specific area. Typically, they'll stay a lot further in the mountains where they have easier access to the deer that they prey on. To see them in an area with a lot of people, especially a neighborhood, is
Yeah,
not
what they even doing here?
common.
Like,
At
what
least
y'all doing?
in this area. The three cats would eventually walk off. But there's almost no doubt things would have gone differently had one of these homeowners left their pets outside.
That's the difference between humans and animals, because when an animal's doing something like this, you know all they try to do is getting something to eat, bruh. They ain't trying to hurt nobody, they're trying to eat something. But when a human around somebody's house like this, you know they're trying to steal something. They just trying to get something to eat, they don't know no better.
The night. Or possibly were even outside themselves.
That's why if I get like killed by a grizzly bear or something, I can't even be that mad, bruh. I'd rather get killed by a wild animal than a person, no joke. I'd rather go out by like a bear eating me alive than go out by like getting shot by somebody. Because at least I know that's like the cycle of nature right there. At least this thing got something to eat. Otherwise, you know, you get shot or something, getting robbed. No, bro, I'd rather get killed by an animal. I'd rather get dragged off into the woods by a big old mountain lion and let them feast on me for a few months. I'd be cool with that. No, I mean, I wouldn't be cool with it, but, you know, I'd rather that, you know. I mean, I'd rather die just, you know, old age, natural causes. But, you know, if you had to go out, you know, you know what I'm talking about.
Shown in this doorbell camera footage is an unknown man wearing an oddly disturbing
Hall
mask.
with the 5.
As he walks up to the door, his motion alerts the camera to start recording.
His motion? He ain't got no motion. What you talking about?
You can see
what
him grab the door
motion?
handle, realize it's locked, and hesitantly knock on the door.
What's he got, a mask on? Oh, I can just tell by the way your posture is, you ain't built for this. Go home, bro. Go home and play
Fortnite. Wait for
Fortnite.
only a few seconds before he would pull his sleeve over his hand and wipe off his fingerprints from the door handle before walking off.
See, you too scary to be robbing
The
people.
homeowner would come to the door and now see the man across the street sitting in a car.
What?
When she yelled out to him to see what he wanted, he would quickly speed off. The homeowner would later state that she had no idea who this man could have been, or what he was doing there. But the fact that he removed his own fingerprints from the door handle suggests that he had most likely given them to the police at some point.
Well, I'm glad she didn't open it while he was there.
This man had some sort of criminal record. Something else of note is the somewhat heavy object that can be seen weighing down his front pocket.
Yeah, that's
It's
a
not
blicky.
clear what this is, and more importantly, it's not clear who this man is. The mask would ultimately make it impossible for police to identify both the man's identity and his intentions.
Are you tired of uncomfortable bras?
Bro,
that
we've been getting
big,
this ad
bulky,
like
just
every
don't
5
fit right?
minutes.
We deserve better.
It's either that ad or the Zaxby's ads every time.
This doorbell footage was recorded just before 4 a.m. on a night in August 2020. The video captures an unidentified man.
Ghost orb, Lord have mercy. Did you see the ghost orb? Oh my goodness. Yo, look down here. There's a ghost orb.
4 a.m. on a night in August 2020. The video captures an unidentified
That's your ghost orb!
man walking in front of a house and emptying a gas container over the yard and front porch.
This is the second time we've seen a video of somebody trying to do this with some gas action.
Shortly after he disappears off screen, a large fire erupts just in front of the camera.
Except this time it actually worked.
No one would be injured during the incident.
Dude, chat, see, this is why, chat, the world's a scary place. And you know why the world's a scary place? Because it is completely up to somebody else whether this happens to you or not while you're sleeping. You literally can't do nothing about it. Unless you sit out on your front porch all night, every night, with a shotgun or something, dude, you completely have to just hope that nobody ever does this. That's the bad part.
However, unfortunately, 2 houses and a vehicle would be damaged. The homeowner would claim to have no idea who could be responsible, or who would even consider doing this to them.
Like, why?
At least from an outside perspective, the act looks completely random, with seemingly no reason behind it, making the clip all the more unsettling.
Like, why, though? You know what I mean?
A homeowner in Texas would wake up one morning to find the gate into his backyard wide open.
Okay, Boop, thank you.
Curious, the man would review the cameras he had around his house, and this is the sight he was met with.
He came here with a KitchenAid cooking knife. Buddy, go to the house.
A man holding a knife and in a clown costume, complete with the suit and mask, casually walks around the property, looking inside the house and testing all the doors.
Bro, what are you doing, man?
This would all, of course, take place in 2016, during that sort of killer clown
Go figure.
craze that went on for a few months.
Why did that even happen, Chad?
Looking back, most people that participated in that were most likely just having fun trying to scare people.
No, this is different, though. This dude literally tried every door on the house. He was actually trying to get in there.
But there's no denying that others took advantage of the situation, genuinely attempting some pretty horrible crimes hidden under a clown mask, with this likely being one of those cases. It's clear the person in the costume is actually trying to break into the house with a knife. Though, after being unsuccessful,
what a
the clown
clown
would eventually walk off, and despite a police report, that would be the end of it. Ultimately, the homeowner would be left with nothing but this disturbing footage.
What a clown.
More capacity.
There's another one.
More cupcakes. The KitchenAid bowl lift stand mixer.
Another one.
On November 30th, 2021, a Twitter user from Dallas reported that her doorbell camera had recorded a suspicious man standing outside of her apartment almost every night for an entire month.
What?
According to her tweet, she had already reached out to the authorities.
What? A month?
But they hadn't done enough to keep the man away. This is what her Ring camera captured.
Oh, no, bro. Bro, no. Hello? Doing this for a month?
In most of the clips, the man can be seen standing eerily still outside of the woman's apartment, possibly waiting for her to come outside. At one point in the video, the man can be heard talking, but his words are difficult to make out.
Oh, I thought that was a dog barking.
It's unknown what he planned to do if the woman stepped out of her apartment, but judging by his behavior, it likely wasn't anything good.
That is
After the original upload, the
creepy.
disturbing video immediately went viral, with hundreds of people checking in on the woman to make sure she was safe. 2 days later, the woman posted an update on Twitter, in which she mentioned that her friends and family had confronted the man, and that security had been on the lookout for him. Many people who viewed the video urged the uploader not to let her guard down, and reminded her that the likelihood that the man would show up again was very high. But after the last tweet in December 2021, there haven't been any more updates, and the man's identity hasn't been publicly revealed.
I mean, you gotta move, bro. What else you gotta move. It is what it is. You gotta move, bro. Straight up.
This clip was captured in November 2019 in Harriet Creek Ranch, Texas.
Case fan with the
It was
5.
later uploaded to TikTok and Facebook. The footage shows a little girl holding a flashlight and knocking on the door of an unoccupied house in the middle of the night.
Wait, have we seen this? This specific one? I think we've seen this specific one.
Help, please.
Yeah, we've seen this specific one, yeah. Dude, that's crazy, though.
Please help.
The girl is obviously scared.
Yeah, I remember
but because
this one.
nobody else can be seen on the camera, it's hard to tell who or what she was running from.
Yeah, I don't even know.
As she continues to knock and beg for help, she looks over her shoulder.
What is that? Is that a flashlight?
Several times, but the footage ends abruptly, leaving many questions unanswered. Shortly after it was recorded, the video was made public and police were notified of the incident, but from what I was able to find, the girl was never identified. Some think that she was being used as bait to get the homeowners to open the door, and several people commented on Facebook and TikTok that they could clearly see a man hiding in the shadows behind the girl, but it was never confirmed whether that's what was happening or if the little girl was actually in danger and genuinely
No way that was a setup.
Asking for help. Another theory that surfaced is that the girl in the video might have been the same girl from a missing person case in South Dakota. In February 2019, a 9-year-old girl named Serenity Denard ran away from a youth home in Black Hills and was allegedly seen in Justin,
That
Texas
don't look like the same person.
few days before the video was recorded. The fact that the little girl knocked on the door of an unoccupied house shows that she clearly
Missing since 2019? Chad, I've said this before, I'll say it again. There is nothing more creepy than missing person cases, bro. Like, you'll see a missing person case from like 2002, never seen again. Missing person case from like 1986, never seen again. Missing person from like 2015, never seen. It is so creepy to me, bro. Like, just gone. Just gone.
didn't live in the area. Otherwise, she would have known nobody was there, which makes this theory a possibility.
It is so.
Although there's definitely a resemblance between the girl in the video and Serenity, police didn't confirm whether the video and the missing person case were related. Unfortunately, not a lot of official information on this footage has been made public, and we'll likely never know what ended up happening to the little girl.
99% of them are dead. I mean, yeah, because you see like a missing person case from like 1950, you know they're just dead by default anyway. So they ain't. So the chance the older the missing person case gets, it's just forever gone.
In this disturbing Ring camera footage from 2021, a woman in a hoodie can be seen approaching the front door of a house in the middle of the night. Behind her, a man wearing a face mask and a lanyard stands on the steps.
Wow, good job, bud. Let's wear a bright yellow hoodie to rob somebody's house at night.
The doorbell.
Why did I just hear music? Why do I hear music?
Doorbell cameras are meant for homeowners to see who's at their door and communicate with their visitors to decide whether or not it's a good idea to let them in. But in this case, the owner opens the door without hesitation.
Huh?
Hello, do y'all have a phone I can use? My car broke down, and y'all's the only one that got a light on.
We don't.
You don't?
Sorry.
Oh, they was about to get blowed down. They lucky they took off running. You could tell he was mad. He was already halfway across the house going to get the gun.
The woman tells him that her car broke down and asks if she can use his phone.
That's the play. If you're ever home alone, if you're ever by yourself and you're like by yourself and you're like a creepy noise around your house and it's late at night, the best thing to do is make up a random name like Bob and say extremely loud, like if you think somebody's trying to break into your house, "Hey Bob, get the shotgun," and immediately be like, "Oh." Because even though you know you lying, you probably be laying in bed, ain't nobody home with you. "Hey, Billy, give me the shotgun, I hear something." They gonna take off.
The owner politely refuses, but as soon as he apologizes and closes the door, the man with the face mask tries to break into the house with a weapon in hand. Fortunately, the owner had locked the second door just in time. It's unknown if he called the police, but from what I could find, the identities of the man and woman haven't been revealed.
How?
What makes this footage even more
He got a yellow hoodie on.
is the fact that there's a playground in the yard. which means the two had specifically targeted a house where they knew there would most likely be kids inside.
Yeah, they wrong for that.
Had the homeowner not reacted quickly, he and his family would have probably been the victims of an armed robbery or possibly much worse.
Changing your health takes
they
expertise,
wrong for that, for
and
real.
Zymogen has over 20 years' experience channeling that expertise.
In February 2020, an off-duty police officer received a message from his neighbor asking him to go check on his wife because somebody was trying to break into their house, and the woman was home alone. The man immediately walked across the street to his neighbor's house, but didn't see anything suspicious. When he came back, he saw that his neighbor had sent him this clip.
Wow, buddy, you sure are slick with it, ain't you? You sure did dodge that camera, you simpleton.
Came back, he saw that his neighbor had sent him this clip.
Bro thought he crawled under the camera, then slid out to the side of it. Ah! Bro, go leave. He thought he was doing something, for real.
The video shows a shirtless man crawling up the stairs to the front entrance of the house and attempting to open the door. Realizing it's locked, he walks back down the stairs and makes his way to the side of the house. After viewing the footage, the man immediately called 911, and 10 minutes later, 4 officers arrived in the neighborhood with a canine unit to help track down the intruder.
Oh, you're cooked!
What followed was an intense game of cat and mouse involving the neighbors, the police, and the shirtless man. Although he was spotted by the neighbors multiple times, he managed to slip away from the cops every single time. Several minutes into the search, the man heard—
How was he slipping away from the cops when they got a dog?
his neighbor calling from across the street, saying that he could hear someone in his backyard. The two men scoured the outside of the house and eventually found that the back porch light had been unscrewed, but the shirtless man was nowhere to be seen. About an hour later, the man who uploaded the video walked out onto his back deck and spotted
I like how he just refers to him as shirtless man.
Intruder unscrewing another porch light, this time from the house across the street.
He back at it again! Yeah, I seen him over there. You seen him? He was over there.
With weapon in hand, the man intercepted the intruder and ordered him to get on the ground, but the shirtless man took off running and ended up sneaking into the crawl space of a nearby house.
Look at him over there.
The uploader waited until the police arrived, and after he was ordered out of the crawl space, the intruder was charged with 2 counts of aggravated burglary, trespassing, public intoxication, and disorderly conduct.
You couldn't slap a murder charge on him too just to make sure he's gone forever?
Police revealed that the subject was under the influence of hard drugs and had an outstanding warrant for failing to appear in court for another open case of burglary from earlier that same year.
Why not just slap
It's
a murder
unclear
charge
if he was
on him
convicted
too?
of all the charges against him, but considering his criminal history, it's more than likely that he's still serving time today.
I hope so!
This footage was captured at 4:30 a.m. on April 29th, 2023. It happened in El Paso, Texas. The video shows a young woman running up to the front door of a house and ringing the doorbell. Although nobody else can be seen in the frame, terrified, she looks over her shoulder multiple times as if she was being followed.
Oh no. Oh no. I feel like you gotta like try the door though. Like if you're getting chased, chat, are you trying the door to a random house? Like no knock action. If somebody's after you trying to kill you, are you just trying to walk straight into somebody's crib? With no knock? I think I'd just go straight in. If somebody's like on my buns trying to kill me, I'd open the door and be like, hey, I ain't robbing you or nothing. I'm getting chased. I just walked in your front door. Please come here real quick. I hear some dog action. Who was that? I think she running from the police. Chat, she running from the police. That's a spotlight from a police car. Y'all ever had like a crime happen in your neighborhood, and then for like the next 4 hours, cops drive around your neighborhood with like the side light blasting in people's backyards and stuff? Y'all ever had that happen? Like if something bad happens, they'll turn like not like the main siren lights on, but there's a light on the side. They'll turn it's real bright and it shines in people's backyard. Like say somebody like robbed somebody's house and they're trying to get away from them or from the cops. They'll just drive around that neighborhood with like shining lights in people's backyard. Dude, I've seen that so many times.
The woman begs for help and starts crying when nobody answers the door. And a few seconds later, a car's headlights come in.
Dude, I don't know, Chad. Is that a cop car?
Help and starts crying when nobody answers the door. And a few seconds later, a car's
I can't tell, bruh.
Headlights come into view in the background. As soon as she sees the light, the woman crouches down behind a column, and she does the same thing again when she sees the neighbor's driveway lights turn on.
That's creepy, though, if it's not.
After a few minutes of waiting, a car's headlights illuminate the driveway, and the woman walks down the steps towards it. It's possible that she got in the car, but this wasn't caught on the Ring camera. As soon as the footage was made public, many people started speculating that the woman might have been the victim of trafficking and was trying to escape her captors, but others believe that she had a totally different motive. Several viewers mentioned that if she really had been in danger, she wouldn't have hid from the neighbors when she saw their driveway lights turn on. Another thing that caught viewers' attention is the fact that at the very beginning of the video, the woman isn't actually running. She appears to be casually walking up the steps, and she only begins to run when she comes into view of the doorbell camera, which suggests that the whole thing might have been a robbery setup. Less than a month after the footage was uploaded, El Paso police arrested 34-year-old Krista Nicole Cordell for burglary. After her mugshot was released, a robbery setup. She appears to be casually walking up the steps, and she only begins to run when she comes into view of the doorbell camera, which suggests that the whole thing might have been a robbery setup. Less than a month after the footage was uploaded, El Paso police arrested 34-year-old Krista Nicole Cordell for burglary. After her mugshot was released, some people believed that it was the same woman from the video due to the resemblance, but police never officially confirmed this.
I don't know.
It's unclear if she was ever seen in the neighborhood again.
What makes Zaxby's giant finger quesadilla so
golly.
giant? Crispy fingers, sauce, and melty cheese.
In 2022, a Reddit user uploaded this disturbing Ring camera footage with the caption, "Zombies want your brain."
What?
The video shows a young man in a bandana covered in what appears to be dirt or blood, repeatedly slamming himself into the front door of a house.
What?
On his third attempt to break down the door, he apparently knocks himself out after hitting his head. Stumbling after the impact, the man collapses over the front porch railing, knocking over an ornament in the process.
Yo, almost passed out, bro. What? Yo! What? Yo, Golden with another 10, thank you.
Collapses over the front porch railing, knocking over an ornament in the process.
Oh my
He groans in pain as he flails his arms and raises his legs, seemingly trying to get back on his feet. But the video ends before we can see what happened next. After the footage was uploaded, many viewers commented that the man was probably under the influence of hard drugs, which would explain his uncoordinated movements and violent behavior. Other users suggest that he might have—
You could tell the hit before he got like staggered. He was almost knocked out the hit before, but decided to go back in again. Look.
Uploaded, many viewers commented that the man was probably under the influence of hard drugs, which would explain his uncoordinated movements and violent—
You see the way like pauses and steps back a little bit? He's almost out right there, but he decided to go back again.
Behavior. Other users suggest that he might have had a seizure after hitting his head on the door.
Bro,
but because the video was uploaded with no context or explanation,
I mean, he was knocked out. He was gone. Yo, Golden with another 25 again. Lord have mercy. Yo, give me some W's for Golden with another 25 again. Appreciate you, Golden. Thank you. That's actually insane. W Golden for real.
Confirm what actually happened. After that night, the homeowner never saw the man again. On July 24th, 2021, a woman named Caitlin Curtis took her baby to the park across the street from her house in Arizona. After sitting down on the bench next to a fountain, a scruffy-looking man suddenly approached her, sat on the bench next to her, and asked her if she wanted to buy his drawings.
Kobe.
According to Caitlin, the drawings looked like they had been drawn by a little kid, or by someone with no artistic talent. After politely refusing to buy the drawings,
just straight up cooked them.
She got up and left the park with her baby in the stroller. As she was leaving, she saw the man get into the passenger seat of a suspicious-looking truck at the other end of the park, which then circled around her several times as she made her way back home. Afraid that she was being followed, Caitlin took a different route back to her house and entered through the back door so that the men in the truck wouldn't know where she lived.
Okay.
3 days later,
smart.
When Caitlin was out of town, her doorbell camera captured the same man walking up to the front door of her house and ringing the doorbell at 3 in the morning.
I never thought I'd see the day I saw my boy Moist Critical trying to break into somebody's house. I never thought he would do something like this.
According to Caitlin, her husband was asleep while the whole thing was happening, and he didn't learn about the man's visit until the next day.
What?
After the video was uploaded to TikTok, some users commented that the fact that the man rang her doorbell specifically was not
my dude, though. I like
coincidence.
He does kind of look like Moist a little bit, though, don't he?
He might have been watching her from the day they met.
I mean, he's a little bit of resemblance to Moist, just a little bit, with the hair action. You know what I mean? Right?
It's possible that he was using the drawings to try and distract her while
That's
the other
my
man in the
dude,
truck
though.
abducted her child, but we'll likely never know his intentions for sure.
That's my dude,
The
though.
incident could just be written off as a man who was under the influence of drugs or suffering from mental illness. But if Caitlin hadn't been careful,
Oh, no, though, bro.
anyone
I mean,
guess
it's kind of given.
might have happened. Fortunately, the man never came back, and neither Caitlin nor her family had seen him again. In October 2021, Reddit user Proto-Mancer uploaded this footage of a man crawling and slithering through his neighbor's yard in the middle of the night.
And now what I'm considering doing is just sitting here on this pause screen for the rest of the night, bro. See, now I kind of want to. Now, see, now I'm probably just going to sit here for the rest of the whole night.
uploaded this. In October 2021, Reddit user Protomancer uploaded this footage of a man crawling and slithering through.
Oh no, that was me. Never mind. No, that was me after Chris Redfield, who lives 4 doors down, whistled after he opened my cage up and told me to come back home. He let me out to go use the restroom for a little bit, and he whistled, told me to come back home. And this is me on my way back.
There doesn't appear to be any context surrounding the video, but most users attributed the man's particular behavior to drug use or possibly mental illness. Even though he isn't hurting anybody, this is probably not the type of person you would want to run into on your way back from home in the middle of the night. The man in the footage hasn't been identified, and it's unclear if he ever showed up again.
I think I need to cut stream off. 8 most disturbing things caught on doorbell camera footage again. Oh man. Does that dude got a sword?
This first doorbell camera footage was taken in broad daylight.
Oh, Chillin' Scares must have been sick during this video. Or he just woke up or something. He sound crazy in this video. Golly, what happened? It was 3 years ago? Dang, what happened to bro? He sound way different here than he does now. Hold on, what'd he say though? My bad, I was talking. I don't know why I'm saying my bad. I ain't apologizing for that. Matter of fact, I'm rewinding it again just to make you mad. What you talking about? Matter of fact, hit it again. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm over here saying my bad because I didn't hear something. You got me messed up. I take back my apology. You got me messed up.
This first doorbell camera footage was taken in broad daylight. A man in at least his 20s is seen selling candy door to door.
Uh-oh.
The homeowner with the camera would open the door for the man. She would then proceed to make a purchase, with the actual transaction itself being shown.
Ma'am, there ain't no way you bought door-to-door salesman candy.
But shortly after, 3 more men revealed themselves.
Whoa!
They were armed and took advantage of the open door by robbing the woman in her own home.
Broad daylight. He just walked off. I can almost guarantee you this dude's in on it. There's no way this is a coincidence, bro. There ain't no way.
The whole operation was a setup.
Told you!
With the man selling the candy being in on it. From the start, the intention was to gain the homeowner's trust to get her to open her front door so that they could rob her at gunpoint.
Bruh.
The men swiped some of her belongings and later rushed off. A few minutes before this footage was taken,
they trying to do it. This was...
A nearby house's doorbell camera would capture the same man, again seemingly attempting to sell candy. Although, being suspicious, this homeowner wouldn't open the door. Directly after this encounter, the man is shown going up to the house across the street to make another attempt. But this homeowner would also not open the door. The men involved were never caught by police.
Are they ever caught by police?
This footage was captured on the night of March 7th, 2019. Shown is a man stepping on a house's front porch and emptying an entire yellow fuel container just in front of the door. The man then attempts to light the fuel using a small lighter.
Why? Nah, that's arson. Buddy, that's attempted murder right there. That ain't no arson. Arson is burning down like an abandoned building. This is somebody's house that they living in. This attempted murder right here. That'll get you life? No, it won't, because nobody in these videos are ever caught. Goober can't even light it!
After failing to catch the fuel on fire, the man gives up and just walks away. As it turns out, he had mistakenly used diesel fuel rather than regular gasoline. And while gasoline is extremely flammable, diesel fuel is much less so. Had the man used gasoline, and he would have no doubt started the house, along with himself, on fire.
Yeah, that's true. He'd have been on fire too, because he was standing all in it.
In the house at the time was a mother and her 2 children. When the mother saw the footage, she would call the police, who would later identify and arrest the man in his house.
Oh my goodness, he got caught across the street. Wait, what?
Time was a mother and her 2 children. When the mother saw the footage, she would call the police, who would later identify and arrest the man in his house just across the street. The woman claimed she didn't know the man, and had no idea why he would want to harm her and her family. When questioned why he did it, the man claimed he had seen a ghost and was trying to get rid of it, suggesting he was most likely under the influence of something.
Oh yeah, he was off that granddaddy cheese, what he was on. What you mean you seen a what?
He was later charged with attempted homicide and arson.
There you go. Attempted homicide. That's what I said.
On February 2, 2022, a contractor in Houston was working in a townhome. At around 6 p.m., the contractor claimed an unknown man that was armed and wearing a mask suddenly appeared inside the townhome with him.
Yo, Tugs with the 5, appreciate you. And arson. Nobody cares! I never said it wasn't gonna be arson, buddy. I specifically said it was gonna be attempted murder. I know arson's included. Y'all wanna be right so... I'm cutting the stream off. Y'all wanna be right so bad. Buddy, stop. You want to be right about nothing. That's the crazy part. You want to be right about nothing.
The unknown man proceeded to force the contractor into a bathroom, where he then tied him up by bounding his feet and hands.
Don't worry if life gets a little vinegary. You've got the sugar to balance it out.
Afterwards, he rummaged through the townhome for over an hour, all the while listening to a police scanner to verify the police weren't on their way. And this footage captured exactly that.
So he put this dude in a bathroom, tied him up. What's going on with this action right here? What's up? What's up with the... I'm confused about this layout right here. What is that? Is that some fence action? Is this like a privacy fence directly up a... I don't know what's going on with this setup. He stole his truck!
After taking multiple items belonging to the homeowners, who were out of town at the time, the man found the contractor's keys and drove off with his truck that now contained everything that he had stolen.
Oh, so the dude was just working there.
The man was never found by police.
Never found.
The stolen truck was. It was found 2 days later, unoccupied in a nearby restaurant parking lot. But ever since, nothing else has been found.
Man, golly, bro. Why they, bro?
This doorbell footage was recorded in the early morning hours of July 26th, 2019.
GG.
While it's not visible in the footage itself, the house just next to the one with the camera had been completely set on fire.
Oh, Lord.
And because of how close the houses were, this made the house with the camera at risk of also being set on fire. Shown in the video are some of the other neighbors desperately trying to warn the homeowners of the threat.
Yo, W-mans, bro.
Yeah, if their house is on fire.
I know, I'm knocking on the door. There's nobody answering.
Chat, this why, bro, whenever I'm gone somewhere out of the house for like a while, and I know I'm gonna be gone for like multiple hours, I like leave a little spot open to where Kitty could get out if the house caught on fire. You know what I mean? Like I'll leave like a little thing open to where she could nuzzle out if the house caught on fire. I don't never seal the thing completely Cause I always be thinking, it's like, bro, what if the house catches on fire while I'm gone and there ain't no way for it to escape? So I'll like leave like a little thing crack so she can nuzzle out if it catches on fire. So if you got dogs or cats or something, hey, I recommend doing the same thing. Not gonna lie, leave like a little crack in one of the doors or something like that so they can nuzzle out of there. No joke, I do it every time because I be scared, bruh.
Can I help you?
What you mean, can I help you? The house on fire!
The house next door to you is on fire. Your house is almost on fire.
That's what I'm saying.
Fortunately, the loud banging was enough to alert the homeowners to the situation.
She said, can I
From
help
there,
you?
they would get all the children out of the house as quick as possible.
Oh.
They were then brought to one of the neighbors' houses across the street,
Bro,
far enough away from the
They
fire.
probably would have been in trouble if it wasn't
Other
for
than
them.
some damage to the trees and part of the garage, the house with the doorbell camera was ultimately left untouched.
Oh, that's what's up. House didn't get burned up.
This footage captured an unknown man walking up to the front door of this house. Right away, he leans against the door and tries to open it. He doesn't even knock, but the doorbell camera alerts the homeowner of motion being detected, so the homeowner still gets up to see who it is. Before asking any questions, the homeowner opens the door to see what the man wants.
Bro, what you doing?
Then, without any hesitation, the man steps inside the house. Naturally, the homeowner saw this as a red flag, and shortly after tells the man he needs to leave. But he didn't listen, forcing the homeowner to have to physically push him out of the house.
Hello. Hi.
No, you're immediately getting snapped up if you think you're gonna walk in somebody's house like that. The fact that this dude didn't immediately get thrown into the wall is insane. Like, bro, what?
Who are you? Aaron, how are you? Good. You need to leave. How far? Out there. What's the staircase? What? What's the stairs here? Come on, where are you going? What's the stairs? Goodbye, you.
You so soft. You sit there and loaded up that punch like Donkey Kong, and you only threw it after he closed the door. You are so soft, bro. Get out of here. You throwing the punch like you was really gonna throw it. You had plenty of time to throw it, bro. Walk off.
As the door is being closed on him, the man forcefully punches the glass on the door.
Oh, I bet it snapped his whole wrist up, too.
But fortunately, the homeowner was still able to close and lock in. The man then continues to stand at the door, trying the door handle, before the video ends. What this man had actually planned is unknown.
This dude. Left hand broke.
This video was taken on the night of August 10th, 2021. A woman is seen returning home from work. She unlocks her door and walks in, but before she can close it again, a man that was armed enters her home just behind her. Shortly after, another man can be seen. The two would demand the keys to the woman's car, and after she gave it to them, they would run back outside to where her car was parked, where they would then drive off with it.
Stole the whip! She knew something was up, so you could tell how frantically she was trying to get in the house. She knew they was pulling up on her, so you could tell.
They would run back outside to where her car was parked, where they would then drive off with it.
Look, you can tell she knows something going on.
I'm up on fire. Oh, don't move.
Well, never mind, maybe not. She sounded surprised.
Police were immediately called, and only a couple hours later, they would find the stolen vehicle at a stoplight. They attempted a traffic stop, but the vehicle fled. The high rate of speed and rainy conditions that night made following it almost impossible, so police had to give up.
They didn't even get the car back.
The vehicle is yet to be found, but the two involved in the theft would be found only 2 days later.
Dude, I wonder if a situation like this happens where you get robbed or you get carjacked and it's literally on camera. Do you get like compensated for that, or do you just gotta be straight up go buy a new car? Or does like insurance buy you a new car or something? But you never know with insurance. They might be like, oh, that ain't our problem. They give you $5,000. You go buy like a little 1976 Ford Pinto or something, and it breaks down on you every day. And you probably had like a $30,000 car.
The one that confronted the woman was charged with home invasion, armed robbery, and motor vehicle theft.
They give you a rental. What you gonna do with a rental?
This happened in Phoenix, Arizona. It's the middle of the night, and this was captured on one homeowner's doorbell camera.
That's a sword, dude.
A man armed with an actual sword,
oh, yeah,
a hammer, and an axe walks up to the front porch.
Well, you know, chilling scares. I would say it's a stretch to call this an actual sword, judging by the craftsmanship. I mean, it's real uneven right here, so this isn't an actual sword. This is more like an amateur sword.
A man armed with an actual sword, a hammer, and an axe walks up to the front porch. He then proceeds to steal multiple items outside of the house.
How you got a whole sword? You ain't even got a sheath with it. Somebody said he cosplaying. Oh!
At one point, a car drives by, but the man completely ignores it.
Bro.
After a while, he walks off with his bag filled with stolen items, the sword still being held under his arm.
That's it? I mean, that's good, but he didn't try to.
While at work, a man in Florida would receive a message on his phone saying someone rang his doorbell. When he checked the live feed, this is what he saw. A man wearing a hat, sunglasses, and bandana is standing at the front door. And disturbingly, he's holding a handgun in clear view of the camera.
Oh no.
The doorbell's audio system would ask the man to leave a message for the homeowner, and he does. He claims he lost his dog and wants to look in the homeowner's backyard for it.
Why you got a gun then?
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Hey, just wondered if you guys saw a lost puppy. He's a pit bull. Blue nose. I believe he came in your yard, but I don't want to look without your permission.
And he just got a gun in his hand.
Hey, you at the wrong house, dog.
Alright.
After the homeowner came on the speaker and confronted the man, he quickly...
Hey, you at the wrong house, dog.
Alright.
After the homeowner came on the speaker and confronted the man, he quickly left with no questions asked.
Bruh!
As it turns out, this wasn't the only house he did this to.
Man, I spilled some water.
Police would state that they had gotten multiple calls with the same description of the man and the exact same story. The man was most likely trying to get homeowners to open their door, where he could then threaten them with his gun, and from there do who knows what.
Man, that's crazy.
In this specific case, he most likely didn't realize the doorbell camera could see his firearm from where he was standing, which explains why he would be holding it out in the open by his side. Police weren't able to identify the man because of everything he had covering his face. Therefore, he was yet to be caught.
I mean, that's it. That's literally it. Gone. Nothing else. Bro, come on, man. Man, golly. Ooh.
Need more power? Need tougher doughs.
Dad, come on.
The KitchenAid bowl lift stand mixer.
Okay, let me just split screen this using the fancy Opera browser. Yeah, let's just buy both. Link below to download it for free.
Ain't nothing free.
In 2023, news of a string of break-ins started to spread in Franklin Township on the southeast side of Indiana.
GG.
According to the news reports, thousands of residents were afraid to leave their houses after hearing about a thief who had ransacked over 24 cars and homes in less than a week.
What?
On Tuesday, July 13th of that year, a woman named Carla Wilson woke up to find that some of her jewelry was missing.
Oh, I see you with the salt lamp, though. That's what I'm talking about.
Confused, she walked around her house looking for where she could have possibly left the jewelry, and that's when she noticed her front door was open. In a panic, she looked through her Ring camera footage from the previous evening, where she was shocked to see some grown man walking around her garage in the middle of the night. In the video, a bearded man wearing a hoodie to cover his face can be seen walking around Carla Wilson's garage and grabbing a can of WD-40.
Huh?
As per the victim's statement, the man first broke into the victim's family car, which was parked outside a few days ago. This is where he had stolen the car's garage door opener, which is how he was able to get into the garage in the first place.
Wow.
The man simply pressed the button to open the garage, broke into the Wilsons' other car, which was inside her garage, and stole money, an iPhone, and a pair of sunglasses. Though still unsatisfied with all—
You got all that and you're still bro, you got an easy lick. Why ain't you leaving after that? You got all that iPhone, sunglasses, and you still ain't happy?
All of this, the man then sprayed the WD-40 he found in Carla's garage down the side of her door to prevent it from squeaking.
This dude thinks he's Solid Snake or something. Bro, get out of here.
Picked a lock to break into the house itself, where he can then be seen on another camera.
Dude, I will never understand
Upon
people
entering—
that break in people's house. Like, yeah, I'm gonna walk in this person's house and just steal something. I mean, you'll do anything except get a job, bruh. You're gonna go through all this, take all this risk, all of this, except anything but go get a job. Anything.
The home, the man walked straight to Carla's bedroom and saw her sleeping directly in front of him. Unfazed, the man proceeded to casually stroll around the living room for about a minute as he stole multiple pieces of jewelry, including the victim's favorite diamond ring, all while she was sleeping in the next room over with the door open.
You wrong for that.
Thankfully, Carla slept right through the incident, and after spending 7 minutes in her house, the thief walked out the front door and never came back.
I mean, but some of these people got, like, morals, though, chat. Like, you know, believe it or not, there was a moral decision made within this person right here. He walked into her room. She was sitting there sleeping in the bed. He didn't do nothing at all. He just robbed the stuff and left. And there's a whole bunch more people that would have done way worse, though. I mean, that's crazy to say, but bruh.
Cops, it was obvious that the man was an experienced burglar, and it's pretty creepy how well prepared he was to rob Carla's house, even taking measures to prevent the door from squeaking. This led the police to believe he alone was responsible for all the dozens of break-ins that were occurring in the area in the last week.
Maybe he is Solid Snake.
It must have been incredibly disturbing for Carla to look at her Ring camera and find this man walking around her home with ill intentions and watching her in such a vulnerable state, knowing that he could have hurt her if he wanted to. Fortunately, though, Carla woke up the next morning unscathed and was able to use the video to warn her neighbors.
Dude, imagine seeing
Although it's
this
pretty
when
common
you
for
woke
burglars
up.
with this many successful robberies to eventually get caught during one of their dozens of attempts, this time the man was never identified.
That's insane!
On June 18th, 2017...
Nah.
Zaxby's just dropped new lemon pepper. So you can get that zesty lemon and cracked black pepper flavor you love on the chicken you love.
Yo, Zaxby's, y'all going crazy with the ads, bruh.
I have no idea who this is.
I don't even think he knows who he is. He drunk.
The identity of the intruder was revealed as 39-year-old Stacy Foster.
Yeah, you're doxxed, GG.
a Fraser's Bottom, West Virginia resident who was consequently charged with nighttime burglary and destruction of property following his actions at Jeff's house. On Monday, July 25th, 2016, a man named Jack McArcher and his girlfriend Jordan Baranskis came back from dinner at a restaurant near their home in Chicago and fell asleep watching TV on the couch, as they often like to do. The next day, Jordan realized her purse was missing, leading to an argument in which Jack accused her of leaving it at the restaurant. To find out what really happened and put the matter to rest, the couple retraced their steps by scrolling through the previous night's surveillance videos. When they rewound the tape to around 3:30 a.m., they found something pretty terrifying.
Nothing good happens at 3:30 a.m., chat.
A man who the couple didn't know stood at the top of their stairway looking down at them sleeping on the couch below. He had apparently snuck in through their unlocked front door, silently walked past them up the stairs, and proceeded to stare down at them for a total of 4 minutes, just hovering above them as he watched them sleep. Disturbingly, the man moved so slowly and quietly through the house that he didn't even wake up the couple's 2 dogs who were sleeping at Jack and Jordan's feet next to the couch. As soon as the couple reported the incident to the cops, the sheriff mentioned he suspected the same man was probably responsible for other neighborhood burglaries that had taken place in the days leading up to the break-in of Jack and Jordan's house.
Bro.
In the days following the incident, some nearby residents even uploaded pictures to Facebook of the intruder casually riding through dark alleys on a bike and attempting to break into homes. And after reviewing their doorbell footage, it's clear the man was looking for an entryway into any one of the
Chad,
homes.
how are people brave enough to do this, bro? How?
It's pretty strange to see how someone who managed to sneak into a house undetected by the couple and their 2 dogs,
yeah, you right,
decided to only walk away with a purse.
Yeah, you right.
But thankfully, the thought of harming the victims never entered his head. In an interview with WGN-TV, Jordan said she liked to think the man was watching the TV and not them sleeping on the couch.
Dude, people need to get those doors that are automatically locked at all times when you shut them. They got doorknobs that when you shut them things, it's locked no matter what. You even got to remember to lock it. Every time you close it, you know it's going to be locked.
That much would be impossible to confirm. After the incident, the couple were left understandably shaken. But despite their efforts to warn their neighbors and the manhunt that followed the disturbing incident, the suspect was never found.
That's crazy.
Flushing, Queens is generally considered by its residents to be a relatively safe place to live. But in 2015, footage of an incident at a house on 33rd Avenue near Union Street went viral and put a lot of the neighborhood's residents on edge. One night in late November of that year, security cameras caught a man wearing a backpack and a black cap with the word Diamond written on it, casually walking up to the front door of this 4-bedroom house. After entering through the unlocked back door, the intruder can be seen prowling around the house on his tiptoes to avoid detection, and a few minutes later he drops to his hands and knees and crawls on the floor while holding what appears to be a knife between his teeth. Disturbingly, the homeowners were lying in the bed in that same room while the burglar crawled around and snagged a cell phone from one of the dressers. Although this was the end of the video that was released by police, the seconds that followed were even more intense, as the homeowner revealed that just moments later he was woken up by the sound of the intruder crawling on the floor. Upon seeing the homeowner jolt out of the bed, the suspect immediately got up and fled, and fortunately, nobody was injured during the incident.
Bruh!
During the investigation, police described the suspect as 6'2" and 200 pounds.
You ain't 6'2", you about 5'8".
But despite the incriminating footage, they were never able to find him. It's pretty disturbing to imagine what he was planning on using the knife for, especially considering that along with the 2 adults in the same room, there were also 3 kids in the house at the time of the break-in. After the incident...
All that for a cell phone, bruh!
Homeowners mentioned they learned their lesson and never left their back door unlocked again. As for the suspect, what he went on to do with his life is anyone's guess. On the evening before Thanksgiving in 2020, Joey Archer, his wife Beth, and their young daughters were asleep in their home in Raynor, Washington, when they were suddenly woken up by the sound of their doorbell ringing ferociously at around 6:30 a.m. Immediately, Joey got up and ran to the front door, thinking it could be a neighbor in need of help. While her husband rushed to greet the stranger, Beth checked their security cameras and noticed that her car was no longer in the driveway. To her horror, she also saw a bearded man she didn't recognize trying to break into Joey's car with a shovel.
Oh my goodness! You know you ain't getting in that window.
Shocked
Stop!
at what he saw when he arrived at the front door, Joey decided not to confront the unstable intruder and immediately called the police to report the incident while he helplessly watched the man damage his car with the shovel. While all this was happening, Beth ran to their two daughters' bedrooms to let them know that someone was trying to break into their house and told them to jump out the window and run to the family's barn to hide while they figured out what to do. As the girls ran to the barn, Joey noticed the stranger had taken his attention off the car and was now using the shovel to break down their front door.
Bro.
Realizing his life and the safety of his family was now in danger, after the intruder had broken the glass on the door, he yanked the shovel out of his hands at just the right moment and used it to hit him on the head twice before chasing him out into the yard and subduing him while he waited for the cops to arrive.
Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him with it! Hit him!
Following the
you a better
incident,
man than me, buddy. Hey, you a better man than me, buddy. That dude would have been hamburger meat out there. Yeah.
Following the incident, the family chose not to identify the man due to safety concerns, but the cops promptly charged him with residential burglary, criminal trespassing, and vehicle prowling. Still confused as to how the man had gotten into their property, the Archers reviewed the footage and looked at everything the intruder had done prior to them waking up, including jumping over the fence to get into their driveway. As they soon realized, the man had been on their property for about half an hour before they woke up, rummaging through their garage and backing one of their cars into a ditch.
Like, what is he doing?
In a Facebook post he made after the incident, Joey described the invasion as every dad's worst nightmare and encouraged other nearby residents to install security cameras for their family's safety.
He did good, though.
After the nightmare the Archers went through, Joey bought a shotgun and a pistol and upgraded his barn's security and surveillance systems to prevent a similar incident from happening again.
Upgraded security cameras where they got like a mounted turret on it, and if it's like, you know, and there's movement on the camera, to start shooting.
As for the intruder, it was never confirmed if he was
Prince
under
with
the
the 10,
influence of
W
something at the
Palestinian
time of
Prince
the
with the 10,
invasion.
thank you.
But the fact that he rang the doorbell for several minutes before trying to break into the car and then the house suggests he was likely not in his right mind. It's possible the man was suffering from the effects of a pretty severe mental illness, but because the Archers decided to keep the case private, we'll likely never know for sure.
So they never, there's no information ever released on
This footage was recorded in March 2019 by security cameras in an apartment in the Bronx, New York. The disturbing footage shows an intruder prowling around a baby's nursery, where a 2-month-old baby lay sleeping in her crib. Although the suspect doesn't seem to be showing any interest in the sleeping child, it's still pretty disturbing to see him do something so evil and selfish right in front of an innocent baby. After rifling through the baby's bedroom for a couple of minutes,
bro,
the
what
suspect
you gonna find to steal in there, bro? What you robbing the baby's room for? What you gonna find, a gold watch in there?
Scared off by the sound of the baby's 32-year-old father walking around in the living room. But instead of calling it a night, the man then broke into another apartment on a different floor of the same building, which belonged to a 28-year-old woman.
Bro.
This time, his burglary attempt was successful, and he got away with some jewelry, a bicycle, and a backpack.
Dude.
As it was later revealed, the man entered both of the apartments through the unsecured fire exit windows. Even though the man's face can be seen pretty clearly in the footage.
Let me guess, he was never identified.
And the NYPD put out a Crime Stoppers alert on him. After the man fled the area, he was never seen again. It's possible that he went on to burglarize more homes in the same neighborhood after that night, but we'll likely never know for sure.
It is crazy how many people in these videos just straight up get away with it, chat. You know what I mean? It's actually insane how many times these people in these videos just get away with it. You know? Good. Most disturbing things caught on doorbell footage, y'all already know. Baloney was never good. Yes, it literally was. I'm about to cut stream off.
This clip was captured at 5 in the morning on October 2nd, 2022. In it, 3 men are shown standing in front of this house's front door. They're carrying weapons and wearing masks resembling the ones from the movie The Purge. One of them sees the doorbell camera and immediately puts his hand over it.
Why are you putting your hand over the camera if you already have masks on? That's the whole point.
For a good portion of the video, all you can see is his glove. But for a second, he uncovers the camera, revealing all 3 men up close.
You can just tell they ain't about this life, chat. You can just tell by their aura they are not about this life. Look at the way he was like, no, cover the camera. Watch. Look. Bro, y'all so scary for no reason.
They're seen leaned up against the wall and crouching low to the ground, clearly trying to stay out of the view of anyone inside. That's when the homeowner finally wakes up to all the motion detected notifications on his phone.
They woke up to a motion detected alert, but there ain't no motion at the door, buddy. Let me tell you, these dudes are some goobers.
All he sees is a glove covering the camera. Having not yet seen the earlier footage, he goes on the speaker and tries to identify who's on his front porch.
These dudes are some goobers, bro. Like, yeah, let's come.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
The men do not respond. So the
bro, that's when you say I have a bazooka aimed at the front door, you're gonna die in 10 seconds unless you leave. What you mean, hello?
Police. By the time the police arrived, though, the men were gone. Many believe they were trying to lure the homeowner into opening the door so they could rob him. But why then not try to convince him to come to the door when he came on the doorbell speaker? It's more likely they were trying to pick the lock while the camera was being covered.
Hello?
What they then planned to do when they got inside is anyone's best guess.
See somebody at your front door with a knife and like a mask on, you're like, hello? Hello?
This woman had just gotten back from walking her dog.
How you doing?
Her doorbell camera shows her starting to take off the dog's leash when she looks over to the right, causing her to quickly pick up her dog and get inside. Immediately, we find out why. A man comes into frame and walks right up to the front door. He tries the handle, but she managed to lock it just in time. The man then starts putting on gloves, and she also mentioned
she got in the crib at the perfect time.
He's carrying zip ties. He looks into the house and tries the door handle multiple more times within the next few minutes. Eventually, her neighbor comes outside. To this, the man picks up a nearby garden hose and acts like he's doing yard work. Once the neighbor left, the man walks around to the house's back door.
Camera recording.
Bro, if she would have been a second later.
He tried forcing the back door open, to which the homeowner locked herself in a room and called the police. In the time it took them to arrive, the man tried breaking in almost every window to the house.
What?
He broke off the screen to one of the back windows, but was ultimately unsuccessful at getting inside. By the time police arrived, he had left. There wasn't much the police could do by that point. The homeowner ended up posting the video to TikTok in the hopes that someone could identify the man.
I mean, he was right there!
Find, no one could. Ten-year-old Graydon Dowland is a kid from Riverton, Utah. It was around 6 p.m. on a night in December. He was alone walking home from basketball practice this night. At some point during his walk, he noticed a 4-door sedan driven by 2 men slowly lurking around behind him. Graydon said he started walking faster when he saw it. Then the car drove up right next to him. The men inside rolled down their windows and told Graydon they had candy in the back seat, trying to entice him inside.
Kellogg with the 5.
This happened only blocks away from his house. He ignored the men and only started to walk even faster away from them. A few seconds pass, and he makes it to his house's front porch. His family's house had a doorbell camera, and as Graydon approached, you're actually able to see the car in the background. He continues to look over at it as he walks up to the front door. He tries the front door handle, but realizes it was locked. At the exact same time, the car's...
They didn't give him a key?!
Reverse lights turn on and it starts heading towards him.
He throwing rocks at him!
Graydon yells out and quickly grabs nearby rocks to defend himself. He then runs to his next door neighbor's house. Their door was unlocked, so he let himself in and immediately locked it behind him. The car can then be seen turning around and following him. For the next several minutes, the car lurks around the area waiting for Graydon to come back outside. Police were called and a report was made. Graydon described...
Wow, bro's goated. Wow. Bro immediately, defended himself. He immediately started picking up rocks and throwing them at him. And then he ran to the neighbor's house.
The men has been in their 30s or 40s with no facial hair. Both Graydon's family and the police have almost no doubt.
This little 13-year-old kid got quadruple the survival instincts that one dude did in that camping video. That grown man.
The men were trying to kidnap him that night.
But again, how do you not give your kid a key to the door?
Zaxby's just dropped new lemon pepper, so you can get that zesty lemon and cracked black pepper flavor you love on the chicken.
Zaxby's is going crazy with their ads, bro. I'd say I've seen more Zaxby's ads the past month than I have my whole life.
This clip shows a mother and her kids quickly packing their belongings in response to an evacuation notice. It happened in Canyon County, California, around the time a wildfire was raging across the area. In the back of the footage, you can see it. Fire and smoke loom over the neighborhood in the hills behind.
That is insane.
They pack as fast as they can, but they don't know how much time they have. Eventually, a man runs across the street, warning the family that the fire was coming up.
Everyone evacuate, the fire's coming up! It's okay, girl. It is okay.
They finally leave the neighborhood, evacuated to safety at a nearby hotel. A few days later, the fire around the home died down.
Dude, look at the fire action right there.
Somehow, their house remained untouched. Although the same can't be said for others in the neighborhood.
Their house?
Multiple nearby homes were completely destroyed by the fire.
Dude, could you imagine, Chad, if you had 30 seconds to evacuate your house, 30 seconds flat, what are you grabbing? 30 seconds. Might grab it too.
It was uploaded to TikTok in order to warn others to be aware of their surroundings. In the video, the uploader, who was a mother named JoJo, and her son Daniel are returning home late at night. They open the front door and go inside. Once they close the door behind them, a man can be seen in the frame, walking up to the house. He immediately tries opening the door.
Go shower really fast. I need you to go shower. Please, Daniel. Who's that?
Bro, if she wouldn't have locked that door, dude. Dude,
JoJo and Daniel engage in an argument, with JoJo telling him to go shower while he says he's too tired. Yet this doesn't.
She peeped him. No, you can see when she peeped him. Look,
JoJo telling him to go shower.
Was she looking? She's looking over him. She peeped him right there.
While he says he's too tired. Yet this doesn't drown out the clear sound of someone grabbing the front door handle only seconds after JoJo had locked it.
Bruh.
She looks outside and sees this man. She yells out for him to leave. The man takes one step back, but stays in front of the camera. He doesn't respond, rather just stands there with a blank expression.
He don't say nothing.
Who is that? Get out of here! Get out of here!
Oh, no.
There's a guy outside. Look.
Oh, no.
It's not known where the man came from. It's hard to see with the door blocking the view. Some think he had been following the two all the way back home, while others believe he was camped out next to the home, specifically waiting for them to return.
Bruh.
Either way, what he had planned to do if that door was unlocked is unclear.
You know, if he ain't saying nothing, he ain't even responding to her saying nothing.
It's likely we'll never
You
be
know?
able to know for sure.
Man, that's crazy, bruh.
So it's book.
Man, golly, bruh.
If you don't book, it's a shame.
In June of 2021, a woman posted a set of Ring camera videos to the internet. She explained how her mother had recently installed 2 Ring cameras around their house. On one of the first few nights of having the cameras, her phone would get spammed with motion-detected notifications. She reviewed them, and this is what she saw.
What? Who's that? Chat, why do people do this, bro? Why can't people just leave folks alone?
Some man was walking around the outside of the house. Though, something she picked up on almost right away was how easily he was doing it, like as if he already knew the exact layout of the outside of the house. She worried this wasn't his first time. He would walk around looking in different windows, which included hers. Seeing this, she called the cops and reported it. They later showed up, but by that time the guy was gone. There wasn't much they could do. They basically just told her to keep her blinds, curtains, and windows closed at all times.
Wow!
She rightfully worried he might show up again.
Wow! Be like, hey, bruh, there's literally somebody trying to get into my house. Can y'all send an officer to chill over here for a little bit? No. No. Just lock your window. Like, bro, what?
She set up a trap of sorts outside.
They said somebody come sit out front of the house.
She strung a piece of rope between 2 trees, hoping the man wouldn't see it and would trip over it, making a lot of noise, alerting her of his presence. Disturbingly, exactly a week later at 2 a.m., she would hear someone trip over the rope. Immediately, she pulled out her phone and opened the live camera feed.
Oh, I thought you was about to say she pulled out a blinky or something.
Standing directly outside of her window looking in was the same man from before.
I don't see him. Oh. Dude, what are you doing? Look, he looking for... Dude, that is it. He trying to get on the ceiling.
After she saw this footage, she went up to her mother's room and told her about the man. The two of them went back to the window, opened the curtains, and started banging on the glass to scare the man off. They called the police, but once again, when they arrived, the man was gone.
Ain't that just how it always goes, huh, chat? When they arrived, he was gone. Off the scene.
Her mother ended up moving to a new house. They never heard anything more from police.
The fact that you gotta move to a whole new house because somebody being creepy like this is insane. Squeaky with the file.
This doorbell footage shows the sudden explosion of a home in Arlington, Texas.
What?
It was 2 a.m. on January 1st, 2022, when a few houses down, the giant explosion goes off. The explosion was reported to have been caused by a gas appliance that wasn't fully shut off. Fortunately, no one was in the home when it happened.
Oh, well, that's good.
In fact, there were no injuries resulting from the incident. However, the damage was extensive.
No injuries, nobody died. That's good. Chat, me and my parents, we went on like some weekend trip. Like what is a long time ago. Box with the 5, thank you. We was gone from like Friday to Sunday night. We got home. When we got home, they checked the stove, and we had like 4 hot dogs on the stove still with the flame going the whole time we was gone. I remember that. Mom, you remember that? We came back. We was gone for like 3 days. We came back. There was 3 hot dogs still in the pot that somebody had left that they was cooking, and the flame was still on. And I remember everybody was tweaking like, dude.
Not only did the house suffer major structural damage, but flying debris hit...
Almost caught the house on fire one time too, because I was probably like 8. No, I was probably older than 8. I was probably around 10. Parents wasn't home because I think it was like a school holiday. I was going to cook me some noodles in the microwave. Brother was at the house. I was going to cook me some noodles in the microwave. So I got the noodles. I put them in there. I thought everything was good. Yo, KV with the 5, thank you. 5 minutes later, I hear yelling. My brother yelling. I didn't put no water in the noodles, bro. I walked into the kitchen. The whole kitchen was smoked out. Whole kitchen was smoked out, and the plastic bowl with the noodles in it was completely burnt and melted through. And he got noodles and threw them out the window. Dude, I almost caught the whole house. Dude, no joke. You have to know to put water in noodles, because if you don't, it will actually like smoke out your house. Like seriously, it will. It will smoke out your house, bro. Like actually. Chad, has anybody forgot to put water in your noodles when you cooked them? I did not know that would happen. I thought it would be like a thing. Like I don't really know what I would expect to happen, but the amount of smoke, and it smelled like burnt noodles in the house for like a week straight. I'm telling you, bro. Like if I ever made like a shooter game or something, I wouldn't put smoke grenades in the game. The smoke grenade would be called dry noodle bomb. And you would pull out a cup of dry noodles, light it on fire, and throw it on the ground, and it would just be a smoke screen. Because I'm telling you, bro, it looked like a dadgum smoke grenade went off in the house. Romans with the 5, thank you.
Nearby buildings as well.
Residents
in the apartments across the street reported blown out windows from the explosion.
It does,
though. Vehicles also were damaged. The authorities received multiple calls immediately after the explosion went off.
Yep. Sure did. Chat, y'all ever actually almost burnt y'all's house down?
This video was uploaded to TikTok in September of 2022. The uploader said it was about 3 a.m. when his doorbell camera captured a man walking across the street.
September of 2022. This is when I very first started streaming.
He walks directly towards the house's front porch and eventually right up to the camera, at which point you can see the man is wearing some kind of mask with a drawn-on mustache.
Yo, that music they added is creepy, bro. Stop. Oh, nah!
The homeowner eventually woke up from all the notifications on his phone. He sees the man looking inside through his windows and trying to open his door. To this, he immediately threw on some clothes and went outside to confront the man.
Oh, he went out there. Oh, he got him a golf club and a robe. Hey!
When he didn't find him, he opted to call the police and send in a report.
He about to snap that
Likely
dude
nothing
up.
came of this. The uploader never gave an update, But considering the man was wearing a mask, he probably won't ever be identified.
Dana with the 5, thank you. Man, that's creepy, bruh. Man, golly, that's creepy. Ooh, got another one, Chad. One more.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
Chat, they addicting, bro. I'm not gonna lie, they addicting.
This footage was captured in Flint, Michigan on April 24th, 2023. The house had 2 Ring cameras, one above the garage and the other was a Ring doorbell camera. Around 10 p.m., a man in a red jacket...
Hey, that's a clean little deck y'all got right there, though. I see what y'all did there. That's brand new, too. That's clean. That's a good little sitting porch right there.
And another person just behind him are shown walking up to the house's front door. Before knocking or ringing the doorbell, the man in the jacket immediately starts trying to break down the door.
Wow. No questions asked, just straight.
Around to the house's side door and again immediately starts trying to break it down. By this point, the homeowner had woken up in a panic and was checking their camera's feed for an explanation.
They blurred out something right there.
The homeowner had woken up in a panic and was
checking. He probably pulled out a blicky. Oh no!
Their camera's feed for an explanation.
That goes to show you most people that try to break in somebody's house at night are probably hoping that nobody lives there. Because the second they're met with any, like, confrontation at all, 90% of the time, they just run off. Even if it's just over the doorbell cam, you just be like, hey, they take off running.
The 2 men off.
But the ones that don't run away when you say something and they stay there, those are the ones you got to worry about, because those ones that's going to kill you.
Police were called out to the property. When they reviewed the footage, they noted that one of the men was armed. What these 2 men planned to do with the people inside if they had successfully broken
Nothing, they were just trying to rob them, but you could tell. You could tell that's what, because they ran off.
Is unknown. It's unclear if they were ever identified by police. This clip was captured at 3 in the morning on April 9th, 2023. It happened in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The homeowner was sleeping when the clip was recorded. It wasn't until he woke up and saw a notification on his phone that he found out about it. He reviewed the footage, horrified. This is what he saw.
Bro,
a woman is shown trying multiple different keys to get into the house and
even
looking around for a hidden one.
Is that like a key in the shape of a revolver?
The house.
That's literally what that is.
And even looking around for a hidden one. To his car and trying those locks.
And you still didn't say nothing the whole time, cuh?
It's likely she was under the influence. Again, her intentions are unknown.
Chat, that's scary, bro.
Walter Hickox is a homeowner in Daytona Beach, Florida. His home is set out in a wooded section of the city. In running to the left side of the camera, and that's when Walter realizes they were looking at a black bear. The bear climbs over a protective railing.
That's why those stupid little baby gates don't help nothing. Another reason again why those baby gates ain't worth nothing, dude. You know, I mean, those things don't do nothing. You know? It can't even stop a bear.
Realizes they were looking at a black bear.
Wait,
the bear climbs over a protective
Wait, did his dog get snatched up?
As it goes for the dogs. With barely any time to process what he was seeing, Walter lunges at the bear as it goes for his dogs. He manages to push it back before he shoves a nearby chair in the doorway, preventing it from attacking again. He yells out that he was attacked by a bear as he brings his dogs back inside.
Oh my God! I got attacked by a bear! Oh my God!
When I had time to just sit and just stare, it all hit me and I started bawling. I couldn't believe how close to death I was, and I did it for my dog.
Walter received minor injuries from the bear. His dogs did.
Dude, that dog would have been gone!
Receive any injuries.
Popeye se está poniendo saucy.
W Mans, though, he saved that dog.
Are you tired of uncomfortable
I think Chad, you'd have done the same thing, right?
We deserve better.
This homeowner in Texas got a knock at their door for a DoorDash delivery around 1:20 in the morning. Only the homeowner hadn't ordered DoorDash. She was sleeping.
What?
It was only her and her nephew in the home at the time. She remembers waking up to a metal clinking sound, but didn't think much of it until she noticed damage to the outside of her house the next morning. This caused her to look back at her cameras, both the footage from her doorbell camera and the one she had set up in her backyard.
Wow, you got money, don't you? You got a putting green and an in-ground trampoline. Okay, bud.
This is what she saw. Opened it for the DoorDash delivery. But when no one answered, they resorted to trying the backyard while the fake DoorDash deliverer stayed out front as a distraction. However, unfortunately, the men would be unsuccessful and are shown running away from the house on the backyard camera. The four men and the woman at the front door were all seen leaving the area together in a dark-colored sedan.
Bruh!
They were never caught by police.
Imagine you innocently answer the door thinking it's some DoorDash driver that got the address wrong, and you go out there completely unknowing. To be like, no, wrong address, sorry. All of a sudden, 4 dudes push the door in, and they take everything. TV gone, jewelry gone.
In June of 2019, multiple homes in Chicago got a visit from a man claiming to be an investigator known as Jeff Rushmore. The only problem
Where's his brother Mount at?
That man doesn't exist. He was impersonating an investigator with the local police department.
Wow!
Equipped with a fake uniform, a fake badge, and
look at this goober!
Fake police radio chatter. This Ring camera caught him performing the act.
Can you open the door?
26, I got you en route. Still Smart District 821 is gonna be the sixth person.
Does this dude have a radio on too?
900 North, looks like PD is with them in captain custody.
That's where this dude's whole setup goes wrong, because like the real investigators that wear suits and stuff, I don't think they carry radios with them like that. Because why would the investigators need a radio? Because there's not, you know what I mean? This dude's a goober. He act like me and contraband police when I do this, acting like I'm talking to HQ. Bro, get out of here!
George, the individual's not answering the door.
The homeowner does.
Notice nobody responded when he said something.
To the door. Yet the man stays in character, even faking a call back, reporting the unresponsive
Why
homeowner.
would you do this? Why?
Another home in the area equipped with a Ring doorbell camera shows the same man. This time the homeowner does open the door.
What?
Sorry to bother you so late. Rushmore with the Winfield Police Department. I'm an investigator. One of your neighbors down the street reported a missing.
The video cuts out there. The man
Because the dude that opened the door probably... dude that opened the door probably beat him down with that chair. Is probably why it cut off.
Explains a missing person case, and when the homeowner says he doesn't know anything about it, the interaction ends. The motives behind him impersonating an investigator are unknown. Often there are cases like this where the man is simply trying to get people to open their door thinking they're safe, but proceed to rob them or sometimes worse.
What?
However, he doesn't do this. No one knows his motives. One commenter...
Somebody says probably a cosplay. I understand if you want to cosplay something like this, but you don't take it to the point where you're knocking at people's doors at whatever it is at night.
Said, I honestly believe he was testing the waters, and as he felt more confident, he would have escalated from getting people to open their door to entering into people's homes to only God knows what next. According to recent documents, the man was never identified.
How?
What
do you mean he wasn't identified? His name's Jeff... Yo!
You know you're getting all the latest.
His name's Jeff Rushmore.
This video was captured in Kansas City. The doorbell footage shows a man appearing on the left side of the screen and climbing on the guardrail.
That thing
He was
about
trying to stay in the
snap.
frame as he attempted to take the Ring camera off of the home. Inside the home was a woman and her son.
Chat, this the first person we see try to take the camera off the door, by the way. Y'all peep that?
The man was the woman's ex-boyfriend. Later, the homeowner's son ran into her room frantic, telling her their car was on fire. Police and firefighters were called to the scene, but not before the fire destroyed their car and most of their home. Marianne, an expert in abusive relationships, responded with, "Abusive relationships are about power and control, and when that power and control is taken away or it's minimized, then what we see is those efforts are escalated to try and get them back. Police are currently looking for the homeowner's ex-boyfriend seen in the video.
How is nobody getting called? How?
This happened in April
These people, bro.
2023 in a wooded section of Asheville, North Carolina. The homeowner of this house got a notification saying motion was detected at her front door.
Now there actually is motion at the door this time.
She opened the app on her phone and saw 3 bears on her front porch. They were tearing open a package that had recently been delivered.
Just want to point out, by the way, this little yard is a vibe right here.
Inside the package was dog food, which they easily would have been able to smell. The homeowner opened her door and confronted the animals, trying to scare them off.
Don't confront them! Let them live in the house with you and feed them.
The bears take one of the inside the package.
Yo!
They're seen on the right side of the screen with the bag in their mouth as they walk off.
Yo, he actually secured it! No way!
The bears take one of the 2 bags of dog food inside the package. They're seen on the right side of the screen with the bag in their mouth as they walk off.
Hey, she lucky the mama bear wasn't out there.
This footage
What you doing, bruh? That's when you hit
the man clearly looks to be on something. When he realizes...
Imagine how bad it would scare him if you hit the alarm on your car.
No one was going to answer the door. He walks away.
Bud, you need some new internet. He's been gone for 5 minutes. Buddy, ain't nobody out there. He's like people in the chat when they react to something that happened 2 hours previously.
It's unclear whose voice this is. There are 2 main possibilities here. Either this man was hiding from someone for one reason or another, and he was trying to get inside a house so that he wouldn't be found, the voice being the person he was hiding from. Or he was trying to bait the homeowner into opening the door, where he then planned to do who knows what. The voice here being a concerned neighbor that saw what he was doing. Either way, the man most likely did not have the best intentions.
Yo, W chillin' scares. Chat, these videos always hit, no joke. W chillin' scares for real. Them videos always hit. I'm talking chat. Them videos always hit. 8 most disturbing things caught on Dashcam footage. Shout out chillin' scares. I'm not saying you drink it every day, but every now and then you drink something with some carbonation in it and it burns all the toxins out of you.
This first clip takes place in Malaysia in 2017. The dashcam footage itself features 2 guys driving through a windy residential area late at night. Everything seems to be going completely normal. when, as they start to make a turn, what looks like a person wearing all white can be seen sitting cross-legged directly in the middle of the road.
Dude.
Number 6, so I can see lights. Oh no, there's just street lights.
Okay, that's a bit scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary. Not gonna lie.
That's a bit scary.
That is very scary.
That's
Bro,
alright,
what?
traction control just came on.
Yeah, that's no good.
Imagine you see it come sprinting around the corner right here.
Obviously terrified, the guys would
Bro,
immediately
that's
stop
creepy,
and back up their
dude.
car to take a different route.
Bruh.
The video offers no further explanation of what happened next, so it's unclear why whoever or whatever this was sitting directly in the middle of the road.
I don't even know. Is it staged? Maybe it could have been.
On the day of October 15, 2018,
GG.
police would be flooded with calls from drivers on the highway. The calls reported a Subaru Forester with foreign plates towing a caravan in the furthest lane, carelessly going full speed down the opposite way of the highway. The driver of the vehicle was able going full speed down the opposite way of the highway. The driver of the vehicle was able to do this for a full 7 minutes before getting into an accident. And while this was taking place, multiple dash cams were able to capture the horrifying experience.
You were still driving!
As they desperately tried to get out of the way.
What are you doing?
The eventual accident ended up causing a massive pileup of vehicles that would actually temporarily shut down the highway completely.
Could you imagine?
In this video, this man who is on his way home late at night claims to see a person on the side of the road. But again, it's late at night and on a desolate street with no lights. So, with his camera, the driver starts filming while slowly getting closer.
In my car, in reverse, there was somebody walking in that distance. It looks really, really sketchy. It's like right under that sign over there. Let me try to zoom it in for you guys. See if you guys can see anything. No, I'm gonna have to put the lights over there for the car. I'm trying to get you guys a picture of this, but this thing is scary as. I have never seen no one look like this or be like this. See if you guys can see it with the light down there. Oh no, still too far. I'm getting on the road here by it and I don't see nothing still. Let's zoom it out. Where did they go? I don't know where they went. What the f? He's standing like under the sign over there. I don't know if you guys can see that. He's
Bro,
legit,
we can't see nothing!
Like standing under that sign right there. Just like right there on the side of the road.
That's when the driver claims to see the person. And after turning on his high beams, a man on the side of the road wearing a black shirt and dark jeans is revealed. He also seems to be wearing some sort of mask. The guy's body language is extremely odd, but disturbingly, when the driver gets close enough, the man aggressively jumps at the car, grabbing the handle in an attempt to open the door.
Do you see that right there? Do you see that?
That's fake, that's fake. Nah, the way this dude in the car reacting is set up. Nah, that's fake.
But they got like some weird mask or something on.
Yeah, nah, see, you talking too much. If this was real, you would not be putting this much commentary over this right here. Nah, Nah, set up.
What the is that? What the? Oh, what the? Oh, what the?
No, come on, bro.
Who this guy is, or why he's alone on the side of a desolate road in the middle of the night is unknown. But one can only imagine what he intended to do if he were able to get the car door open.
Chat, that one's set up, right? That one's set up.
This dashcam footage was taken from a police cruiser during California wildfires back in October of 2017.
2017?
The clip's only 11 seconds, but shows the cruiser desperately attempting to exit a neighborhood that was overrun by the wildfires.
Carl, you gotta get out of there!
On the sides of the road, through the smoke, trees and even whole houses are seen actively burning. Throughout the duration of the video, fire from the trees above can be seen raining down on
imagine your car dies or something like that. Could you imagine?
The car, making the scene all the more disturbing.
You know how hot it would be outside?
This dashcam footage was taken way back in 2012 on a desolate road in Russia. Quickly noticeable is a makeshift roadblock made from a tree branch and multiple bottles intentionally placed in the middle of the road. Right next to it is a driver stopped with their hazard lights on, who is also supposedly stopped by the roadblock. As the two drivers get out of their vehicles to move the obstruction, a car's headlights in the background can be seen getting close.
Trying to die, bro? Just drive over it. Dude, there's no way I would get out right here. It's obvious somebody trying to make me get out.
Closer.
Bro, it's glass. Literally nobody cares. You can replace a tire later, dog.
Along with this,
you act like if you run over something that's glass, your car catches on fire and flips 8 times.
People on the side of the road seem to appear out of nowhere.
This ain't like Looney Tunes.
Many commenters responding to the video believe this footage captured a failed ambush attempt, and that the roadblock was intentionally set up as a way to force drivers to leave the safety of their vehicles to clear it from the road, which would therefore leave them vulnerable to an ambush.
Tires expensive?
One commenter
okay, so risk your life instead. Bro, stop! You don't have to play devil's advocate to everything, bro. Stop! Oh yeah, tires are expensive, so let me risk my life at an obvious roadblock instead. Use a goober.
That the ambushers themselves were either the people in the car.
And to be real with you, bro, it wouldn't even be hard to straddle these right here. You put one tire right here, another one between these or something like that, you wouldn't even hit the bottles, you just hit the stick.
Down the road, or the people on the side of the road. Whether this is true or not is still unknown, but still making for a disturbing
But what if you're driving a golf cart? I can already tell.
Experience nonetheless.
But what if, like, bro, stop.
Around 7 p.m. on a night in 2018.
Why'd it pause?
This driver would come across something pretty disturbing. While driving down the highway, the driver would notice some woman sitting on the back of a car just next to him. The car itself reached speeds of around 50 miles an hour. The whole time, the woman on the back is left with practically nothing to hold on to.
Huh?
Eventually the vehicle would stop, and later on the woman can be seen, now off the back of the car and aggressively attempting to open the car's door.
Oh, somebody was trying to get away from her. She jumped on the back. Yo! Somebody help him!
But shortly after, the video would abruptly end. What caused the whole situation to transpire in the first place is unknown.
Man.
This truck driver was driving in the desert and quickly approaching a giant gray cloud that he assumed to be a dust storm. But horrifyingly, as he got closer, it was revealed that rather than a dust storm, he was driving straight into a massive plague of locusts. Almost immediately, thousands of locusts start slamming into the guy's truck, making it increasingly difficult for him to even see in front of himself.
All them locusts stayed underground for like 8 years just to come out and get run over by a big truck in 10 seconds. That's insane. Imagine you were driving down the road with your windows down when it started.
The whole thing, no doubt, making for a pretty unsettling scene. This video features a man and his wife on vacation in India. After spending the day at a local city, the couple finally decided to head back to the resort they were staying at on a rented motorbike at around 10 p.m. at night. But after around 10 miles, it was becoming clear to them that they had missed their exit.
Oh yeah, you missed your exit, all right. You in the middle of nowhere!
Figuring it was too late at this point, the couple ultimately decided to keep going straight in the hopes of getting back to a main road. The couple was now miles away from any kind of civilization.
What you doing?
And disturbingly, as they kept going, a woman wearing all white standing on the side of the road can be seen slowly coming into view.
Oh no. Oh no.
The couple would of course end up speeding past the woman, who doesn't even seem to react. And again,
Dude,
you gotta remember,
chat, there was this, speaking of this right here, there was this old dirt road that me and my buddies used to drive down all the time, and a whole bunch of other people used to drive down all the time. It was like a shortcut between towns. There was like a myth that at night, if you went there, you would see a woman dressed in all white holding a bag. You would see her as the road looked just like this. You would see her as you're going down the road, but then you would see her again like a mile down the road again. That's what they said now. Now, I went on that road at night multiple times. Never seen it myself, but people were saying that, bro.
It was 10 p.m. at night when this happened, and that section of the road is miles away from any kind of
civilization. That is a cool little story, though.
Who this woman was, or why she was on a desolate road in the middle of the night, still remains unknown.
Nah, she just chilling, walking. Nah, she was just chilling. 10 most disturbing things caught on doorbell camera. Lock in. Lock in. W channel.
In this first video, this house's Ring doorbell captured a man walk up to the front door in the middle of the night. But rather than actually knocking on the door or ringing the doorbell, the man pretends to do so. At first it seems odd.
Oh yeah, his friends dared him to do it and he didn't want to do it. So yeah, I seen that little text. That's 100% what it is. 100%.
Realize what's actually going on. Near the left side of the screen, a car's headlights can be seen. It's clear whoever is driving the vehicle is making this guy walk up and talk to the house owner.
He lost a bet or something. It is what it is.
A seemingly sinister purpose, as the guy obviously doesn't want to do it. I mean, so much so that he fakes knocking on the door and even fakes a conversation with the house owner, all the while making sure the driver can see him doing so.
This is so odd.
Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah, 100%. If I lost a bet that'd do that, I'd do the same thing, bro. No joke. Ain't no doubt about it, chat.
From the fake conversation, it's clear the driver wants the man to look for someone named Matt. One comment guessed the man could have been being forced to rob the place.
Now, hold on a minute. Now there might be something more sinister at play here. Right? Chat, y'all sitting here talking about L ads, bro. What you want me to... No matter how many times you type L ads, it will never go away. Y'all typing that don't do nothing, chat. It'll never go away. Ever. So how about you just say, you know what? Say W ads instead of L ads. Right? Thank you.
But didn't want to do it, making him fake the whole situation and claim no Matt lived there.
See?
But to this day, the real motives of the driver are still unclear.
Probably a bet, most likely. That's what I think. That's what y'all think, chat?
This footage features a random woman walking up to someone's front door. The woman clearly isn't acting normal, or at least until a car passes where she breaks character so as not to draw attention to herself. After the car is gone, the woman can be seen putting her face right up to the camera.
This is definitely the person that lives here just trying to make a scary video. 100%.
After watching the disturbing footage, the house owner would claim he had no idea who the woman was.
Never mind. I was completely wrong and I should never speak again.
This doorbell camera video shows the horrifying early stages of a fire in a neighbor's property. As the video goes on, you can see as the fire gradually continues to grow. So much so that it eventually reaches the house with the doorbell camera.
Oh, Lord!
At the time of the fire, the house owner himself was asleep, though he would be woken up by multiple notifications on his phone, claiming motion was detected by his doorbell camera. After reviewing the footage, the house owner would frantically run to get a fire extinguisher and desperately attempt.
I'm gonna keep it a stack with you, Bubba. We're a little bit past fire extinguisher stage here. Okay, we're at fire truck stage. All right. I fear that a fire extinguisher ain't gonna do nothing. Okay, so.
After reviewing the footage, the house owner would frantically run to get a fire extinguisher and desperately attempt to put the fire out.
Oh! Bro! Ow! You need to get out of there! Come! Why are you still spraying the fire extinguisher? Go out the back door! Yo, who is this goober in the background barking orders? Like, shut up. Like, you're making everything worse. Why are you talking so condescendingly? Just be like, hey, bro, you should get out of there. Evacuate now. Like, who you think you are barking orders? Like, at that point, I'm probably just staying in there now. I'm staying in there till the fire department shows up. Just because this dude wants to sit here and literally bark out orders like that, bro, you got me messed up.
But after realizing it was too late, the house owner would escape through the house's back door. It's pretty safe to say that the motion detected notifications that woke up the house owner saved his life that night.
Saved him. I still can't believe he tried the the fire extinguisher though. That's kind of crazy, chat.
Describe your needs and goals.
This video captured a woman frantically knocking on this house's front door. As she continues to do so, she can be seen constantly looking behind her. And that's when you realize why. A man walks up to the woman and proceeds to grab her firmly, telling her to get into the car. All the while, the woman can be heard pleading for him to stop.
Yo, could you imagine waking up to your doorbell camera and seeing this? Can you imagine?
Stop, please, no. No, please.
The man in the video was later identified to be 20-year-old Victor Kucic, and he would
Bro got an Alienware shirt on.
ultimately be charged with third-degree felony kidnapping.
That's crazy.
This Ring doorbell starts off showing the house owner simply doing her laundry. Though, before she can even enter the laundry room, she can be seen pausing. And the audio from the clip makes it clear as to why.
What? Get in the house. Get in the house. Get in the house. Get in the house.
A voice can be heard desperately pleading for help, though it's unclear as to where the voice is coming from. Clearly disturbed, and worried it could have been someone hiding around her property, the woman would end up calling the police.
That is so scary.
I looked around, I didn't see anybody out on the road or any cars or anything. So I went back to my Ring video to make sure I wasn't just...
Don't tell me it's a ghost!
I can hear somebody saying something like that.
Well, I posted it on there.
The police would search the whole property, but find absolutely nothing. And to this day, it's still unclear whose voice was talking.
What? Had to be the wind.
Or even where it was coming from.
Had to be the wind. It was the wind. It had to be.
This doorbell camera footage seems to have captured an almost transparent-looking figure walking across the house owner's property in the middle of the night. The figure looks to have no face and seems to slowly become less visible as it continues to move. The audio from the video reveals the noise of very faint footsteps.
Camera glitch.
After reviewing the footage and examining around the property, the house owner found nothing out of the ordinary, and it's still unclear what exactly was caught on video that
Yes, Tanner. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's Tanner, chat. 100%.
The owner of this house would wake up to a notification on his phone telling him motion was detected at his front door. And after reviewing the footage, this is what he found. There was an old woman with a knife just standing at his front door, constantly shifting her body weight from side to side. The woman can be seen awkwardly holding and looking at the knife, as well as constantly glancing all around her.
What? Somebody come get their grandma, bro. What's she doing?
After a few more seconds, the woman finally attempts to ring the doorbell, but seemingly can't bring herself to do it for whatever reason.
Could be dementia. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it could be. But what about the knife action?
And after 2 minutes of footage, it cuts off. It's still unclear who this
If I was living here and I seen this on my doorbell, I don't think I'm ever leaving the crib again, chat.
woman was, or what caused her to walk up to a stranger's front door wielding a knife.
I don't think I'm ever leaving the crib again. I mean,
after hearing his doorbell go off, this San Diego house owner would look at his doorbell camera through his phone, and the camera revealed a supposed door-to-door salesman waiting outside. The house owner decided to confront the man with the doorbell speaker, and that's when the salesman claimed he was looking for the Robinsons' residence at 712, which was not the house he was at. After being informed of this, the salesman would politely apologize for the mix-up.
This is the Robinsons' residence at 712?
No, you're at the wrong house. This is 721.
Oh, I apologize for that.
Suspicious of the...
Why you smiling so much, bruh? Bro, why you smiling so much, bruh?
House,
Look.
721.
Oh, I apologize for that.
Bro, why you so happy, bruh?
Suspicious of the encounter, the house owner would send the footage to the local police department, who, disturbingly, confirmed that this exact man was suspected of breaking into at least 19 homes and impersonating a salesman to do so.
19?
The man has yet to be caught by police. Likely taking place during the whole killer clown craze of 2016, this Ring doorbell caught the exact moment someone dressed in a clown costume...
Nah, see, this just make me mad. This would make me so mad. Oh, bro, you better hope I didn't wake up and see this.
Walked up to its front door. The person can be seen tilting their head and slowly walking up to the door, almost the whole time staring directly into the camera.
Buddy, you better hope I don't wake up and see a dadgum clown outside my door acting like you scary, bro. I don't understand these people, bro. Like, who you think you scaring, bro? You go to the wrong house and do this, you getting kicked off them stairs. You gone.
While it's most likely just someone trying to scare people, there's a small chance something a lot more sinister is going on here.
Ooh, I'm mad. This just made me mad. That's when you just start shooting through the front door. You lay down in your living room to start shooting through the door. No, don't do that. But you know, I mean, come on. Golly, man, like, what you doing, bruh? Okay, Street My Biz with the 5 gifted. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you, Bailey and Jake. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Appreciate you.
To this day, it's still unclear whether the house owner experienced anything further regarding the situation.
Nah, it's just some loser going door to door thinking he cool. Oh, I heard there's a Ring doorbell camera over here. I'm go up here try to be, man. Just a straight up goober, chat. Just straight up goobsker. You know what I mean? Goober. Most disturbing things found in attics. Dude, chat, there's so many. Chat, why is there so many? Chat. Why is there so many? Do the attic one? Chat, don't do the attic one. The attic one looks scary, low-key. Yeah.
Don't like sharing your pint?
Then share the new Scoopapalooza.
If you don't want to share your Ben and Jerry's,
We're not in a very
they're
sharing.
addicting, dude. Are they not? Attics are creepy. They are very creepy. Unless you got one, yeah. Attics and basements, creepy.
On a late night in January 2018,
GG.
Roxbury Police Station in Boston would receive a call from a family reporting a suspicious smell all throughout their house.
GG for no reason.
They would claim that they'd been dealing with a growing stench that had now gotten too much to bear. Upon police arrival, they could clearly smell the horrid stench, but couldn't find the cause. That was until they searched the attic, where they found the dead body of a woman wrapped up and decomposing. The family claimed to have no idea how the body had gotten there. Though, what's especially odd about this case is that the only way to get into the attic is from the house's master bedroom. The body was never identified, and to this day, the case remains unsolved. These next photos are pretty disturbing. In 2014, someone posted these pictures that feature a room in their attic that looks almost identical to a prison cell. The individual who posted the pictures claimed they had just moved in and only recently found out about the room. The room is painted light green, has one light, is only 4 feet tall, has a foam bed, and has a metal grate on both the inside and the outside of the door. Most disturbingly, though, is the fact that the door has a lock on it that can only be accessed from the outside.
No!
The poster also states that in that specific part of the attic, there are no neighbors close enough to hear anyone yelling from inside. It's hard to think of something good that this room could have been used for.
They had somebody locked in there!
We can only imagine what its real purpose was. But considering the metal grate on the door, the foam bed inside, and the lock on the door, there's a high chance it wasn't good.
Yo, what?
This one is just downright disturbing. A female by the name Tracy from Rock Hill, South Carolina started experiencing some strange occurrences in her house. One night, at around 2:30 a.m., she claimed to hear weird noises coming from the attic, along with nails popping out from her ceiling. At first, she claimed to have thought it was something related to the paranormal, but she would later find out that it was her ex-boyfriend who she had broken up with 12 years prior.
Buddy, it's been 12 years. And you are what? Hello?
And who had only recently been released from prison. Upon Tracy hearing the sounds, she would send up her adult nephew into the attic to see what was causing the disturbance. And that was when Tracy's ex-boyfriend was found asleep in a back corner of the attic. After being discovered, the man would run downstairs and out of the house before police could arrive on scene. Upon further inspection, police would discover Tracy's ex-boyfriend had rigged the ceiling vents in such a way that he could look down at Tracy in her bedroom from his spot in the attic. They also found several Sonic cups filled with human waste. Another thing that should be mentioned is that the only way to access Tracy's attic was through a door from inside the home. More specifically, in a hallway that connects her children's bedrooms. The whole thing is really disturbing, especially along with the fact that the man has yet to be caught.
What?
10-year-old Alex Kettler was your everyday average kid. Though, in 2013, while Alex was at his grandmother's house for a routine visit, he would get bored and decide to entertain himself by exploring his grandmother's attic. After a few minutes, Alex would find what he described as a strange-looking case. Upon further inspection, Alex would open the case and find a dead body inside.
Dude,
he would notify his family of what he found, and of course they were...
Chad, imagine going in your attic, a house you like just moved into or something, you go in your attic, you find a box, there's just a body in there.
Horrified. It turns out the container was a sarcophagus tomb from Egypt with a mummified body inside. The mummified body was taken to a Berlin hospital. Experts believe the find to be an actual mummy, or if not, an incredibly accurate forgery.
How? How?
In March of 2014, a call was made to police reporting 4 live hand grenades that were found in an attic in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. The family was going through some old army uniforms in their attic when they came across the grenades. The family was obviously shaken up by the situation, as if they weren't as careful, things could have gone bad fast.
Dadgum grenade action!
Luckily, the Milwaukee bomb squad was able to detonate the grenades before anyone was hurt.
Chat, y'all might have to check y'all's attic, bro, no joke. Chat, y'all might gotta check y'all's attic, dude. Hey.
In January of 2016, Virginia police were called to investigate a vacant duplex in a neighborhood known for a lot of gang activity. Tragically, upon arrival, they found the lifeless body of a child located in the attic of the duplex.
No!
It's unclear how long the body had been there, and on top of that, to this day, the body has yet to be identified.
That's crazy.
What I find most disturbing is the fact that neighbor Deborah Plum claimed that nobody had lived on the second floor of the building for months leading up to the tragic discovery.
Chad, these are so crazy, bro.
Stanley Carter was a simple 21-year-old man down on his luck in life. And because of that, as a last resort, in 2008, Stanley would beg some of his old college friends to let him crash at their place until he got back on his feet.
Yeah.
But after a long overstayed visit with no signs of Stanley trying to get his life back on track, his friends would ultimately kick him out, as they claimed he had overstayed his welcome at that point.
That's crazy. But
Stanley, obviously frustrated by this, would find other opportunity in the form of the next-door neighbor's attic, where he successfully hid and overall lived for a week. Though, Stanley would be found by homeowner Stacy Ferens, who stated that she first noticed him when she caught him coming down from her attic wearing her daughter's pants and her
Dude,
own
imagine how
sweatshirt
scary that would be. Seeing some random person coming out your attic, bruh.
shoes. Stacy would later state that looking back, she believed Stanley had been helping himself to not only her clothes, but also her food. Stanley would later be arrested for breaking into Stacy's home through the attic.
Iconic with the 5, thank you.
Reddit user Mostly Grapes posted this photo of a monkey back in 2014. The user claimed to have found it in his attic, and while it's definitely one of the more tame findings, it's still pretty horrifying, especially when you take a better look at the condition of the toy. Definitely not something you'd want to find in your attic.
Yeah, I don't think so. Lagging?
Claimed to have found the photo in the attic of his vacation home. They also claim that while in the image itself it's hard to see, they can make out the outline of a house, but nothing else. Just under
tight baloney! I mean, come on! Thank you, Lexi, with another 5 again. Thank you. W, get this real. I appreciate y'all, man. They be hitting, bro. They just gonna be hitting.
February of 2015.
GG. 2015, GG. That's a long time ago. That's 10 years ago. Chat. 2015, 10 years ago, bruh. Dude! Kate with the 5, thank you.
A pair of truck drivers was driving down the highway when a white truck quickly sped up to them. It got in front of them and slowed down, forcing them to stop their truck altogether.
Yo, Lexi with 25 again. Lord have mercy. Lexi going absolutely insane. Give me some W's for Lexi. Once again, that's like over 100 dadgum gifted just tonight from Lexi. W, Lexi. Seriously, I appreciate you for real, Lexi. Thank you, W, Lexi. I appreciate you. Thank you.
They thought the man inside was trying to tell them something, like their brake lights weren't working or something.
Oh, no, run this by me again. Sorry, I didn't see it. You can get mad if you want to, Bubba. I didn't catch it.
In February of 2015, this pair of truck drivers was driving down the highway when a white truck quickly sped up to them.
GG road rage.
It got in front of them and slowed down.
Another 25 again from Lexi once more. That's like 100. That's like 100. And that's like a lot. W, Lexi again, bro. Oh my goodness, thank you. And Jose with the 5, thank you.
Forcing them to stop their truck altogether.
Run them
over!
over!
The man inside was trying to tell them something, like their brake lights weren't working or something, so they pulled to the side of the road. But once they stopped, no one got out of the white truck. It circled the 2 truckers and stopped right next to them, even blocking oncoming traffic at times.
Oh, he's insane!
The person inside could now clearly be seen, but he just sits there, staring at them.
Oh, no.
They worried the man had a gun, and so they decided to drive away. But this causes the white pickup to pull right in front of them.
Hey. Papa se está poniendo sassy.
You know what? No, that don't look bad. Wow. You know what? Y'all are doing good stuff over there, Popeye's. Not gonna lie, because I'm so thick of them big, giant, thick pieces of chicken. That's something I would actually eat, bro. There's a lot of people that's gonna get that when they wouldn't get your regular chicken, bro. Because believe it or not, a lot of people get grossed out by them big pieces of chicken, bro. So you know what? There's gonna be a lot of people probably eating that. Not gonna lie, them little thin, little French fries pieces. I'm telling you, bro. People like that. I like that. Yo, Spoop with the 5. Thank you. I mean, just throw a grenade at his truck at this point. I mean, at this very moment, you gotta throw a grenade at his truck. Kate with another 5, thank you. He's a lunatic! Oh, no. No. Floor it!
Does he think you cut him off or something?
I think so too. Bro, you gotta run him over. That's just what it is. Yo, Awady with the 5, thank you.
DC. What's his tag? I can't see his tag.
The truck drivers are forced to back up to get around.
How do you stop yourself from jumping out of the truck, pulling this dude out of his truck, and just absolutely snapping him up and leaving him laying on the side of the road? How much self-control do you have to where you prevent yourself from getting out of this truck and just snapping this dude up? Like, I've been driving before and somebody look at me sideways too long like I did something, and I roll the window down and yell at them. Like, in this situation, how are you not getting out and just, I mean, come on. Hey, that's good self-control, though, not gonna lie.
They try to record the license plate, but it's not entirely visible. After a few seconds of just sitting there, the white pickup backs up.
Because I'll be sitting there thinking, you really think you about to sit here and control whether I drive forward or not? That's what would make me mad, is you think that I'm just going to stop for you and not do nothing. I'm going to let you do this. That's what would be making me mad. So like now we got a problem. You think you're the dadgum lion in the Sahara about to eat a zebra? No, Bubba. You ain't the lion up in here. You ain't about to dictate me. That's when you jump out on him. Hit him with a flying swanton bomb off the top of the big truck. Because there's two of them in the big truck, right? One dude gets out, takes them out of the truck, starts beating them up, and you set them up on the side. The other dude filming gets on top of the truck, hits him with a swanton bomb. Hit him with the dadgum Jeff Hardy. Man. Tell me that wouldn't be tough.
With the truck drivers take this opportunity to try and drive away.
Dude, when I did that, I hit my knuckle on the side of my table and it hurt so bad, but I'm making it look like it don't hurt. I think I just broke my knuckle, bro. Like I hit it on the very edge of the table, like directly at the top of my knuckle. It hurts, bro. I think I broke my knuckle, man. That bad.
As they drive off, the white pickup rams into their back trailer in
what no, now for real, you got to get out. No.
Can only be assumed an attempt to get them to stop. But they keep going and eventually lose the white pickup.
This dude's insane!
A bit further down the road, they park and wait for police to arrive. When they did, they started a search, and after a while found the white pickup on the side of the road a bit further down. They detained the man inside, and after seeing the video, arrested him. Police later determined the man was not in his right mind.
Oh, for real? Huh.
And the outcome could have easily been worse than it was.
Yeah, they could have hit him with a swanton bomb off the top of the big truck.
In this legendary...
Man, golly, man, I'm not playing EVE Online, bro.
Merciless betrayals of its players.
Man.
This dashcam footage was taken at 5 in the morning on July 29th, 2016.
5 in the morning?
The truck is in Calais, a city in France that overlooks the narrowest point in the English Channel. It's headed for a port which will take it over the channel to the UK. As it continues on the road, the truck in front of it suddenly brakes, causing the truck with the dashcam to lay on the horn. Shortly after, multiple men with flashlights appear on the road, throwing rocks at the truck, trying to get it to stop.
No.
They even use
Now, this is a situation where you wouldn't get out. When you got about 40, 50 people on the side of the road, that's when you don't get out. Yeah, no.
Tree branches as makeshift roadblocks.
Yeah, no. Matter of fact, don't get out ever at all, because you never know. Somebody have a gun, you walk up to their window, be like, hey man, what you doing? Dead. So yeah, don't even bother. You might as well keep on driving. I'm telling you. Bro, that is crazy!
The truck smashed through the tree branches, not stopping, knowing that if they do, they could be injured or worse. The men in the video on the side of the road are a gang of migrants trying to be smuggled into the UK by any means possible.
Bro, you could be like, hey, bro, can I get a ride on the side of the truck? Why are you throwing rocks? Won't you hold up a sign and be like, hey, bro, can I jump on the side of the truck real quick?
Makeshift roadblocks, throw rocks at the windows of trucks, stand in the road, all in an attempt to get trucks to stop.
Bro!
If they're successful, they'll use different weapons to threaten truck drivers into smuggling them over the border.
No, man, just be like, hey.
Reports of these occurrences, both successful and unsuccessful, come in somewhat frequently.
No.
Many other dash cams on trucks driving through the same area have captured similar occurrences.
We've seen this video. Remember this video? We've seen this one too.
This one shows a hijacking attempt with more people involved.
Yeah, we've seen this one. I think this was on this one on his channel too. Look how many people it is! Dude, oh man. This one's scary. No, this one is scary. No joke. This actually, this like scary for real. Like you get converged on by that many people. You understand what your mind is thinking right here when you got this many people converging up on you, bro? Your heart would be in your throat, bro. No joke. Y'all have been so scared to get like a hit of adrenaline, your heart feels like it's in your throat. This would be next level. Like, oh, dude. Yeah, because he was honking. Why you honking, bro? They know you there. He gone, though.
Typically, these attempts occur between 12 and 6 a.m.
That's bad, though.
Police in Calais have been working to fully eradicate the issue for years.
Man, that's scary, Jack.
In 2021, Hurricane Ida, an extremely destructive Category 4 hurricane, hit the state of Louisiana. It was the second most powerful hurricane recorded to have done so.
Dadgum hurricane?
It quickly devastated the southernmost port of Louisiana as it moved upwards further into the
Lexi,
U.S.
with another fight. Thank you again.
The hurricane created multiple tornadoes as it did so. This semi-truck would find itself in the middle of one of them, all of which was caught on its dash cam.
Oh, no!
It happened in Horsham, Pennsylvania. The truck stops at a light, but upon turning green, the driver decides to stay put. The winds quickly begin picking up. Visibility continues to worsen as the power lines on the side of the road finally give way.
Bruh. Hope you got a sleeper cab on that thing, because that's when you jump in the back of the sleeper. You don't want to be up front right there.
The truck continues to be forcefully pushed around.
The tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. for southeastern Pennsylvania. Repeating, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for the following...
I want to live in a big truck. I'm pausing again. You can get mad if you want to. Bro, I want to live in a big truck. I do. Big truck, chat. If you've never been in a big truck with a sleeper on it, it's so cozy. No joke. They're so cozy. My grandpa used to drive a big truck. He wasn't around that much. R.I.P. But every time he would be home, he would have his truck parked at home. I'd go look in the truck. Bro, it was so chill. It was just a truck with a bed in the back and like a little TV, bro. I'm telling y'all, bro, they so cozy, dude. I'll put me a streaming. So I'm going to go get me an old big truck with a sleeper on it. I'm just going to park it in my yard and stream out of it. Yo, May with the 5. Thank you.
In Pennsylvania, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia.
Don't even need the warehouse. We're just going to stream out of the big truck.
9 p.m. Wednesday, the stage was 6.4 feet. Moderate flooding is forecast. The river is expected to rise above flood stage light this evening to a crest of 14.8 feet tomorrow morning. Several driveways and other minor roadways are affected. Water begins to enter some basements.
The truck by the tip!
High water isolates 7 houses, resulting in some...
It's gone! It's gone! Oh, he's still in the driver's seat!
Some evacuation.
The winds are strong enough to push the truck over. The dash cam falls out of place, revealing the driver still being held in his seat from his seat.
Bro's like, yo!
Almost immediately after falling over, a man driving a van in front of the truck turned around and went over to help.
W-Mans.
The truck driver was assisted out of his truck, where the two men then ran for cover in a nearby building. The truck driver made it out with only minor injuries.
Dude! Them seatbelts is...
This dashcam footage was taken in Russia. A driver stopped his truck on the side of the road to change out one of his wheels. As he does so, he notices the same vehicle pass by multiple different times.
Oh, GG.
Worried whoever was inside had bad intentions, the driver walks up the road and finds a steel pipe to defend himself.
Hey, there you go. See, that's what you call survival instinct right there.
Shortly after, the car drives by again, but this time stops. 3 bandits were inside. One of them, seen in a tracksuit, walks up to the truck and attempts to extort money from the driver for, quote, crossing their territory. But the driver...
Crossing your territory, Bubba, you're on a highway.
Stays inside his truck and calls for backup from other nearby truckers.
What you mean territory, buddy? He's on the highway. Yo, that ringtone tough though, not gonna lie. Hey, you better pick up that phone.
No,
Bro was
5
already
minutes
saying
later,
no.
multiple trucks respond to his call for help.
They pulled. He got shooters with him.
Now with backup, the driver gets out of his truck and confronts the bandits with his steel pipe. Meanwhile, trucks continue to pile in, blocking the bandits from retreating.
No way!
Now with almost 20 truckers, they flip the bandits' car over.
What? This might be the best story I've ever heard. Yo, Sticky Anus with the 5 gifted, thank you. That is crazy! This like out of a movie!
Upside down on the side of the road as all the truckers begin to leave, having saved one trucker from a potentially life-threatening situation.
Oh, you gotta give every one of them $20, bro. That's crazy.
This dashcam footage was also taken in Russia.
Oh, no.
It was recorded on October 29th, 2013.
Oh, no.
The truck was carrying a shipment through the night. The road is pitch black, only lit up by the truck's headlights.
Bro, what would be out here in the middle of nowhere?
All of a sudden, a tree falls directly in front of it.
Oh, never mind.
Only seen when it appears in front of the headlights.
Oh my God! Bro!
The tree falls only feet away from the truck. There's not enough distance to avoid it, forcing the driver into it. He swerves, but avoids overcorrecting more than he should, and therefore doesn't spin out and lose control.
Dude!
This allows the driver to make it out with nothing more than slight damage to the front of the truck.
Dude, that's like the worst luck ever.
This semi-truck was sitting idly on the side of the road when the dashcam captures a silver car pull up in front of it. The car is put in park and a man gets out. He starts walking up to the truck and, seeing no one inside, walks around to the driver's side door. It was left unlocked. The truck driver was outside, possibly changing a tire or inspecting his back trailer. It's not made entirely clear. The man then rummages through the truck driver's things before making a run for it back to his car, having taken a black bag.
Broad day. Broad day. Somebody's grandpa out here stealing duffel bags out of big trucks. Broad day on the side of the road.
That's when the truck driver realizes what's going on and chases after him.
What's Grandpa doing? He literally came up here like he knew exactly what he was going for. Like he was on a mission, like he had some sort of intel. Like he's on some top secret mission. He has to get the black briefcase out of this truck driver's truck. Like why? Don't hurt yourself now. Oh, you're cooked. Oh, you're done. He actually dropped him the bag. He knew he didn't want no smoke. He said, you know what, just have it.
For whatever reason, after getting in the passenger side door and beginning to drive off, the car stops and the man throws the bag on the ground. The car then continues to speed off as the trucker reclaims his bag. The license plate was never fully visible in the video, so police couldn't really do anything.
You might as well not even call the police, because it's like he gave you the bag back. It's like, all right, whatever, I'll just let him slide. Slide to an extent. You know what I mean? Ooh, another Woods one. Oh my goodness, another Woods one!
What makes Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadilla so giant? Crispy fingers,
sauce, and
That
milk
was
and cheese.
weird, Chad.
In January 2015, a group of New
GG, what's up with everything happening in 2015? What's going on tonight? It's over.
Zealand film students were recording outside their school at Auckland's Parnell railway station. The footage you're seeing now was recorded by a student named Chris Muir. For a few minutes, Chris and his friends were messing around and having fun as they filmed. But that's when the group spotted a man and a woman wearing creepy white masks hiding in the tall grass next to the station and staring ominously at the camera.
Bro, watch out, bro! Oh, they just trying to scare people. They just trying to scare people. That's all that is.
As it was later revealed, Chris and his buddies first thought that the masked people were probably pranksters from the school trying to creep them out,
Well, what else would it be?
Is why they can be heard laughing throughout the footage. However, the students later confessed that it was more so nervous laughter and that they were actually pretty terrified during the encounter. Disturbingly, looking at the footage, they noticed that the couple appeared to be armed. In some of the clips, it looks like one of them is holding a pistol.
Oh, okay. No, see, now I wouldn't be laughing no more. If I seen a blicky, I'm like, okay, this ain't funny no more, I'm leaving. Now, if it's just a couple people walking around with masks on trying to scare me, I'll be like, ha ha, hee, ha ha. You know what I mean? Oh, no. But you see a gun, you're like, all right, let's go ahead and bounce. Let's go to Pizza Hut or something. Yo, Goopy with the 5, thank you.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one? I don't see him.
Bro, zoom out the camera!
As soon as the suspects got a little too close for comfort, the group ran back to the main road, after which they reportedly saw a police chopper approaching the area of the incident. It's not entirely clear who called the cops that day, but based on my research, this wasn't the first time the couple had harassed the public with their creepy masks and weapons. Earlier that week, they had terrorized a woman at Auckland's Domain Park, but left before the police were able to arrest them. When the cops arrived at the train station, Chris and his friends gave them the report, after which the Auckland Police Department
So they just out there doing that to everybody. They just a town bully. You know what that reminds you of? Y'all remember that story of that one guy that lived in a small town and he was just like a bully to everybody? And then one day, like a whole bunch of people like was around him and one guy, and they like somebody shot him and killed him and nobody snitched, even though like half the town saw him get shot. Because everybody in the town hated him, so they all gathered up and they shot him dead and nobody ever snitched. That's how bad they hated that guy. Imagine being such a bully and such a horrible person that half of the town goes and kills you broad daylight in the middle of the road and nobody snitches and nobody gets arrested. Because that's how bad everybody hates you. Yep. His name was, what was his name? His name was like Rex something. What was his name? His name was something Rex something. Ain't no way nobody in here know it. Somebody say the full name. Man, golly, man.
Facebook post where they urged the suspects to come forward and warned civilians to stay far away
Y'all
from
don't
the
know
masked people
nothing!
if they saw them. They also cautioned that if they saw someone carrying what appeared to be a weapon, they had no way of knowing if the weapon was real or fake and would be forced to approach the situation as if it were real. Shortly after that, the suspects reportedly came forward to talk to the cops. Throughout the investigation, the authorities didn't release a whole lot of information to the public about who these people were, whether their weapons were real, or what their intentions were. But one thing we know for sure is that this wasn't just an innocent prank.
Yeah, that's bad.
In fact, when a lot of people online started accusing the students of staging a prank just to get attention...
Yeah, just like y'all was. See, y'all feel good about y'allself now, chat? Y'all, I saw multiple people in here sitting here saying this is staged, and now y'all sitting here looking goofy.
A spokesperson from the school came forward to clarify that the masked suspects had nothing to do with the institute. According to an article from Vice, a police spokesperson later confirmed that the weapons were fake. But I wasn't able to find any official confirmation of this, and to this day, not a lot of people know who the suspects were or why they were terrorizing the public for no reason.
Yes, Kenneth Rex McElroy was his name. Thank you.
Whatever the case, it's a good thing Chris and his friends were able to get away before things took a turn for the worse.
That was his name.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it.
Kenneth
Meet
Rex
Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Near the base of Mount Fuji in Japan lies a forest that's known among the locals as the Sea of Trees. Interestingly, the entire forest grew out of a 30-square-kilometer patch of hardened lava that was laid down by the last major eruption of Mount Fuji. A little more disturbingly, though, over the years, the Sea of Trees has become known as a
trail looked like
place
a vibe, chat.
where people go to take their own lives.
Oh.
And if you venture far enough into the forest, it's not uncommon at all to find a body.
Oh.
Near the entrance of the forest, a sign written in Japanese reads, "Quietly think once more about your parents, siblings, and children. Please don't suffer alone, and first reach out." In July 2017, urban explorer and YouTuber Burbex ventured into the forest to see what he'd find.
Yo, Misty loves goldfish with the 5, thank you.
Walking his viewers through his entire journey into the Sea of Trees. But even though the video starts out tame enough, just a few minutes into his exploration, the uploader comes across an abandoned bike, and that's when things get a little disturbing.
Yo, hold up now. You best do not let history repeat itself.
I'm only a few meters away from the road right now.
Hey, bro, you need to get up out of here.
But I've already found an abandoned bike. It's actually a pretty nice bike. Let's take a look at it. I don't think it's been here a long time. What do we got in here? And there's a packet for a knife. I think I've just found some kind of note in a bag. It says 12/11.
He's gonna read it for y'all, but I already know what it says. I'm gonna let him read it for y'all though.
I can't quite make out. I think this is somebody's name just here, and I'm not sure what this means.
Well, I know what it means.
On top of the bike, Burbex finds an empty piece of packaging for a kitchen knife, and a few minutes later, he comes across a note written on a plastic bag. The note translates to 1211 verified, Fuji Yoshida Police Station verified, meaning it's likely evidence of someone who abandoned their stuff to take their own life in the forest, confirmed by the local police station. It's incredibly haunting to think
was just left there? No way.
how many lives have been lost in that forest over the years, and even more disturbing to think that any random passerby could easily find the body while exploring the terrain.
Yeah.
Over the years, the Japanese government has implemented several measures, such as placing security cameras near the entrance to track those who walk inside, as well as training volunteers to talk to the visitors who are thinking of taking their lives.
Yeah.
Still, this hasn't stopped people from following through with it, and the fact that the media has really played a big part in sensationalizing the forest in recent years hasn't helped either.
This ain't the same forest as the other one, right? This is a different one? Or is this the same one?
In early 2023, a man named David Meredith was taking his usual evening stroll through his neighborhood in Red Deer, Canada, when he suddenly saw a bull moose eating next to a tree.
A what?
Hoping to catch a better glimpse, he hid behind the tree to watch. And that's when the moose turned around and started charging at him.
Bro, in the tree!
To understand how incredibly dangerous this is, keep in mind that an adult male moose can run faster than 35 miles per hour, which is almost twice as fast as the max speed for the average human male. Even though moose aren't generally aggressive, they can easily trample and kill a human if they feel threatened, which is probably what happened here. Fearing for his life, David hoisted himself up the tree next to him to avoid getting stabbed by the moose's antlers.
Oh my goodness, bro.
He just ran me up a tree.
Oh! Oh, man!
He just ran me up a tree.
Chat, if you ain't never been around a moose or a big old horse, you do not truly understand how horrifying or like intimidating it is. Like, I got 2 Belgian horses, they're 2,200 pounds apiece, and when you're right next to them, every step they take, the ground sounds hollow when they're walking. It is legitimately Like horrifying. And then if they start jogging just a little bit, you're like, I gotta get out of here. No joke. And mooses are like way bigger than them horses. Yo, Mad with the 5 and Shiro with the 5, thank you. Yeah. They crazy. Oh no.
As soon as he was out of the moose's reach, he started recording. For about 30 seconds, the moose just stares at David. And you can hear the uploader's nervous breathing as he waits for the moose to leave. But shortly after, the moose starts charging back and forth with its head down, which is a clear sign that it's stressed and would probably trample David if he were to come down or fall from the tree.
This is so unlucky, bro. Oh, nah. Dude! Yo, W survival instinct, though, climbing that tree.
Based on what he mentioned to the news station that interviewed him a couple of days later, David stayed in the tree for over 10 minutes waiting for the moose to leave him alone.
10 minutes?
When asked how he climbed up the tree, he demonstrated how he pulled himself up by a flimsy-looking branch, which is honestly one of the most concerning parts of this whole situation.
Could you imagine if he tried that and that branch snapped when he tried to climb it that night? He'd be dead. That little measly branch, if it would have broke that night, it'd have been over.
Branch, which is honestly one of the most concerning parts of this whole situation. That branch breaks, and David would have been at the mercy of a very angry moose and might not have lived to tell the tale. Luckily, after seeing that David wasn't coming down, the moose finally gave up and ran off, thanks to which the uploader was able to come down safely after waiting it out for around an extra half hour.
Yo, about to say, I'd wait at least 30 minutes. I don't care if I might sit there for 2 hours, just making sure that he's gone.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can't.
That's crazy, Chad. That's
in
insane.
February 2018, a man named Greg Harris uploaded a GoPro video.
This looks like one of them situations with the wire across the trees again.
Of himself riding his ATV on an unnamed trail. For the first few seconds, the footage shows pretty much exactly what you'd expect from this kind of upload. But in the blink of an eye, something extremely disturbing interrupts Greg's ATV ride.
Was that what it was? That had to be what it was.
If you didn't catch it, someone had set up a metal wire between...
I told y'all, Chad. Same thing as last night, bro. Dude, I'm telling y'all, it's crazy, bro. I can't believe he ain't dead.
Between the two trees, which got caught in the uploader's helmet and forced him to stop.
Bro!
It's pretty disturbing to think that if Greg hadn't been so lucky, he could have been decapitated by the wire. Fortunately, as mentioned in the video description, his speed, along with the wire hitting his helmet instead of his neck, caused it to break as he passed through it.
Bro!
It might seem shocking that anyone would even think of doing something as incredibly evil as setting up a lethal booby trap in the middle of an
evil,
ATV
man!
trail. But sadly, it's actually pretty common in the dirt bike and ATV community. Sometimes these wires are set up by people trying to keep bikers off their property. Others are set up by psychos who get irritated by the noise and decide to use violence to fix the issue.
Dude.
And the rest are set up by people who are just messed up in the head and want to bring harm to others for no reason. In this case, it's impossible to tell who is responsible for setting up the trap.
Chad, that's attempted murder right there, bro. But the bad part about doing something like this is you can't. Nobody can ever tell who did it, because there ain't no evidence. You just people just putting up a wire, bro. You can't track it back to nobody.
It's just one of those videos where if the wire was set up just slightly lower, the accident could have easily been fatal.
People crazy.
Luckily, he was able to walk away with minimal injuries, and he used his video as a way to warn others to watch out for these kinds of traps, especially when riding through.
Fingerprints, Bubba. This ain't CSI Miami. The police ain't getting these wires and taking them and getting them fingerprinted, bro. That's not how it works.
Trees.
They don't do that, bro.
Back in the summer of 2014, a man named Chris was biking in the mountains near Fernie, British Columbia, when he suddenly noticed what appeared to be an animal approaching him in the tall grass. Immediately, he realized it was a mountain lion, and that's when he started recording.
I don't know if you can see it, but there's a mountain lion.
Bubba, why ain't you going the other way?
He's crouching in the grass.
Where's it at?
He's actually coming towards me.
This it right here, right? It's right here.
At first, it's kind of hard to see where exactly the animal is, but as Chris walks towards the trail, you can see it emerging from the grass coming closer.
Bruh. Oh, no!
That is a mountain lion. And he's stalking me.
Even though mountain lion sightings are rare, they have been known to attack people in certain situations. And let's just say, if you see one stalking you in the tall grass, slowly approaching as it stares you down, you can be pretty certain that you're in danger.
Oh no!
About 2 minutes into the footage, the lion starts walking a little faster, and Chris does the one thing you never do with a mountain lion.
Let me guess, he turned around and didn't look at it no more.
And by turning his back and starting to run.
If you ever got some dadgum cat action trying to kill you like a big cat, you always got to look at them things, because as soon as you look away, they gonna try to kill you, bruh. Bro, look how quick that thing got up on him, and he only turned around for like 2 seconds. It's like a horror game where the enemy, where like the thing that you're running from only moves when you're not looking at it. That's exactly how cats are, bro. Bro, that is insane. This dude's good. Yo, Zaddy CaseOh with the 25 gifted. Yo, give me some W's for Zaddy CaseOh with the 25 gifted. Thank you. I appreciate you for real. Thank you. W Zaddy CaseOh with the 25 gifted for real. Thank you. Yo, MC Clark with the 5,000 bits. WMC Clark. Hey, Case, glad to see you're doing better from being sick last week. Your videos make me and my fiance's day. His birthday's day. Can you wish Ryan a happy birthday? Yo, happy birthday, Ryan. Chat, tell Ryan happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ryan. Appreciate you. Love Kennedy with 2,000 bits as well. Shout out Case for amazing quality shirts. Just got mine in the mail today. Seriously, the most comfortable shirts I've ever owned, for real. You're amazing soul. Love you so much. Yo, W Love Kennedy. Thank you, Love Kennedy. I appreciate that. Yo, what's good, Kristen and Sydney? Thank you. Lock in.
Hey, Mr. Mountain Lion. How are you doing?
Yo, what's good, Avery, Victoria, Morgan, and Peyton?
Nice to
Thank
see
you, Avery. Bro said nice to see you. You heard that?
How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Bro, throw a rock at him or something.
Nice to see you.
What you gonna do, bro?
I am much bigger than you.
Hey. Hey.
Over the next couple of minutes, Chris tries to get the animal to go away, but it only walks around him and continues to stalk him, staring him down in the tall grass near the entrance to the woods.
Bro.
A couple of minutes later, the uploader manages to take a few steps toward the main trail back to his car, but he doesn't get too far before the mountain lion cuts him off again.
Bro, throw a rock at him or something. Bro, he's right there! Yo, K with the 5 and Dusty with the 10. Thank you.
Stay back. Stay there.
Bro, throw a rock at him. Bro, you gonna do something, bro? Bro.
I'm not afraid of you. Joey?
Golly, that's scary, Chad.
We're meeting for coffee?
Megan, I love you.
Chad, that's scary, bruh.
Fortunately, after a few moments of tension, the mountain lion turns around and disappears into the trees.
Thank you.
Being in a position like that has to be downright terrifying, especially when you consider that the only reason the lion didn't attack was because it didn't want to.
True.
And had it felt more threatened, it easily could have done some serious damage.
True.
Thankfully, it was just a close call, and Chris was able to walk away from the terrifying encounter unharmed.
If you throw a rocket and just get mad, no, actually, I'm pretty sure I've seen a video before. This dude was getting chased by a mountain lion, and it chased him for like 30 minutes, and he finally threw a rock in its general direction, and it ran away. So that being said, I'd just go ahead and throw a rock. Be like, hey, get out of here.
In March 2019, a 5-year-old girl from Fairlawn, New Jersey was playing with her friends near a creek in a wooded area behind their home right off Route 208. This was an area the family knew very well, as they'd been living there for 13 years, and the girl's father, Dave Kuroda, and his wife felt completely safe letting their kid play in the woods behind their house.
Huh?
Father, Dave Kuroda, and his wife felt completely safe letting their kid play in the woods behind their house.
Oh, okay. That's crazy. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
But at some point during that particular afternoon, the girl came across a pile of clothing in the woods, after which she immediately ran back to tell her dad what she had found. Strangely, the clothes appeared to have been cut off a person's body, and there were suspicious red stains all over the tattered, shredded outfit. After confirming the bundle consisted only of women's clothing, Dave called the Bergen County Sheriff's Office and reported the incident, feeling like it was just too out of the ordinary for a random pile of cut-up clothes to appear near the entrance of the woods so close to his home.
Oh, you think?
Even though this was the first time their daughter saw the clothes, it appeared they had been in the woods for several months, which explains some of the excessive wear and tear, but not the suspicious cuts and stains all over the outfit. Immediately, Fairlawn police started asking the public if they could identify the clothes, hoping that it was just a prank rather than something more sinister.
Yeah, maybe it was a prank.
Unfortunately, nobody came forward, and until the clothes can be linked to some sort of crime or to a victim, they can't be accepted for testing by the police department. To this day, the cops from the Fairlawn Police Department haven't been able to match the clothing to anyone in particular. And at this point, all we can do is hope that whoever those clothes belonged to did not come to the harrowing fate that the dark reddish stains imply.
That's crazy, bro. No, that's why you don't go play out in the woods. Especially if you're like 5 years old. Bro, they was letting their little 5-year-old kid run around the woods. That's kind of crazy. Chad, ain't that kind of crazy? That's low-key kind of crazy, bro. Not gonna lie. This look just like Outlast, Chad. Oh no. Oh no.
In April of 2020, a kid named Noah decided...
April of 2020? Yeah, GG. Dude, I just be talking, bro. I'm just getting my extra pauses in so I can make people mad. Yo, job application with 50 gifted subs. Lord have mercy. Yo, give me some W's for job application with the 50 gifted. Oh my goodness. Man. W job application with the 50. I appreciate that. Seriously, thank you. Joe Pickles with the 5-2. Thank you.
to go truck camping.
Hold on, run that by me again because I paused it and talked. I know they mad. He paused it again. Yo, 2+ with the 5. Thank you.
In April of 2020, a kid named Noah decided to go truck camping in the forests of Sun River, Oregon. He was driving down the road when he thought he found a good spot and drove deep into the forest with his truck.
Wow!
His first night there, he was woken up to sounds outside. As he continued listening, he realized they were footprints.
You out in the middle of the woods at 2:30 in the morning, man!
From the pattern, assumed it was a person. He grabbed his nearby GoPro and started filming.
I'm currently sleeping in the back of my truck right now. I don't even know what time it is.
You just looked at your phone at 2:30 in the morning. What you mean you don't know what time it is? You know what time it is. Yo, 2+ with 20 gifted subs. W2+ with 20 gifted subs. Oh my goodness. Yo, W2+ with the 20 for real. I appreciate that 2+. Thank you. It was a preview. What?
And there's someone walking around my truck right now. If you can hear that, it's pretty loud.
Tell him to leave.
He's been walking around for like 20 minutes already.
20 minutes?
I don't really know what to do. I'm a little freaked out right now. And it's like pitch black outside. And like, this doesn't make any sense because I parked somewhere where you couldn't see. No one was on that road. Wait, he's touching my truck.
Buddy.
How am I supposed to get away?
You ain't supposed to get away. You jump out the truck butt naked with a hatchet and start swinging. Yo, Joe Pickles with 25 gifted as well. Yo, give me some W's for Joe Pickles with the 25 gifted as well. Oh my goodness. W Joe Pickles, for real. I appreciate that, Joe Pickles. Thank you.
He's literally knocking.
Yo!
He's literally knocking on my truck. The canopy, the back door's locked. I've never been scared before ever. I don't think he knows that there's anyone in here.
Then why is he knocking? Could you chat? Okay, again, y'all would never put yourself in this situation, right? But literally imagine you are in the middle of the woods camping in the back of your truck, in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night, and somebody's out in the middle of the woods knocking on your truck. Bro. Even running into somebody else in the middle of the woods, even during the daytime, is creepy.
I'm so scared right now. He's literally peeking through the door right now.
Whoever was out there knocks on the truck and tries the door handles. No. All while Noah sits inside, forced to just listen to it happen.
No.
Fortunately,
Yo, Noah, I know you need to get up out of there.
he had his doors locked, so no one could get inside. After multiple minutes, footsteps are finally heard leaving. When it got light outside, Noah drove back to the road and back home. Later that morning, he found handprints all over his truck, specifically on his back window from someone trying to see inside, and a lot on his door handles from someone trying to get inside.
Handprints there, a lot of scratches, stuff like that. Dragging his finger on my side of my truck. Well, looks like to be trying to get inside my truck. That's really all I could tell from when he was walking around. More handprints trying to get in my truck. At least the back canopy was locked, but yeah.
I guess that's the fight or flight response, huh, chat? I guess it's like, okay, there's, it's like, okay, you either start screaming and yelling and jump out there, or you just don't do nothing and you just try to hope it goes away.
That was the result. So,
for someone to even have been out there in the first place at that time of night is extremely odd.
We can tell that to him too. Him parking in the truck in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night is odd too.
And it couldn't have been a police officer or anything because no one identified themselves. The person didn't even have a light.
I'm fight. Okay, buddy. Wow, you're so tough. You have the fight and the fight or flight response. Whoa, I'm shaking in my bootskis, bro. You're the alpha. Nobody asked what you was or fight or flight. Nobody cared, bro. Congratulations. I'm fight. I'm already Tracer. It gives I'm already Tracer vibes, bro. Get out of here. I'm fight. Okay. Okay. You just had to chime in and say that. Like, I mean, come on.
This was in the middle of a pitch black forest. No one ever posted an update on the situation, suggesting that he never found out who was outside his truck.
Okay, I'm butt naked with my booty out with a dadgum machete screaming. That's what I am.
Dick's epic 4th of July sale is on. Take 20% off bog bags and igloo coolers, 25% off Stanley drinkware, $200.
No.
Kyle Burgess was on an early morning jog on a trail.
Oh, seen it. Seen it. Yeah, this dude just gets chased down by this little line for a little bit.
Go away.
Yeah.
Go away.
Yeah,
Please go away.
That cat tripping, bro. Yeah, that thing tripping. I've seen this video right here.
Yeah, get away from me.
Yeah, that's a line. That's a mountain lion.
Face.
That's a mountain lion, Chad.
The encounter lasts for an entire 6 minutes. It ends.
Now, y'all remember my advice I gave y'all on surviving a dog attack? Don't go thinking that's gonna work against a big old cat like that, because they got more than just one weapon. They got the mount, and then they got all these actions right here. That ain't gonna work on one of these things. If one of these things get a hold of you, you're dead. It is what it is. All you can do if you getting attacked by one of these, you put your hands around your neck and hope it don't cut your jugular and you bleed out in the middle of the forest. That's all you can do. But don't do that dog action. Don't think you're going to sacrifice your arm for that dog action. Nah. A cat run up on you, you're going to get snapped up. You just got to protect your neck and be like, man, please don't kill me. That's all you can do, bruh. But a dog something like dog, easy. But a cat, no, you cooked.
When Kyle throws a large rock, scaring the animal into running away.
Or like a dadgum bear or something. Dadgum bear run up on you, hey. Dude, imagine, dude, chat. Yo, Squirtle with the 5, thank you. Chat, imagine you go out from a wild animal attack, bruh. Dude. Bro, could you, dude. Imagine the way you go out to dadgum wild animal. Like the last few seconds of your life, you looking at a dadgum bear standing over you. Dude, that's horrible. That's horrible, man. You know, that's bad, bruh. The last thing you see, you look up, big old bear, and everything goes black. Golly! Yo, that's horrible. Last thing you see is you getting slapped by a bear claw. Man! You know what, though? You know what? I'd rather get killed by a dadgum wild animal than a human, though. Because at least I know a wild animal that's trying to get something to eat. You have a little bit of respect. You're like, all right, at least he gonna eat me. At least he gonna eat me. You know? But you get killed by a human or something, it's just, you're just dead. But an animal, at least you gonna get ate. You know? Joe Pickles with the 10, thank you.
Cougar encounters with hikers are extremely dangerous and can often result in
a human could eat you too. A human can go to the grocery store and get a T-bone steak and a bag of air-fried French fries and a Diet Coke and go home and eat it. Animals eat whatever's out in the woods. There's a difference. Same thing with people that go hunting for food. Bro, won't you go to the dadgum supermarket? Go get you a dadgum ribeye, New York strip, something. Even fishing, I don't even catch fish when I get a fish. I'm like, oh, he cool. Let's see how big he is. All right, I'm gonna throw him back in. Man, people go fishing. Now, you know, I'm just gonna get a large fish plate. I'm gonna go to the dadgum cafe. Hey, can I get a large fish plate, couple hush puppies, large fry? Throw some hot sauce in there with it. You know.
A much worse outcome. Had Kyle tried to run or failed to look and sound intimidating,
unpause. See, now we gonna sit here. Now you done cooked everybody because you talking about some unpause. Now we just gonna sit here because you want to talk about some unpause. I done told you what. I hope you so mad right now. Oh man, I hope you are fuming. I hope because I'm pausing the video so much. Dude, bruh. Yeah, get mad. Yeah, be mad. I'm gonna keep pausing too. Every chance I get, I'm gonna keep pausing. You hear me? I'm gonna keep pausing.
Thanks to chase and commit to an attack would have kicked in.
You said what?
A worse outcome. Had Kyle tried to run or fix and can often result in a much worse outcome. Had Kyle tried to run or failed to look and sound intimidating, the animal's instincts to chase and commit to an attack would have kicked in.
That's good, he threw a rock at him.
In February of 2013, a few residents of a neighborhood in northern Oregon filed reports of strange noises coming from the forest. The noises were described as what sounded like eerie laughter.
Oh, it's a coyote.
And echoed throughout the nearby area. One of the residents that heard the sounds went outside to where they seemed to be coming from and started recording.
Okay, that's literally what that is. That's legitimately what that is. That's what that is. Yeah, that's an animal. It's a hyena. They're in Northern Oregon! Somebody said it's a parrot! Yo, you're banned. A parrot. Look at these dudes out here filming. Oh man, I hear some noise. Let's start filming. There's a dadgum witch out here. She's out in the middle of the woods brewing a potion. She out here laughing because she's brewing a potion. Bro, go home. It's a dadgum animal. Go to the house. Y'all stand out here filming. Looking goofy, bro. Dude. They think they got a witch or something on camera. She out there brewing a potion. They about to see her fly across the moon on a broomstick here in a minute. Throw a potion at them. Out here standing in the middle of the woods at night, out here filming. Man. Think you got some world-changing video footage.
Some think the noises are being made by foxes or coyotes, but others don't think so.
Who?
Saying coyotes, for example, have a much more canine-like shriek and aren't
I'd like to talk to those people because they're tweaking.
nearly as loud. It's still unclear what exactly was making the noise that night. Lisa is a girl who owns a YouTube channel where she documents her life living in a van.
Huh?
She travels across North America, recording her experience as she goes. The videos almost always follow more of a vlog style, showing the different forests or places she stays at overnight, or the journeys to get there. However, in February of 2022, something different was uploaded.
GG.
Lisa was sleeping in her van when she woke up to the sound of knocking right next to her ear. It was 4:30 in the morning and someone was outside.
4:30 in the morning?
She sat there frozen, not knowing what to do. The knock then came again, and this time she uttered out a confused hello.
Don't!
There was no response. It would be completely silent for the next 15 minutes. Eventually she heard footsteps coming back, and this time grabbed her camera to record.
Wait, they came back after 15 minutes?
Somebody's back here again. I hear footprints.
Hello? How can I help you?
Yeah, it is, Stream Sniper.
It's 4:30 in the morning. I don't feel safe. Who are you?
There was no response. She quietly got up and went to the front of her van to look outside. In the distance, there were headlights.
Oh no, bro.
The car backs away, and so she turns the camera to herself and begins explaining what just happened.
Chat, the world a scary place,
A few minutes into this, and she hears footsteps again.
I hear footprints.
You hear footprints?
Hear that? Yeah, somebody was just here again 3 times now. The 3rd time I looked out, they were walking on foot.
Strength training, now at a new level. Gym Monster 2 is an all-in-one design that covers 100% of strength workouts you can do in the gym.
I'm sure it does, Bubba.
I seen them walking and they hid behind the big tree there. And then they went to a car. The same car that was here earlier. Well, that was back, and then it backed away and left again. 3 times in one night.
Just start shooting!
They didn't knock, though. They were just walking around. I could hear them walking around the van.
When it got light outside later that morning, she got out of her van and found footprints all around it.
So I come out this morning and you can see footprints. Look at this one. This is mine. I'll show you. There's mine. See?
Huh?
They were actually... There's some more. Look at that. They came here. They were standing here, as you can see.
A lot of viewers believe the man was simply trying to steal valuables from the van.
Probably. Somebody would probably come trying to rob the van because they thought it was just sitting there, and they realized somebody was in it, and I was like, oh, never mind, I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Because a lot of people that trying to rob something, if they realize somebody's there, they just take off running, bro. No joke.
But why then come back 2 more times after you heard
It's the
someone
people
talk?
that don't leave after they realize somebody's there is the problem. Because that's the people that'll kill you. Now, the just regular thieves, they'll be like, oh, man, I'm going to try to steal something. But if they hear something, they going to bounce. But the ones that go in there and don't care if somebody there, that's the problem.
Looking from inside. It's likely the man had worse intentions. This video was taken by a mountain biker in Vancouver, Canada.
GG.
He had set up his phone camera to get a shot of him riding down a part of the mountain. Just as he comes down and passes the camera, he suddenly hits the brakes and starts calling out. He then comes back into frame, walking back up the mountain with his bike. As he does so, he keeps looking back behind him. Blocking his path was a bear, who was now following him.
Oh, no.
Hey, hey. Hey.
Well, you know how fast your heart would be beating in a situation like this, dude. Oh my goodness, you know, bro. Y'all been doing something? Your heart beating so fast it makes your vision shaky. This one of those situations, bro.
Hey. 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 Hey.
He ate the camera!
The kid uses his bike to make himself look bigger. He hits it on the ground a few times, causing the bear to retreat back to the camera where it knocks it over. The bear then stands over the camera for a while longer. Finally, it retreats completely, allowing the kid to retrieve his phone and get back to safety.
Bro, lucky that wasn't a full-grown bear, bro. Dude. He did good, though. He did good, though. I'm not gonna lie. He did what he needed to do to survive that. He did good.
On September 6, 2016, a Reddit post was made linking to a video that claimed to feature a weird noise from the woods. Included was text that read, "I put the kids to bed tonight and heard this loud, really
I think
bizarre
I've seen this specific video before, too. This is giving I've seen this video before vibes.
sound coming from the woods outside my house. It lasted about 15 to 20 minutes. We have a handful of neighbors nearby, but this was too loud to be coming from them. It seemed to be coming from the direction of a nearby AM radio tower. But can those towers make noises like this? I googled around but couldn't find anything similar." This is the video.
Oh, that's just an alien abducting somebody. You good. Just mind your business. That's a hyena. That's a parrot.
Commenters immediately started speculating what the sound could have been. One of them suggested it could have been the sound of high winds passing through a nearby cell tower.
What goober said that?
One of them suggested it could have been the sound of high winds passing through a nearby cell tower, the metal on metal being what created the eerie tone. But the poster replied saying there was almost no wind that night, and even on days when it was windy, he never heard this sound. Another said the sound was extremely consistent with what it sounds like to drill into a strut or support that's made of high carbon steel, but said that it would be weird to be doing this that late into the night.
Nah, it's that dude from Scrutinize that builds his train set at night. You remember that guy from Scrutinize that builds his trains at night? This is his neighbor that filed the police report about the construction sounds. That's just old buddy building his little model train set in his backyard, cutting like some wood or something.
To this day, it's still unknown what the sound in the video actually is.
Yeah, probably like an alien or something. You know what I mean? Dude, the thumbnails. Doorbell camera. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ooh, dash cam footage. Ooh, bruh. Bro. GG.
In this first video, the dashcam footage from a truck caught the exact moment an ambush took place. The video clearly shows as multiple people alongside the highway.
Oh no! Oh no, bro! Dude, oh no. Bruh.
Use an improvised roadblock made of tree branches to force drivers to stop. The people responsible were multiple illegal immigrants angered by a recent demolition of a makeshift camp they had set up. As soon as the truck stopped, they would climb.
Could you imagine how scared you would be seeing all these people pop out of nowhere?
The guardrail and throw multiple sticks, rocks, and even lumps of concrete at the driver. Luckily, the driver would make it past the roadblock, though he would claim that in the moment he feared for his life, and unfortunately he would receive multiple wounds from items thrown through the windshield.
Bruh.
Would ultimately require him to seek medical attention.
I think I dookie my draws. No joke, I think I dookie my draws. No joke, I think I dookie my draws, for real. That's scary, dude. You know something way more scary than ghosts? Real people, bruh. I'll be like, hey, I ain't got nothing to defend myself. They throwing at me. I'm about to dookie my draws anyway. Scoop it out of the seat and just start throwing it out the window. I mean, ain't nothing else you can do, bruh. Oh, no! You just gonna have to go! Bro was honking. Bro, why you honking? I mean, hey, you know what? You did good surviving the situation, though. So I ain't gonna say nothing. But come on, bro. They, you know.
This footage takes place at 1:30 a.m. on a Sunday, and it features dashcam footage of a car traveling along a quiet stretch of road in the country. As the car approaches an intersection, a hooded man can be seen standing with his head bowed in the middle of the road. As the car gets closer, the man can be seen attempting to walk in front of it, forcing the driver to stop. And that's when the man can be heard screaming.
Okay, well, you're just getting run over at that point. I'm over here trying to go around you, and you keep stepping in front of my car thinking I ain't gonna hit you, bro. What you trying to do to me in the middle of the night? It's over here 1:30 in the morning, you walking in front of my car like I won't run you smooth over, bro. And I won't even call the police. Shit, I'm just gonna leave you laying there.
As he lunges towards the car, which of course would force the driver to step on the gas and get out of there.
Ain't no way. What are you doing? Like, why? Dude, why would you? I'll never, dude, chat, people are crazy, chat. I'll never in my life understand. I will never in my life understand people, bro. Why would you do something like this to somebody? Look! Nah, just because you screamed at me, I'd have backed up and backed into you and ran you over. Nah, just because you want to scream after I did that, matter of fact, I'm spinning around. I'm coming back. I'm running you smooth over, bro. I'm not going to lie. I did you a favor by not running you over. You gonna scream at me when I go by? No, I'm spinning the block. I'm coming straight back.
The driver claims that after the encounter, he would frantically try to call and warn his wife, who was traveling on the same road about a minute behind him. Unfortunately, he wasn't quick enough, which would cause his wife to experience the exact same encounter. To this day, the couple claims they were unsure
okay, she good though. Oh no. Yo!
of whether the man was trying to rob them, take their cars, or hurt them in some way or another.
Bro, what you doing, man?
This next footage takes place on a dark and isolated road. It starts out with nothing out of the ordinary.
Is this the dadgum briefcase video?
When, just as the car rounds a bend, an out-of-place figure...
Yep! This is the dadgum briefcase video! Hey, everybody see this a classic. Everybody's seen this one right here. Absolute classic. Yo, when they staged this video, they did a good job, bro. I'm not gonna lie. For years, I thought this, bro. When I was a little kid, I thought this video was real, man. Classic, bro.
Wearing a suit with a briefcase and an umbrella comes into frame. And directly after, another identical man can be seen.
I just saw so many people say they haven't seen this. Y'all have never seen this video? Oh, you're about to be in for the time of your life then. All right.
Road. It starts out with nothing out of the ordinary. When, just as the car rounds a bend, an out-of-place figure wearing a suit with a briefcase and an umbrella comes into frame. And directly after, another identical man can be seen. The men would retreat into the long grass, where suddenly it's clear there are multiple men looking identical to each other.
Dude, that's so fire. I don't know who thought of this, but bro, you need to be making horror movies. I'm not gonna lie. Whoever thought of this, bro, you need to be making horror movies, dude. That's so fire, man. Yo, Grayson with the 5, thank you.
They seem to have been startled by the vehicle, as if they had been caught. When suddenly, further down the road, yet another figure can be seen, this one holding a flare. It's still unclear what happened next, or what the driver truly witnessed that night. Though many believe the driver had drove right in the middle of a cult, taking part in a ritual of some sort.
Cinema. Dude, man, this was the scariest video on the internet for a while, bro. I'm telling you, Chad. You had to be there. You had to be there. This video had people tweaking, bro. People was tweaking, dude. I was tweaking. How was that scary? Yo, Melina, nobody cares that you ain't scared. Congratulations, Melina. You ain't scared of nothing. Okay, you so tough. Congratulations, Melina. You ain't scared of nothing. All right? Okay, I don't care what you say. This is scary right here. You know what I mean? Yo, Gothic with the 5, thank you. My mom just said stop pausing so we can enjoy it. Mom, I'll sit here and keep pausing. I'll pause every 10 seconds through this video.
In this video, you can see the dashcam footage of a parked vehicle in the middle of an October day in 2014. From the audio, it's clear someone is inside the car, as you can hear the window roll down, followed by the driver saying how creepy something is.
What?
And that's when you realize what the driver is talking about.
No, this broad day, it's gotta be some creepy.
So you can see a man wearing a disturbing looking mask walk around the vehicle. According to the driver, there were 5 others with the same mask on, not visible from the dash cam. Though, even still, it's clear the driver thinks it's a joke, as you can hear her laughing. But that's when the masked men break one of the car's windows and proceed to rob the driver of all her valuables. The whole while, horrifying screams from the driver can be heard.
Consumers are facing during the decline in the U.S. economy. The Internal Revenue Service may not be
so creepy.
settlement from consumers and back.
Where'd you get it?
This may result.
I'd probably did the same. I'd have probably did the same thing. I'm not gonna lie. Cause what would you expect, bruh? I'd have probably did the same thing. Cause like, dude, it's broad day.
and back taxes being reduced by thousands of dollars. An open phone line for the
Where did you get them? Come here. What are you doing?
Ensure your financial stability during this
Yes.
Take down this number now. 800-639-9690. That's 800-639-9690.
Bro in the suit didn't even do nothing to help. He just walked by.
Taxes to the IRS. There's no need to pay anymore. The IRS will be accepting reduced settlements.
Carl, you know you hear what's going on back here. They back there getting robbed. You over here looking. You walking in the bill. Why don't you call the police?
This footage was taken in the middle of the night in a desolate field located in Saudi Arabia.
Oh my goodness, this is the witch video. Oh my goodness. Dude, this video, oh man. I used to show this video to my friends back in the day, bruh. I used to show this. I thought this, oh dude. This right here on everything. I think I've showed this video on stream before. Dude, when I was a kid, this was the scariest video literally in the world, bro. I thought, oh man.
Footage was taken in the middle of the night in a desolate field located in Saudi Arabia. Almost right away, you can see as the driver is slowly approaching a white figure that looks to be holding a cane off in the distance.
Man.
As the footage progresses, the white figure starts limping towards the vehicle, and after a few seconds, the driver can be heard panicking. After a while longer, the figure continues to move towards the driver, and now obviously terrified, the driver can be heard yelling commands at the figure that can basically be translated to back up and get away from my car. Near the end of the video, the figure can be heard making a shrieking noise directed at the driver.
Yeah, chat, y'all remember this?
The video itself is no doubt disturbing, and it's still unclear what the driver had actually caught on video that night.
I remember this video. Dude. Dude, this video was so scary when I was a kid, bro. This a classic, dude. Hold on. It's a classic, bro. Dude. It looks staged. Wow, don't nothing get past you, does it? Yeah, this was a setup video, but that don't mean it wasn't a classic, bro. Again, these kind of people, they need to be making horror movies, bro. Y'all need to be making horror movies. This is so fire, bro. This so fire, man. Look there! Look at the Dude, but on the off chance, imagine you seen something like this in the middle of nowhere at night while you was driving. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Dude, I love that video, bro. Golly, man.
This footage comes from a police cruiser's dash cam.
Joe Pickles with the 10, thank you. W. Joe Pickles
And
with
in
the
the
10.
footage, you can see as 3 officers are attempting to assist the owners of a car that had broken down on the side of the road. Though, as the footage progresses, the officers look behind them as if to react to a noise. And that's when all of them desperately try to get out of the way of a car coming straight towards them at an extremely high speed. The car would barely miss the officers.
Did bro pull a blinky on a car going 60 miles an hour?
Come to a screeching halt further down the road. The driver of the vehicle was discovered to be intoxicated 26-year-old Cedric Keith Henson Jr.
What are you gonna do with that?
The parked vehicles would receive serious damage. Luckily, no one was hurt.
That's good, at least. Dude, if they wouldn't have been looking, bro. Oh my goodness, dude.
Back in 2016, a sort of killer clown phase would shake Americans for a few months.
Oh my goodness, y'all remember that, chat? Y'all remember the, oh my goodness, y'all remember the clown action, dude? Bruh, I'll never forget it, bro.
It basically consisted of multiple people dressing up in clown costumes. For many, the motive was simply to scare people, though others would actually rob and even kidnap people. And during that time, in 2016, a family would drive home in South Yorkshire late at night when their dashcam would capture a clown step out in front of their vehicle.
I fear you getting ran over, bro. I mean, I'm punching it. I'm flooring it. Your dadgum shoe's gonna go flying 30 feet in the air. You gonna step out in front of my car in the middle of the night with a clown outfit on?
The clown would proceed to just stand there and wave, until after a few seconds, the clown would sprint towards the vehicle.
I mean, you getting ran over, man! I cannot describe to you how bad you getting ran over, cuz! Because the last thing I'm about to do is make your night by backing up from you, thinking you gonna be thinking to yourself, you so scary. You gonna be looking real goofy when you start sprinting and I just punch it going straight for you. You got me messed up. Think I'm a reverse from you? I'm in a car. Boy, I'm gonna run you smooth. I'm gonna hit you so hard your dadgum draws go fly in the air and then they're gonna catch wind like a parachute and fall back to the earth.
The driver of the vehicle would desperately go in reverse until
You got
finally
me
going back and
messed
drive,
up.
forcing the clown to get out of the way.
Yeah, so you really ain't about that life. If you really was about that life, you'd stand there, just keep standing there. How you gonna pretend to be all tough? You got out of the way. Won't you commit to the bit, bruh? You waving? What you waving at? Yeah, you walking. Oh, dude. Oh man, I'm. Oh, dude, you getting? Oh man. Think I'm gonna back up? You think I'm gonna back up? Oh, goober, you gonna jump out the way? You ain't. You ain't really ain't about that. Yo, killer clown with 25 gifted. That was him. That was him in the video. He's changed his ways. Now he just gives subs in here. Yo, W killer clown with the 25 gifted. For real, appreciate you, killer clown. W killer clown, for real. I appreciate that, killer clown. Thank you.
Shows the dashcam footage of a police cruiser located in Texas. In the video, you can see as the car in front of the police cruiser suddenly swerves and brakes in an attempt to avoid an object on the road.
Oh, I think I've
As
seen
the cruiser
this.
gets closer,
Bro was just sleeping in the middle of the road.
it's revealed that the object is a woman lying passed out on the road. Luckily, Sergeant Scott would stop to help the woman by waking her up and getting her on her feet.
Yeah, she was asleep, bruh. Chay, y'all ever slept in the middle of the road?
The woman was overall suspected of having been intoxicated when she ran her car into a nearby ditch and walked back up the road just to pass out moments later.
Man, why are you drinking and driving?
What's terrifying is just how many times she had been almost ran over prior to Sergeant Scott stopping to help her.
How you gonna be drinking and driving, and then you gonna lay down in the middle of the road, just go to sleep? Come on, bro. Good thing she didn't get ran over, though. How drunk was she for that? Oh, you'd be surprised how drunk people get and they just go get in the car and take off driving. I'll never understand for as long as I live, bro. It don't make, bro, people go out and get crazy drunk and literally just jump in the car and go take off driving. Like, bro, what you doing? Look, I'm gonna drive to the grocery store. Like, well, what you doing, bro? You drunk. You out here tweaking, talking about you gonna drive to the grocery store, bro. What you mean? You can't even walk straight. You talking about to jump in the car. Oh no, you trying to get somebody killed out here. Hey, again, shout out to this YouTube channel, Chilling Scares. Absolutely killing it, not gonna lie. This right here is a goated YouTube channel. I'm gonna be for real with you. This YouTube channel right here, absolutely goated. No joke. No joke. Absolutely goated YouTube channel. I'll be real. Yo, Dalen with the 5. Thank you. Camping encounters. Type 1 if you're camping literally right now.
A YouTuber named
Mr. Nightmare's better, but you're off your rocker, bud. Now, shout out to Mr. Nightmare too, but you know, I ain't heard of Mr. Nightmare in a few years now, but shout out to Mr. Nightmare. You know what I mean? Yo, Dalen with the 5. Thank you. Nuke's top 5 literally posted. Well, even if they did, bud, I can guarantee you it ain't gonna be better than this.
named Phil has been uploading videos of his hiking trips to his channel Hike Slam, where he gives his viewers a glimpse into everything he does to prepare for a long hike, camp alone in the middle of the woods.
Because this right here, we're gonna see actual footage of something scary happening, but the ghost videos, you're like, okay, it's just fake.
Choose the right hiking gear, and pretty much everything related to the outdoors. On the night before Thanksgiving 2021, Phil went on an overnight hike to camp on the Appalachian Trail near his house in Virginia.
By yourself, Appalachian Mountain Trail camping.
For the first half hour of his hike, things kick off pretty normally, but after a while, he finds some odd-looking trash lying on the side of the trail. Strangely, there appears to be some writing on some of the containers he finds, which appear to be song lyrics.
Yo, tell Hannah happy birthday, Hannah. Thank you, happy birthday, Hannah. Case, if I went cave exploring and my if I went cave exploring and my dump truck got me stuck, I would fart so loud it would echo and alert everyone. Okay. Thank you, Millie's Adventure, for letting us know that that's what would happen if you went camping. How? How?
It's hard to imagine why anyone would go through the trouble of writing out entire songs or poems on a plastic container, only to later throw it on the side of the trail. As he crosses the boundary into the wilderness...
Wait, hold up! You run this by me again, I'm lost! So this dude's going camping by himself in the Appalachian rainforest or whatever it is. Okay.
For the first half hour of his hike, things kick off pretty normally, but after a while, he finds some odd-looking trash lying on the side of the trail. Strangely, there appears to be some writing on some of the containers he finds, which appear to be song lyrics, though it's hard to imagine why anyone would go through the trouble of writing out entire songs or poems on a plastic container, only to later throw it on the side of the trail. As he crosses the boundary into the wilderness, things continue to get stranger and stranger, and as he nears the campsite, Phil finds another series of disturbing notes.
The weirdness continues.
And so at this point, you're still continuing to go farther into the woods by yourself to go camping. After you're seeing all of this, you're still going. Dalen with the 5, thank you. I mean, chat, you're turning around if you see that. Well, first off, I know ain't none of y'all going camping in the middle of the woods by yourself anyway. But say you was, you're turning around.
What if you can create your
gotta
own
be
website by
fisting me,
saying,
man!
This is what I want. With Wix, you can.
And there's a dead duck here.
Oh, R.I.P. that duck.
Some of the notes appear to contain cryptic poems, others seem to talk about pretty in-depth conspiracy theories and undercover federal agents or something, and the rest appear to be biographical, with whoever wrote them telling parts of their story. It's tough to confirm if the person who wrote the notes was the same person who killed the duck, but honestly, it would be too much of a coincidence for the dead duck to be lying right there next to the series of creepy notes, which were obviously placed there recently considering they're in good condition and not wet. After taking in the eerie scene, Phil notices a tarp and a fire next to a campsite about 20 yards away from the notes and the dead duck. Staying as far away as possible from the campsite, he continues making his way up to a shelter. Although this next part wasn't caught on camera, Phil then reported that he saw two women coming down the trail with their dog, asking him if he had seen the guy who was leaving the creepy note.
What are you doing out here, bro? Bro, go home, man.
And dead animals on the side of the trail.
Yo, Pickle with the fire.
When Phil mentioned he saw a campsite and a fire a few yards away from the notes, the woman got scared and asked him to walk back to their car with them.
Oh no.
Thinking it was probably a good idea to move as far away as possible from the campsite anyway, Phil went back with them and then started hiking.
Oh, this dude ain't got no offense to this dude, but you ain't got no survival skills. Golly, it's like you asking to get murdered out here.
Other direction to find a safer place to spend the night. Fortunately, the rest of his hike to the new shelter was a lot more uneventful for Phil, and once he got there, he was able to set up a camp for the night, light a fire, and enjoy his dinner miles away from the disturbing notes he found. A few minutes later...
That burrito looked good, though. I'm not gonna lie, that thing looked good. He eating good out there. What's that, El Monterey?
Once it got dark, Phil decided to go into the shelter and check out the camp log and see some of the notes and stories other hikers had left behind, and that's when things get extremely creepy again.
I'm gonna check out the shelter log here. I hang out by the fire. Almost every shelter on the Appalachian Trail has a shelter log where people write in their trail names and what's going on. They can write whatever they want in there.
Okay, cool.
So it's kind of cool tradition here.
Is it?
So let's see what this one says. Little engine, back section. Hiking again finally. It's nice and little trail magic. Some comics and writing and stuff.
Keep in mind this dude's in the middle of the woods by himself, middle of the night, camping.
Alright, let's see what's happened recently. Holy crap.
Man, this is fake!
Well, I'm adjust the camera here. This writing looks almost exactly like the writing that was on that garbage a couple of miles from here.
You're a liar!
Even though the shelter where Phil's currently staying at is more than 2 miles away and on the other side of the road from the previous one, the handwriting in the camp log is exactly the same as the handwriting that was on the notes and garbage on the other side of the road. This is pretty disturbing in itself, but it gets even more so when Phil starts to actually read some of the content in the logbook.
2018, while I was incarcerated at the Okaloosa County Jail. What the heck?
Yo, Dragon with 25 gifted. Yo, give me some W's for Dragon with 25 gifted. Appreciate you, Dragon, with the 25 gifted. Thank you, Dragon. Why are you dragging it? Why don't you just carry it instead?
In solitary confinement, I figured the following out. Refer to Isaiah 28:15 through 9.
So you mean to tell me some dude that was in jail and solitary confinement went out here in the middle of the woods and started writing?
This is the same ramblings. Kind of scary. It was weird. Different direction. Like an attempt.
Hey, bro, you
company.
It fell in walking around the woods, leaving dark and weird notes all over the place is extremely concerning, and based on the kinds of stuff the guy is writing, he's probably not in his right mind. This could obviously be dangerous for Phil, especially since it's already pretty dark and he doesn't...
Not dangerous enough for Phil to go home, though, apparently.
appear to have anything to defend himself with.
What?
As he gets ready to go to sleep in his tent, and he died. This could obviously be dangerous for Phil, especially since it's already pretty dark and he doesn't appear to have anything to defend himself.
Why not? Thank you for the 10 again.
With. As he gets ready to go to sleep in his tent, Phil walks back to the shelter once more, where he finds half a Gatorade bottle hanging from a string on the ceiling with a note in the same guy's handwriting that reads, "Watch out for Yeet Mouse. The dead do walk and talk." Understandably creeped out by yet another disturbing note, Phil tries to fall asleep in his tent, obviously a little on edge
After all this, bro's still gonna sleep here. I can't, bro. I can't.
from everything that happened that day. The last thing you'd want to happen if you were in Phil's position would probably be to start hearing strange noises near the shelter in the middle of the night, and that's exactly what happened. While he was falling asleep, he heard something moving near the shelter, and as he poked his head out of the tent, he saw a single guy with a headlamp walking around the shelter.
What?
Not wanting to find out if it was the same guy who had been leaving notes, he quietly made his way back to the truck in the middle of the night, checking over his shoulder the entire way to make sure he wasn't being followed. Luckily, he made it back home safely, and as of 2024, he hasn't uploaded another video about the strange notes he found on the Appalachian Trail. It's pretty likely that dozens of other hikers after him came across the disturbing notes and the dead duck, but we'll probably never know who exactly the guy who wrote them was, or what he would have done if he ran into any unsuspecting campers.
Yo, Phil, what's wrong with you, bro? What you doing, Phil?
Dad, I'm bored.
Let's count the smiles.
I see one.
You
2, 3.
Amazon Freight can scale with you. Transparent pricing, simple booking.
Grizzly Gaz is a camping channel on YouTube consisting of dozens of videos featuring Gaz, the uploader, going on hiking and camping trips in the UK with his French bulldog named Fendi. And a lot of
bring your dog with you? Man. Yo, Duck with the 5 and Dia with the 5, thank you.
Videos, he goes camping in some pretty extreme conditions, and he often shows footage of his unexpected encounters with big animals in the middle of the woods. In April 2023, Gaz uploaded a video of a camping trip he made somewhere in the woods in the UK.
What you do?
The first part of the camping trip goes pretty much according to plan, with the footage showing Gaz setting up his tent and chopping wood to make a fire while his dog Fendi keeps him company as the sun begins to set. This next part wasn't shown in the footage, but as Gaz started to prepare his steak dinner over the fire, a random man in jeans and a coat approached his campsite and asked him for a beer and some food.
Right, we've got steaks on go now. Bit of ribeye, pot boiling for some mash, and I've got a visitor.
Yo, there's no way you're just that friendly to some random dude walking through the woods. JC with the 5, thank you.
Creeped up behind me asking me if I had a light in my pants. This is Martin anyway. I don't know him, but he's stopping for a steak, so...
Just some random crate.
Bro, there ain't no way you just chilling there! Skeeter with the 5, thank you.
Wondering about.
You went round here in a poncho a couple of months ago, were you?
Don't think I was.
He's creating evidence in case he kills him. Well, I feel like your first thing would be just get out of there so you don't get killed to start with. But I don't know.
Although the encounter with the man itself was pretty tame, it's still pretty creepy to be camping in the woods in the middle of nowhere and suddenly be approached by a random guy asking for things.
Yeah!
If you listen closely to what he's saying, some of the guy's sentences are a little incoherent, and he appears to ramble a bit when he talks, almost like he's kind of out of it. Later in the footage, Gaz reveals that Martin was homeless, and that as they shared their dinner, he told Gaz his story about how he had ruined his life with the drugs, and how he had ended up walking alone in the woods that day. Disturbingly, Gaz also mentioned that while they were having dinner, he turned around for a few seconds to chop some more wood to keep the fire going, and when he turned back around, Martin had left the campsite unannounced without even thanking Gaz for the food. After the strange encounter, the uploader decided to leave the campsite and head home out of fear that the man would possibly tell his friends about meeting some guy camping out in the middle of the woods with expensive filming equipment lying around. And
okay, you know what? He's smart for that. At least he actually left and went home. Thank you so much for doing that, sir.
suggest robbing him or possibly worse. To see if Martin would come back in the middle of the night with possibly ill intentions, Gaz actually left a trail camera on the tree at the campsite to capture everything that happened that night. Based on his behavior, it's pretty hard to gauge Martin's intentions.
Wait, he left the trail cam behind to see if he actually came back? Ooh, he genius!
Whether he was just confused and possibly under the influence, or if he had something more sinister planned that evening. Either way, it's probably a good thing that Gaz left the campsite and didn't go back until the next morning, especially since when he did go back, his trail camera that he had left was completely gone.
This is why you literally cannot trust nobody, bro. If he would have stayed sleeping there, that dude would have literally came back in the middle of the night and guaranteed robbed him, but probably would have got killed in the process too.
Creepy Outdoors is a channel where the uploader frequently shows footage of his nighttime visits to sketchy outdoor locations during all 4 seasons. In October 2022, Creepy Outdoors uploaded a video of a camping trip he took to an unnamed forest in the middle of nowhere, recording everything he saw as he explored some of the surrounding woods in the darkness.
What are you doing?
For the first few minutes, all you can hear is the guy's breathing, and you can't help but be kind of amazed at how brave it is to visit a dark forest in the middle of...
This is unreal that somebody would do this! Dragon with another 5, thank you!
Nowhere all alone, not knowing if you're going to run into potentially hostile animals or something else. As the video progresses, the uploader makes a few comments and observations on his surroundings, and throughout the footage there doesn't appear to be anyone...
What's his observations, man? Sure is dark out here tonight.
...else in the forest with him. Around 13 minutes in though, an extremely disturbing sound takes the footage in a pretty dark direction.
Oh, it's 15 gifted. Yo, W Dragon with the 15 gifted. My fault. I thought that said 5. W Dragon with the 15. Seriously, I appreciate you for real. Thank you. W Dragon. Seriously, I appreciate that. What are you doing?
Oh, hi.
Sanity with the 10 gifted. W Sanity with the 10 gifted. Okay, first off, I would never be in this situation. But if I was in a situation where I was in the middle of the woods at night and this exact thing happened to me, I'm pretty sure I would instantly die from fear. That is like the creepiest thing. That's the creepiest thing that could ever happen to you in the middle of the woods. That is more creepy than hearing like a demon say it, but hearing like a voice like that say that as soon as you turn the light off is absolutely insane. He was so shocked, he said, what'd he say, hi? Hey. Hey. Oh. Dude, listen. Dude, that's terrible. That's...
Oh, hi.
Bro said, oh, hi.
What? I need to get out of here.
You think?
Oh, boy.
Dalen with another 10, thank you.
Okay. That was creepy.
That was more than creepy,
I need
buddy.
to get out of here.
Dalen with another 5, thank you.
In the distance, probably a couple of 100 feet away from the uploader, a voice yells, I see you.
That is so creepy.
It's possible that the disturbing sound was made by a coyote or a fox, but because it sounded so much like I see you, it could have also been another camper trying to mess with the uploader and scare him.
True, it could have been that, but why would you do that to somebody? You know what I mean? Like, why? Yo, happy birthday, Minnie.
Because the YouTuber had been talking and making noise almost the whole time, he might have inadvertently alerted someone else who may have wanted to play a prank on him just for the fun of it. Still, it's...
Somebody just said for funsies. So you're the type of person that would do that? Bro, what is... Yo, chili cheek hamburger with 2,000 bits. Hey, Case, finally got to sub. Funny story. My wife, Meg D. Scallion, got me into you while I, too, was using a hockey puck for Wi-Fi 3 years ago. I'm sorry your previous military husband, Lucas, didn't work out, but maybe I can be your new boo thing. Lucas, what... Dude, Lucas, that was a... Dude, no! Flowing with the 5. Thank you. Kitty, you really help me on White on White every night, and we love watching you every night. Much love from Meg D and Chili Cheese. Yo, W Chili Cheeks and Meg D Scallion, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate you too, Cheetah. That's cool. Appreciate you.
It's hard to imagine why anyone else would be wandering in the same secluded part of the woods as the uploader. What's most disturbing is that the person or animal or whatever it was that made the noise appeared to yell out right after the guy turned off his lamp.
That's creepy.
Almost as if they were waiting for that to happen to yell out something disturbing.
Chat, that's creepy.
Luckily, the uploader was able to make it back to his campsite safely and has continued uploading outdoor footage to this day.
So did you go back and you stay there overnight, or did you go home? Flowing with another 5. You ain't hitting that shot. You ain't hitting that shot. Okay, so you're using aimbot. Got it.
Sam is a YouTuber from Cleveland, Ohio, who's been uploading videos of his stealth camping trips to his channel, The Northwest
Stealth Camping
Wind, since 2016. For those of you who don't know, stealth camping just means parking your camper van pretty much anywhere without paying for parking, and people do it anywhere from residential neighborhoods to the middle of nowhere.
Why?
In January 2024, Sam uploaded footage of his stealth camping trip to the woods in Cleveland, leaving his camper van at a local dog park a few hundred yards away. On his way into the woods, he finds a camping tent that's been shredded to pieces, which is honestly a little creepy, but he keeps going anyway.
Keeps going anyway.
After setting up his tent in the woods, he starts cooking dinner on a camping stove. As the sun starts to set, he sees a couple of people walking by the campsite, and this is when he mentions that he's getting a bad vibe and feels like he's possibly in danger from them.
So go ahead and leave.
Most experienced campers would probably tell you that if your gut is telling you something's wrong, you should probably call it a day and leave.
Excuse me, may I interject? I'm not an experienced camper, but I still agree that you should leave.
But Sam decided to stick it out for the night and kept on recording. As soon as he settles down in his tent to get some sleep, things start to get very creepy.
There's somebody. Hang on. I don't know if they can see it or not through the tent. I don't think so. I'm leaning right up against the light, but somebody's walking around out there very close to the tent.
As the seconds pass by, the footsteps outside seem to get louder and louder. At one point, Sam calls out to whoever's out there, but at first he doesn't get a response. It's only after he calls out for about the 5th time that every camper's worst nightmare starts to become a reality for Sam.
They're walking around outside in circles.
Dude. That's when you get to Blicky and you just start shooting in every direction through the tent. I mean, come on, bruh.
Hello? Hello? Alright, I don't like this. Hello?
You don't?
Hello? Hello? They're touching.
Dude, okay, there is somebody in the middle of the woods making circles around your tent that you are sleeping in, and they are touching your tent, and you are saying hello. I would be saying, hey, I'm about to come outside and kill you. Why are you or I'd act like somebody's in the tent with me. I'd say real loud, I'd say, honey, hand me the sawed-off shotgun. And I'd walk outside. You talk about some hello.
Touching my tent.
Stop touching my tent. I'm in the middle of the woods by myself camping. Stop touching my tent, person I don't know in the middle of the woods. Buddy, do something else!
Hello?
Oh my goodness, man!
Hello?
Dog. Yo, sorry with the 10. Thank you. W, sorry with the 10.
I'm getting out of here.
You're getting out of here.
Hello? Hello? I don't know what this is, but we're getting out of here. Hang on. Hello? Okay, there.
Dude, this dude, it's like this video, this specific video, needs to be used as an example of what you want to do if you're trying to die in the middle of the woods. Yo, flowing with another 5, thank you.
Walking away now. What do you want? What do you want?
Bro, stop.
I have a knife.
Oh, good.
Where's my knife?
You tell them I have a knife, and then you say out loud, where is my knife? You just want to die! Brianna with the 5, thank you.
With me here. Holy crap, get away. What do you want? Hello, I can't see you. Hello. All right, I'm getting out of here. We're getting out of here.
One thing that a lot of people in the comments of Sam's video have pointed out is that if you're being stalked or attacked by a stranger in the middle of the woods, it's probably not a good idea to show weakness by saying things like, I can't see you, I'm spooked, and I don't like this. After this, the attackers apparently leave the campsite, but as soon as he steps out of the tent, Sam sees them standing eerily in the woods just a few feet away from him.
No way.
Collapsed my tent on me. I don't know which way they went. I think they went this way. I see you. Get away! All right, I'm spooked. Oh. Like this, get my headlamp on, and we're getting out of here right now. They're just standing there. They're just standing there. What do you want? Leave me alone!
Dude, you are such a loser. I'm not gonna lie, you're a loser, dude. I'm not trying to be rude or nothing, but Lord have mercy, never go camping again. Buddy, you are at the bottom of the food chain. You are under frogs on the food chain. This is bad.
Completely freaking out after the disturbing encounter, he obviously decides to call it a night and head back to his van in the park, but things only continue to get worse for Sam.
All right, they're moving again. I don't know, I'm getting out of here. We're going. I'll come back for this some other time. All right, let's get out of here. I'm leaving, don't follow me!
Dude, oh my goodness.
I don't know where to go. I don't know which way to get out of here.
I'm leaving, don't follow me! Bro!
I smell your cigarette. I can hear you.
Oh my!
I hear you,
dude.
As he's making his way back to the park, he looks back at the campsite and sees the attackers stealing his things, but he decides to leave his stuff behind, terrified.
Of course you did, because you solved
his life. As he's running through the woods now, he turns back and sees his attackers.
First thing I'm doing, first off, I ain't gonna be out there in the first place. And if I didn't have a gun, I'd have like a machete with me. I'd jump out the dadgum tent. I'd be doing everything I can to get these. And you're over here talking about, hello, stop, leave me alone, hello, stop it, I'm scared, I'm spooked, hello, I smell your cigarette, I'm leaving, don't follow me, But bro, if you're in a dadgum situation like this, you need to come off like an absolute lunatic. Like they're walking around your tent, you'd wake up, huh? Man, I already killed 10 people tonight. I guess I gotta kill another one. And then you start unzipping the tent and they'll run away.
This has got to lead back to the main trail. I don't know where they are. It's all foggy up here. I got water in my headlamp.
Stop!
I don't know where to go. I don't see or hear anybody anymore. I hear them coming.
I wonder why. Because you're narrating every second of your life with a headlamp on.
Can't see the shadow. Here's a path. Okay, get me there. I'm recording all of this.
Oh.
I'm calling up police.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm back on the path. Back on the path. Okay. Okay. Get away from me!
After making it back to his van safely, he drove home and gave his viewers a recap of everything that happened. As you can imagine, a lot of people in the comments accused the uploader of staging the video, mentioning that nobody in their right mind would continue to record as they sprint through the woods in the dark. But his reaction seems pretty genuine to me. Different people act different ways in situations of stress.
Well, I'm here to tell you one thing, Bubba. This is the legitimate last way you ever want to react to anything.
As for who the two guys who stalked and attacked him were and what they wanted, it's really anyone's guess. If what they did to Sam was some kind of joke, that's a pretty messed up joke to play on someone. But
no, you know what? It's a good thing they played a joke on him, because maybe this scarred him enough to never go camping again, which is in his own benefit, because if he keeps going camping, this is bad.
As the uploader confirmed that they didn't end up stealing his stuff when he went back the following morning, it's also clear that looting the campsite wasn't really their main focus. We can't really know what they would have done to him if he hadn't run from the campsite, but at any rate, it's probably a good thing he did.
I'm the guy who robbed him, it's true. What?
At any rate, it's probably a good thing he did. Love Sundays is a camping channel on YouTube run by a guy.
I'm sorry, I paused like 50 times this video, don't care. That last video is the most insane what not to do video I've ever seen in my life. I cannot believe someone would react like that. I can't. That is unbelievable. That is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Named Sean, who uploads some pretty cool footage of his solo camping trips everywhere in the UK. In February 2024, he uploaded a video where he left his van on the side of the road next to the woods, and then went to do some exploring, jumping over a fence to walk through the woods. After that, Sean makes his way back to his van to make dinner, where he then heads out once again for an evening stroll through the woods. Upon his return to the van, he goes to bed at about 9 p.m., but at 3 in the morning, things start to get a little disturbing.
Get away from me!
I'll see you in the morning.
I'm calling the police!
Good night.
Get away from me!
A car's just pulled up.
Yo, pal with the 5.
And it sounds like they're walking around the van.
As soon as Sean pulls back the curtains, the people who are walking around the van get back in their car.
At least this dude's smart enough to sleep in the van.
When he put his head out the window to see what was going on, the car drove away, leaving him alone for the rest of the night. It wasn't until the next morning that Sean realized what the visitors had done to his van.
Right, well I think we should at least go outside and see how miserable the weather is. door's stuck. What the actual... See that?
Huh?
So here's obviously just people wanting to about and just be funny, I guess, but how dangerous is that? Locking someone in their van? Let me check the back door.
Dude, why would somebody do that?
Nothing on this one because they wouldn't have been able to tie it to anything, would they? There's no way they could have done that door anyway.
What is wrong with you?
Why someone would want to lock a stranger in their van is anyone's guess.
It's fake. The reason I think this isn't fake is because this is such a small thing. I don't see any reason that you would fake something this small.
And the only reasonable explanation I can think of is that maybe they were trying to steal the diesel from the van and put the zip ties on the door in case Sean realized what was happening and attempted to get out to stop them. It could have also been a local who didn't want anyone parking their camping van in that area, but we'll likely never know. Luckily, after he cut the zip ties off, he made it back home unharmed and has continued uploading videos of his camping adventures in the UK.
That is crazy. That
probably been in this position before. You're playing your favorite Roblox game and you want to spend some Robux so that you can take yourself.
The factsbyhowtohunt.com is a channel dedicated
I'm still not over the one before that van one. I'll never get over that as long as I live.
sharing knowledge about the outdoors and encouraging people to explore the wilderness.
Hey, bro got
in January
motion.
2022, a pretty terrifying video was uploaded to the channel in which a group of teenagers can be seen reacting to some strange sounds coming from somewhere in the woods.
I hear it. Get Trevor.
Trevor? Oh, y'all are good. You got Trevor with you. You good. You ain't got to worry about nothing. You got Trevor in your group with you? Oh, no, you ain't scared of nothing. Yo, I'm about to pass out. Yo, hold on. Hey! Yo! Yo, listen. Y'all hear that? That is 100% just somebody in the woods trying to scare them. That's 100% what that is. Ain't no doubt about it, bruh. Yo, happy birthday, Leiden. Thank you. I can do that. You ready? Hold on. I can make the exact same noise. You ready? Watch this. I'm gonna try. Matter of fact, it was me. That's 100% a person just messing with him.
Hey!
Wait a minute.
Hey!
That was not an elk.
Dude, that one is so funny. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a dog right there. It's a dude and his dog in the woods making noise. The dude is going, and then his dog is going, That's exactly what it is.
Get my keys. Oh, get ready.
Nah, it's just Bigfoot.
Everybody, get in my truck.
Hey,
When you-
bro, you a superhero?
You're out in the woods in the middle of the night, it can be easy to mistake certain animal noises with human screams. Foxes, coyotes, and bobcats are all known to make sounds that can sometimes be hard to tell apart from human yelling.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
In this case, I don't know of any animal that can make that kind of noise.
I think that's a mix between a person and a dog making noise.
When you consider how loud the banging on the trees was. Elk are known to rub their antlers against trees, but it obviously doesn't sound that loud or menacing. A lot of people in the comments of the video have mentioned that the sounds aren't too different from human screams, and it could have just been a man screaming in the woods in the middle of the night.
Yeah, did somebody clip how close I was? Let me see how close I was. Somebody clip that? I mean, I can debunk this right here and see if that was a person. Let me see. Maybe it's this. I can do that. You ready? Hold on. I can make the exact same noise. You ready? Watch this. I'm gonna try. That is insane! That was a human. That's a human. We can 100% verifiably verify that's a human-made noise because I just recreated it. Only difference is there was some echo in the background. Try. Yo, that's hard. Yo, Edna with the 26 gifted subs. Lord have mercy. Yo, give me some W's for Edna with the 26 gifted. Appreciate you, Edna. W, Edna, for real. I appreciate that. Seriously, thank you, Edna. Thank you. W, Edna, for real. Appreciate that. Man, these videos, shout out to you, these videos goated, bro. See, because these are the ones actually scary because, you know, it's actual stuff going on and not like some ghost action.
Although that's also pretty messed up in itself.
True, yeah. I don't know what he said, but that's true. Yeah, it is messed up.
Even though some viewers have claimed the video is staged, the uploader's reactions seem pretty genuine in this case. And the only thing we can say for sure is that it's probably a good thing that the guys didn't run into whoever or whatever.
Man, bro, this channel got some bangers on it, bro. They got another camping one, dude. It's only 13 minutes, bro. It's only 13 minutes long. You know what I mean? I mean, it's right there, bro. It's just 13. I mean, what's 13 minutes? 13 minutes plus 40 minutes for the pauses. So we're looking at maybe an hour and a half. That's easy. What you talking about?
There are quesadillas, and then there's Zaxby's giant chicken finger quesadillas. Packed with their famous chicken fingers, cheese.
GG.
In April 2019, a YouTuber named Jason uploaded a video to his channel, Abbey Mountain Trekkers, in which he recorded footage of his solo overnight trip to the mountain.
Solo again.
His channel is dedicated to all things outdoors, in which Jason frequently uploads videos of his adventures hiking, camping, and surviving in the woods. In this particular video, his hike up to the mountain is pretty uneventful, and as soon as he arrives at the campsite, Jason begins setting up his tent and shows his viewers how he starts a fire as the sun begins to set.
Wait, he's him.
As he waits for the day to end, he tries his luck at spoon carving, and this is when he reports
Wait, this is a real outdoorsman right here. See, this is a specific situation to where I'm like, you know what? It's probably okay for somebody like this to do it by themselves because look what he's doing. He built that whole thing just out of wood and stuff. All right. Okay, yeah.
A strange sound coming from the top of one of the mountains, but he writes it off as a bird or some other small animal and continues setting up for the night. At about 9 o'clock, he turns his camera off to go to bed, but less than an hour later, he wakes up to a strange sound that he says he's never heard before in his life.
Oh, no.
He mentions it sounded like some sort of guttural animal call, but because it came from pretty far away, he couldn't identify what it was.
I'm still rattled. I've never heard anything like that in my life.
Oh, he's good. He's got his UV light on. The zombies can't get to him. He's good. He's at a night runner's hideout right now. The zombies can't get to him. He's all right.
It sounded like a mix between almost like a pig. Some kind of, I hate to even say it, but a pig, an ape.
That's a Dying Light reference if you didn't get it.
The calls almost sounded like how the velociraptors communicate with each other on Jurassic Park. I've never heard anything like that in my life.
What?
Still shaken after the rude awakening, he tries to go back to bed, but just a few hours later at around 1 a.m. he wakes up again to what he describes as the sound of something or someone circling his tent.
Oh no, bruh.
Whatever it is, it's close.
That's a bipedal creature, which means it's human.
Hear that? Whatever it is, it sounded like there was 2 or 3 of them, and it started on the other side of my camp, went around my perimeter.
The skill level between this guy and that other nerd is generational skill gap. Dude, when it comes to camping, the skill gap is insane.
If you look closely at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the reflection of what appears to be 1 or 2 sets of eyes.
No, that's a fire.
He hands his flashlight over them.
No, that's that fire he built. It's just low now.
Though there are many animals with eyes that reflect light at night, based on the fiery white color of the reflection, it's very likely that Jason was being observed by wolves or coyotes. Dog's eyes will also give off a white reflection, but considering that it was around 1 a.m. when this happened, it's unlikely that a dog would be walking around in the mountains so close to his campsite. Coyote and wolf attacks on humans are rare, as both species tend to avoid human contact, but they can still become very aggressive if they feel threatened.
Bro, I wish a wolf would try me, bro. I wish you would. I wish a wolf would try me, bro. That would be your last mistake. A dadgum wolf? Wolves and dogs, chat. I'm here to tell you right now. I've told y'all this before. Well, I've went through this whole thing before. I have a whole teaching course on how to defend yourself from wolves and dogs. It's the easiest thing ever. Wolves and dogs, if there's just one of them, they only have a mouth, bruh. That's it. You sacrifice your left arm or your weak... Who remembers my lesson I gave out? Matter of fact, hold on a minute. I ain't even got to repeat it. Just give me 1 second right here. I'm going to tell y'all again. Look at this. This is life-changing, life-saving information right here. Look. All right. This right here is how you survive a wolf or a dog attack. Generational advice right here. Whichever handed you are, left or right handed. So here's what you do. Your weak hand, say a dog's charging you, right? Yep. Dog's charging you. Big old dog. Big old pit bull running at you. Immediately what you're going to do is turn your body and sacrifice your weak arm. Exactly. Right? Exactly. You're going to literally give your weak arm to the dog. Yep. He's going to latch on to your weak arm. Guess what? Once he's on your weak arm, he ain't got nothing else. You got this right hand. Scoop the dog, body slam. Dead. Period. Better yet, you got a pocket knife or something, you know, or whatever. Once he bites onto that weak arm, he's cooked because he ain't got nothing else he can do. Because his one ability to hurt you is gone. Yep. I mean, whichever handed you. I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's legitimately what it is. Look, the comments. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's generational advice.
Especially if they have pups nearby. If this were the case, Jason would be in grave danger, but chillingly he doesn't even seem to notice the eyes watching him as he scans the area with his flashlight. Luckily, he went back to his tent and slept safely through the night. When he woke up the next morning, he recorded another update for his viewers, but he never mentioned the eyes that his camera...
Bro's got, I'm not gonna lie, bro got aura. That's crazy. The aura level of this guy, you know what's funny right now? I love watching YouTube videos and I keep pausing all the time because I know there's at least 10 people that's just fuming so mad that I keep pausing. I hope you cry actual tears because I pause so much. You might as well go ahead and get your tissues. I hope it messes with you so bad. I hope the rage that is within you is so insanely bad that you're just breaking stuff in your house. And I just know, I know you're out there doing that right now, and I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm over here looking for any reason I can to pause this video just because you get so mad because I'm pausing it. I'm so happy. Real ones don't care about no pauses, bruh.
Captured the night before, suggesting he might have never noticed. After this video, there were no additional updates on the incident.
He got aura. He out-auraed whatever was out there.
In 2021, YouTuber Matt Field spent the night in a dark cave in the middle of nowhere in Australia after his friend told...
This might be the most absurd sentence ever uttered. Listen to this sentence.
In 2021, YouTuber Matt Field spent the night in a dark cave in the middle of nowhere in Australia after his friend told him about an unsettling experience he had in that cave and dared him to spend the night there alone.
On top of it, he's in Australia. What are you trying to do? Reconnect the chiral network or something? Where's your packages at? You ain't got no business being out here.
Matt's channel is a bit more extreme than other outdoor exploration channels, and his videos often feature him leaving civilization behind.
Oh, he got motion, my fault. Oh my goodness, my fault. Lord have mercy, that's my bad, bro. Wait, you got motion for real. My bad. I do not know who I'm talking to, and I would like to apologize for calling you crazy for doing this because you obviously know what you're doing. I'm sorry. Didn't know you had motion like that, bro.
To remote locations for days, living only off the fish he catches and the animals he hunts. In the video, he mentions that he didn't bring any water to the trip, hoping to find water to drink in the cave. After about 4...
Did I just hear that right?
Days, living only off the fish he catches and the animals he hunts. In the video, he mentions that he didn't bring any water to the trip, hoping to find water to drink in the cave.
I ain't got nothing to say. There's nothing I can say to that.
After about 4 hours of walking, he finally finds the cave and climbs down the...
That's the cave!
Drink in the cave. After about 4 hours of walking, he finally finds the cave and climbs down the man-made ladder inside. Venturing deeper inside the cave, Matt crawls into the different holes he finds to...
I'm about to pass out. I'm about to pass out.
See if any of them lead anywhere. Around this time, he started hearing a couple of rocks falling near the entrance and the sound of some sort of animal walking around. At one point in the video, he mentions he feels like he's being watched, and things get a little more disturbing at around 11 p.m. when he begins to eat his baked beans for dinner.
Baked beans? You know what? He may not have brought no water with him, but at least he thought ahead and he brought him a can of baked beans. He's based for the baked part because baked beans are the only good version of beans. You can get away with some refried beans, but they got to be in a burrito or something with some cheese action. But baked beans, I can respect that.
Disturbing at around 11 p.m. when he begins to eat his baked beans for dinner.
That is beautiful. Baked beans in a haunted cave. Oh my God. That was the sound. That is the sound. Did you hear that?
I heard it.
Look at my...
That was a silverfish.
I got full goosebumps. It's the chains moving when I climb down the ladder.
What?
It's a big, heavy, thick chain. Wind can't move that.
So that ladder he climbed down through, that's what's making a noise? Imagine it's some crazy person up top cutting the ladder so he can't get out, and he has to stay down there forever.
Holy.
When Matt recorded this video, it wasn't a windy night at all, and the fact that the chain is moving can only mean that there's someone or something down there with him.
That chain moved just then. It is 100% now. I heard it before. I'm 100%.
Bro, this looks like a dadgum SpongeBob autopsy.
Only mean that there's someone or something down there with him.
That chain moved just then. It is 100% now. I heard it before. I'm 100% certain it's the chain that I walked in, that you climbed down into this cave on. It's moving. Now, you can't move that chain with wind. It's way too heavy. There is no wind coming in here. There's no wind even for... Holy...
What you gonna do, bro? You gotta do so. Don't look at me. He looking at me like I'm gonna help him. What am I gonna do? Look.
Holy...
He over here looking at me like I know what I'm doing. Oh, I got some gamer subs on me, bro. GG. I got you a permanent marker somebody sent me in fan mail. I don't know what else I can do. Yo, you gotta do something, bro.
You must have heard that just then. Look at my arms, dude. Oh, this is fucked.
Bro, you got a knife or something?
Okay. Well, I've got my backpack back on, and I'm booting on out of here. I just heard a sound. It's not normal. It's definitely not a normal sound, and I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably about 2 hours, 2.5 hours after I checked in with you guys, so it would be around 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, and that sound was not normal.
2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the Australian wilderness, inside of a cave within the Australian wilderness with no water. Nothing but a can of baked beans and a camera.
I'm getting out of here.
After the creepy noises subside, he changes his mind about leaving the cave and decides to spend the rest of the night near the entrance. A couple of hours later, he reported hearing hissing sounds that sounded like human voices, but after walking around the cave, he couldn't find anything that could be making those noises. Aside from big animals, the worst thing that could have happened to Matt is to have come across a hostile squatter living in the cave, although it's unclear why anyone would want to live down there. Fortunately, he made his way out of the cave safely as soon as the sun rose.
That's what's up.
Never went back to that cave again.
That's good. Or any cave again, I hope.
Roadie is a channel dedicated to off-the-grid living, in which the uploader usually posts videos about what life is like living out of his truck and traveling around grid living.
Yo, these outdoor channels got motion, bro. I'm about to start CaseOh Outdoors. Golly.
In which the uploader usually posts videos about what life is like living out of his truck and traveling around the country. The videos are
I'm gonna
usually
start a YouTube channel called CaseOh Outdoors. The profile picture is just gonna be me sitting outside. The only thing that's gonna get uploaded is me playing video games. It's just gonna be called CaseOh Outdoors.
Cool, with an emphasis on the beauty of nature and independent living. But this particular video is a bit more disturbing than the rest. In December 2017, Roadie uploaded footage of an incident that took place earlier that year while he was car camping in a parking lot.
A parking lot?
At around 1:30 a.m., a hooded man started walking around his truck and taking pictures of his license plates. Because the back of the truck where the uploader was sleeping was pretty much pitch black, the man probably didn't see anyone in there and continued to suspiciously walk around the truck for several minutes, unaware that he was being recorded. After a while...
Chad, am I tweaking, or if somebody is doing this, is your first instinct not to jump out and be like, bro, what are you doing? I don't think I would rather sit in the back and just let them take pictures of my car. Like, I'm about to jump out and be like, bro, what you doing?
The man makes his way to the side of the truck and tries to shine the flashlight inside, which is when the uploader decides to take action to protect himself and let the man know he's there.
There you go.
Immediately after the uploader bangs his fist on the inside of the truck, the suspicious man runs away.
Okay, that's good.
It's unclear what exactly he planned to do, but based on his behavior, it couldn't have been anything good,
Well,
and he was probably planning a carjacking. Fortunately, the uploader was able to get away safely and spend the night elsewhere.
Bro, this kind of stuff is scary, bro.
Gary and Amica are a father-daughter duo from Scotland who make videos about their travels around Europe in their camper van. The videos are usually pretty wholesome and entertaining.
That is wholesome. That's wholesome. The cow
travels around
action.
Europe in their camper van.
Look at the cow. That's wholesome right there. Until, you know, one of them cows, you know, accidentally runs them over on that bike, and then your bike's broken. You're like, oh, man.
Videos are usually pretty wholesome and entertaining, but in this particular video, Gary and Amica had a pretty disturbing encounter. This footage was uploaded in March of 2023 during a trip to Tensmuir Forest in North Fife, Scotland. As they were walking through the woods, Amica told her dad she heard voices somewhere near them, and after searching for a while, this is what they found.
No.
We just stopped and had a look in these woods. Look at how scary that is.
Oh, that's mannequins. Yo, 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 chill! Yo, chill!
Let's put the torch on. Here's even one on the ladders.
Oh, there's someone lying on the ground. Without
Falling over. Look at the one on the ladders.
Hey,
Going
bro.
up the tree.
Hey, you need to get up out of there. Oh,
The washing line over there to the left. Yeah, there. Keep it there. That is weird, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
There isn't actually a person. There's a doggy
In addition to dozens of creepy mannequins dressed up in costumes, they came across some pretty unsettling paintings hanging outside the little cabin in the middle of the woods. I did some research and found several other channels that featured the strange cabin, but the only information I could find was that the mannequins and whoever set it up clearly went through a lot of trouble to make it as creepy as possible.
You know what's crazy? They probably said... Hello?
Supposed to be nothing more than a fun adventure with his family, it quickly turned into a disturbing experience. One that would likely stay with the group for the rest of their lives.
Oh, no. See, at this point, I'd be like, okay, I've seen it, I'm leaving. I'd go this far. Nah, see, I'm out. I'm out right here.
The exploration of this mine started off quite normal, with the group staying silent to avoid causing an accidental cave-in, as seen by the text they put on screen.
No.
However, after about a minute and a half of treading deeper into the mine, Connor noticed something strangely reflective on the path ahead.
What?
So, do you see that reflection? They're trying to...
Oh. Oh, Jesus, what? It's a shoe.
Oh,
look, is that like a fossil?
Cuz said, is that a fossil? Bro, you didn't find no fossil in here. You know how many people done been in this cave? You think you the one that's gonna find a fossil laying around? You done lost your mind.
We're human.
Okay, wait, don't move, Wyatt.
What they found reflecting back at them was a shoe, amongst many more in a massive pile with random bones scattered throughout.
That's a bone right there. Actually, there's quite a few bones in this.
What made this pile even more odd was the sheer variety of shoes on display. Many of them were clearly very modern, while some were models that were released over
I know what you're thinking, chat. See, I already see some of y'all typing it. Y'all are thinking this is some serial killer that's killing people and dumping their shoes in a cave. But I'm here to tell you that's not what's going on. There is definitely an explanation for this right here.
30 years ago. How could such a random assortment of shoes end up in an abandoned gold mine in the middle of nowhere?
I'd leave
Things took an even
ASAP.
darker...
You know what I would do if this say this video is real and I actually spotted a big pile of shoes right here? I'd go buy me a trail cam and I would set it up on one of the walls and leave it there for a long time and see if anybody eventually comes in here and throws some shoes in here. So because I want to know like what's going on.
Turn when the group ventured further into the cave and found a bunch of bones, including a relatively intact spine.
So this is water flow.
What's your explanation then, Detective Case? You know what's crazy? He literally just said my explanation. There's probably water that flows into the cave and there's just random shoes that float in the water and then they make their way down into the cave from the flowing water.
It is getting great.
Bro, no. Okay, then it's a serial killer shoe dumping site. You tell me if I sound crazy or you sound crazy. All right, bro.
We can't trust this.
You don't stand any closer.
Matter of fact, no,
By
it's
this point, the
Bigfoot.
group was growing increasingly unsettled by these disturbing discoveries, prompting them to leave the cave as quickly as possible. And that's where the original video ends, without any explanation or resolution.
You sound
Connor didn't
crazy?
provide any more
Alright.
information in the video's description or in the comments. He posted 4 more videos after this, but none of these videos included any updates on the disturbing encounter either.
Why not?
So, what's going on here? One of the first things that comes to mind is that this mine was the collection spot for a serial killer. This would explain both the shoes and the bones.
Come on, cuz.
A top comment on the video also backs this theory, stating, "If you ever listen to the Missing 411 videos, you know shoes are a major component of missing or abducted people. This sent chills down my spine."
Come on, man.
Which is true. A statistical analysis of the Missing 411 data shows that over 15% of the cases involve absent shoes. However, this theory isn't entirely likely. For starters, I couldn't find any news reports regarding this mysterious pile of shoes.
Huh!
Which is odd, since judging from the number of shoes, this supposed killer would have had hundreds of victims.
Facts! They've been killing for years!
If this pile had such a violent history, it probably wouldn't go unnoticed by the media. More importantly, many people on the internet agree that the bones in the video are not human. The group in the video reaches the same conclusion when looking at the bones for the first time.
No, I think it's like a cow or a horse. Way too big for a human.
How do you know?
Put simply, the odds of this being a serial killer
That is a crazy name. Thank you for the 5 gifted, bro.
trophy cave are very low. But given the animal bones scattered throughout the area, it's possible it was the feeding spot of a predator like a mountain lion. Though, while that might explain the bones, it offers no clues about the pile of shoes. One theory I haven't seen anyone else bring up is that the shoes might have ended up there because of flooding.
But when he says it, that's what happened. But when he says it, that's what happened, right? So y'all gonna believe him and not me.
You see, the McCoy mine where the video was filmed is located in Lander County. And from what I could—
Flooding in the desert? Buddy, when the dude was in the cave, there was literally flood water stuff in there.
And find that area is quite prone to flooding. So it's entirely possible that someone dumped their sneaker collection in the middle of nowhere to get rid of it, only for it to be carried in the abandoned mine with rainwater.
Hey!
A mountain lion could have moved in later, which would explain the bones. The only proof I have of this theory is that the ground in the deepest part of the mine is extremely wet and has water—
That's exactly what I said!
Low marks leading into it. Other than that, it's pure speculation. That said, another potential explanation for both the bones and the shoes is that Connor placed them there himself in hopes of creating a viral video.
Facts.
People on the internet have pointed out that the bones in the video are a bit too
Matter of fact, that's exactly what happened. Yep, you hit the nail on the head right there. You know exactly what happened. This kid went to his grandpa's house. He noticed that his grandpa had an insane old collection of dusty shoes he don't do nothing with no more. So he got them all, dumped them in the cave to make video. You right, bro.
Clean for something left in a muddy cave by a predator. Some have also claimed that a few of the bones look like they're inorganic fabrications. Another inconsistency in Connor's video is that he and his group keep claiming that all the shoes in the pile are kid-sized.
There's no adult shoes in there.
Oh, you just gave it away.
He even mentioned that in the video's title, which reads, "Kids' Shoes and Bones Found in Abandoned Mine." Now, while that makes an already creepy situation even more disturbing, it's simply not true. There are plenty of adult-sized shoes visible in this pile. Unfortunately, I doubt we'll ever know what happened here for sure.
I think he got it. Chat, y'all think it was set up? Type 1, you think it was set up? That might have been set up, bro.
It's been 6 years since the video was uploaded, and as I mentioned earlier, Connor has vanished completely from the internet ever since.
Hey, come on, man.
Play War Thunder
bro,
now.
I'm not
Join
playing
millions of
War
players
Thunder,
across the
bro.
globe in massive battles on
Please!
tanks, aircraft, and helicopters.
Action Adventure Twins is a YouTube channel run by brothers James and Edward. The duo has been exploring dangerous and crammed caves since early 2020. Yet, despite their combined experience, one of them almost lost his life back in 2022.
Huh?
In January of that year, the two decided to explore the popular Petty John's Cave in Georgia. They had already explored parts of this maze-like cave multiple times before, and had even found an underground waterfall during one of their expeditions. Put simply, they were pretty confident in their ability to navigate through this cave.
Bro.
But unlike their previous ventures, this time they were going to tackle one of the hardest sections, the aptly named Nervous Breakdown, referring to how cavers feel when going through it.
Then why do it? Why do it? Won't you get a boat or something? Won't you go fishing?
Things started off just as expected, with the pair going through the narrow and claustrophobic entrance to reach the first open area of the Petty John's cave.
Dude, I physically cannot believe people do this. I can't believe it. I mean, bro.
Whoa, entrance room.
They're brave. No, this is not bravery. No, this is not bravery. I fear this is not bravery. This is, I'm missing survival instinct. You know what's bravery? A kid goes missing in the cave somewhere and you go in there to try to rescue him. That's bravery. Just going in here to do it? Nah, you got me messed up.
However, it didn't take long for the cave to begin closing back again, forcing the two to squeeze through tiny passageways. But that was only the beginning. After about 25 minutes of crawling through increasingly tighter spaces, they reached the first big obstacle, a muddy room with a narrow and steep hole in the middle. They had to carefully walk around this hole to progress. A single slip and falling into the narrow hole and possibly getting injured.
And they just don't even care! You literally don't care that if you slip, you go!
Room with a narrow and steep hole in the middle. They had to carefully walk around this hole to progress. A single slip and falling into the narrow hole and possibly getting injured. And given the lack of safe footing around the hole, it would have been near impossible for the other person to pull them out. After successfully navigating around this obstacle, they finally arrived at the entrance to Nervous Breakdown.
This is horrible.
Unfortunately for them, things weren't looking good.
This is horrible.
The area surrounding this entrance had collapsed some time ago, making it very difficult to figure out the path ahead. After looking around for a bit, Edward eventually found the real entrance and was excited to go in. He genuinely couldn't wait to find out what was down there and began his descent, leaving his brother—
What you mean you couldn't wait to find out what was down there? It's more mud and rocks, bud. I could have told you that and I never went in there.
behind in case something bad happened. What he didn't realize was that this was about to be one of the worst decisions he'd ever made.
He did?
Because after descending for a few minutes, Edward called for his brother, only to be met with complete silence.
I found a rope.
That's right. I'd instantly start crying, and if whoever I was with didn't respond when I said something, I would legitimately, I don't know what I'd do.
I don't hear James anymore.
I don't either, cuz. Where'd James go? Where you going?
In other words, Edward was now lost in an unknown section of the cave without any means of contacting his brother. At first, he tried to stay calm and continued his descent, hoping to find James before long. However, after staying separated for over 30 minutes, the realization set in.
30 minutes?
He knew panic was the fastest way to make a bad situation worse, but at this point, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease.
James!
He can't hear you, bruh. James gone.
James!
James gone.
It's been like 30 minutes since I last saw him.
See, you can tell he's starting to tweak a little bit. He got a little bit of, he's starting to tweak.
I don't even know where I'm at. I tried to go back to the last place I saw him, and everything just looks the same.
Oh, no.
It's just a jumble maze. We should have never split up.
You should never went to cave to start with!
After calling out to James many times with no luck, he decided to retrace his steps and find the way back. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the difficulty of the maze he was about to enter. Every direction looked the same.
Chad, why do you think you don't ever see animals down here? Because even animals are smart enough to realize, I'm not gonna go down there. I ain't never seen a rat nothing this far into a cave. Nothing. Because even they know that I'm not about to go in there.
Passages and jagged walls made it impossible to tell where he had come from.
Dude.
To top it all off, his situation was getting worse with each step he took. If he went the wrong way, he could easily wedge himself into a passage too tight to escape, or worse, plunge into a hidden drop-off. This is the true horror of caving. Even if he didn't injure himself, he could have just as easily wandered around aimlessly until his body gave way into exhaustion, leaving him lifeless in a cold, rocky crevice. The footage of him excitedly dropping into the nervous breakdown entrance would have ended with the camera recording his descent into confusion, fear, and eventually silence. Fortunately, that wasn't the end of his story. After going in loops for a while, Edward spotted a single piece of tape he saw on his way down.
Oh. The tape. Yeah. Okay, this tape looks familiar. Oh, yeah.
Bro happy now. See, he good. He saw something he remembered. He good. Now bro happy.
This has got to be the way.
Dude.
I'm getting close.
Where James at?
James! Still nothing.
Look how
This
muddy.
unexpected clue turned out to be exactly what he needed. It helped him regain his bearings and finally head in the right direction. Finally, he heard the best sound he could have heard in that moment.
James! Oh.
You good?
You over here? Oh. Dude.
Dude, look at, you're just crawling through that. That is, it's just mud.
This place is a maze, man. Oh, hey, I see your light. Dude. I thought we were never gonna see each other. Dude, I know.
The two stayed together for the rest of the expedition and made it out alive without any major injuries. They're still exploring caves on YouTube, but now...
They still go in caves after that? Alright, bro.
with a lot more caution.
I just don't understand. Bro, ain't no way I'm getting an ad for this right now. Bro, can I skip it?
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
Please?
With Wix.
Thank you.
In January of 2014, a group of cave explorers decided to conquer the Lost John's Cave in Lancashire, England. It's a vast cave network that spans a length of nearly 3 miles, or 4.8 kilometers. The known deepest section of this cave also goes down a staggering 690 feet, or 211 meters. Most members of this group had been spelunking for years, and like most other cave explorers, were quite confident in their skills. They had also done their research and mapped out their route in advance. But the truth about caving is, when things go wrong, no amount of
Bro, it's raining in there too.
Can save you. Even the most experienced and well-prepared explorers can find themselves in terrifying situations, which is exactly what happened to one.
No. Oh no. Oh no, bro.
The members of this group, named Bob Johnson. The expedition was going quite smoothly in the beginning, with the group using the equipment they brought with them to continue safely. That is, until they reached a section of the cave called the Tube. It was an unusually narrow section that required the cavers to crawl on their stomach. And to make matters worse, it was also partially submerged in water, making it difficult to both see and breathe. Despite these harsh conditions, the group decided to move ahead. The slimmest member of the group went first and
That'd have been me. Yo, Spades with the fight, thank you.
Made it to the other side without much trouble. The next person, however, wasn't as fortunate. This was Bob Johnson, the man we mentioned earlier. His crawl through the tube wasn't off to a good start, as he was already having issues with the comparatively wider sections of the passage.
God, what are you doing?
He then somehow managed to reach the tightest part of this treacherous section, but that's where his luck ran out.
Bro. That is absolutely insane! dude.
He was completely stuck from the waist down, and any attempt to free himself only made the situation worse. Now, being stuck in a narrow cave like this is extremely stressful on its own. The walls close in on you, and every movement feels like it's pushing you further into the tight space. Panic sets in as you realize just how little room you have to maneuver, and with each failed attempt to free yourself, the fear intensifies. But as if the confined space wasn't enough to make his heart race,
The dadgum water.
Bob now had to contend with something far more terrifying: the rapidly flowing water. Water makes any caving venture
Because if you're stuck in there like that, you're blocking the water from going through, and it's going to start filling up, and you, oh, bruh.
times worse. In a dry cave, even if you're stuck, you still have time to think and plan your escape. But when water starts to rise, the situation shifts from bad to life-threatening. The feeling of water creeping up around you in an already claustrophobic space is a nightmare on its own. The real danger with water, however, is that you have mere minutes before drowning becomes a very real possibility. Bob knew this possibility all too well.
Then why'd he go in there?
He gave his all to free himself. Unfortunately, the water was quickly filling up his suit, making it even more difficult to squeeze through. But when the situation seemed hopeless, one of the members had an idea that ended up saving Bob's life. Instead of pushing forward, the members behind him tried pulling him back.
It took y'all that long to try that? Buddy, that'd have been my first thought.
And it worked.
Oh, he good.
Yeah, it looks tight.
Bro.
Sorry, I get it.
Bro.
Bob was finally free, though his troubles weren't over. He later revealed in a comment that him and the two members who pulled him back had crawled for another 3 hours to get out of the cave from a different exit.
That is
This
crazy.
incident also left him traumatized to the point where you can't even watch this video without becoming anxious. From what I can find, he scaled back on caving and picked up a much safer hobby instead.
Wow, so he's smart. See, usually you hear stories like this, not just with cave diving, but like skydiving or just other extreme stuff. They'll get snapped up real bad, spend 3 years in a hospital, and as soon as they get out, they'll go start again. Bro actually learned his lesson, now he's just riding bikes. Everybody should be like this guy. Like, don't that look so much more pleasant, man?
Cycling, and now appears to be doing just fine.
Blake's got a birthday cake milkshake from Zaxby's on his birthday. What more could a kid ask for?
A motorcycle.
You ain't getting no motorcycle.
On the 7th of September 2024, the action-adventure twins
They're
YouTube
back again. Wasn't this the same people in the other one?
channel posted a video exploring a mysterious cave someone found on their property. This is the same channel we talked about earlier, where the two brothers got separated and almost lost their lives in the maze-like cave. They've learned their lessons since and approached this one with far more caution. But with an entrance as life-threatening as this one, even the best precautions could have proven to not be enough.
Ain't no way,
Alright,
bro.
so the guy dropped us off halfway up the hill.
Busty father with the 10, get the thank you, Busty
anybody
father.
who's been down this thing, but we were at the cave. He says he threw a rope down it with a rock and it was 200 feet deep before it stopped. So we got this stick here. We're gonna see if our rope reaches. It's still, oh.
You ain't gonna go
you
in
were
there.
right, it kept going.
This alone is enough to terrify most people, with one person stating, "This channel has given me a new fear about walking in the woods. The fact that you could just slip and fall down a hole
Dude,
like
that
that
is true. Imagine you're randomly walking through the woods and there's something like this there and you fall. There's nothing you could do.
It's still, oh.
people, with one person could just slip and fall down a hole like that is insane. Now anytime I go anywhere, I wonder how many massive voids are right below my feet that I could fall into at any moment."
Facts.
But that didn't deter Edward and James.
Of course it didn't.
They quickly secured their rope to a nearby tree and began descending into the steep cave.
Of course they did.
What they found inside was nothing short of breathtaking. That tiny opening gave way to a vast chasm.
That is, dude, that is insane.
Wow. Yeah. This is a big one, man.
However, before they could fully take in the beauty of the cavern, things took a dark turn. Just seconds into the cave, the two discovered what looked like human remains scattered throughout.
That's comforting. Human bones, huh?
Look how big they are.
Dude, look behind you. There's like a little shrine.
Bro, come on, man. You wouldn't be that casual about it.
Them. There's like, oh, that's a cranium.
Buddy, you would not be this casual.
Dude, is that a human? Nah, I don't know. It's awfully round.
Yeah, that looks human, man.
That doesn't necessarily make, I don't know. I'm not a bone expert.
From there, they continued exploring the cave as it kept getting bigger the further they went into it. They also discovered old caving equipment like ropes and harnesses already secured to the walls, a detail that only deepened the mystery surrounding the bones they had found earlier.
That is,
if they
so
did
somebody was there forever ago doing this. That is so crazy that they're not even the first people to be in this thing. Somebody like 50 years ago came in this cave, bro.
A detail that only deepened the mystery surrounding the bones they had found earlier.
Insane.
If they did belong to a person, as the two suspected, it was possible they belonged to a previous explorer. This explorer likely had an accident and died in the cave without ever making it out.
That can't be true because they're all piled up on like a little rock.
On their way in, they did find scattered bones right below the entrance.
Oh, never mind. GG.
These were likely the remains of people who accidentally fell into the otherwise unassuming
No way.
However, the bones they found further inside were too far from the entrance to have belonged to someone who simply fell in.
Yeah, see, that's
it's
what I was
also
saying.
possible that these remains belonged to the victim of a deranged killer. Someone who either had ended a person's life within the cave, or maybe threw the person into the hole and later dragged their body further into the cave. Some people, however, weren't convinced and accused the brothers of faking the whole thing, especially since the way Edward and James handled some of these remains felt a bit too casual. That said, while YouTubers faking these finds to get a viral video isn't uncommon, this one turned out to be true. The video received several comments from experts confirming that these remains were indeed real and human, with one such person writing, "My girlfriend and I are watching from Canada. We're both paramedics, definitely a human femur and a human cranium. But this raised an even bigger question. When did the owner of these bones pass away?
It had to be a long time ago if they're stacked there like that.
If they disappeared into the cave in the last few decades, this discovery could end up cracking an unsolved case. I ended up contacting the action-adventure twins to see what they had to say or if they had made any police reports afterwards. We ended up contacting the authorities about the bones.
Cap.
They were determined to be human, and were apparently a Native American that either slipped and fell into the pit cave or was thrown in there after death and are 2,000 years old.
2,000 years old?!
That these bones belong to someone more recent, the despair of whoever ended up in that cave alone 2,000 years ago is just as impossible to ignore.
Dude, the world is so crazy, chat. Say that is real. The world is so crazy that this same cave, somebody was just out walking 2,000 years ago and fell in there.
Ended up in that cave alone 2,000 years ago
Floating
is just
door
as
with 10,
impossible
get
to
the
ignore.
W floating
They likely
door.
fell into the cave, somehow survived the fall, and ended up starving to death while looking for a way out.
That's insane.
You know Harbor Freight for affordability, but durability goes right along with
Chat,
it.
that's
You see,
crazy.
we test.
Side point if you're in a cave right now.
On October 28, 2004, 50-year-old...
Ooh, I know exactly what this is. I don't even know if I can show this. This dude dead. I already know this one.
Australian airline pilot and scuba diver David John Shaw broke the world record for the deepest successful dive in history.
No, I literally know exactly the story. This dude, he went to go set the diving world record, and while he was at the bottom of like a cave, he found a body down there, and then he went down there a while later to retrieve it, and then he died retrieving it.
He achieved this by reaching a depth of 270 meters in Bushman's Hole, one of the deepest freshwater caves in the world.
Yo, floating door
The sole
with
purpose of this
20
dive was to break the
floating
record.
door with- Y'all say this happened years ago, bruh. You can't spoil something that happened in real life. W floating door for real. Thank you, floating door.
However, when he reached the bottom, he found something that stopped him in his tracks. He found the body of Dion Dreyer, a 20-year-old scuba diver who died in that cave 10 years ago. Since humans start sinking after a certain depth, Dion's body never floated back to the surface.
This one's sad,
Given the
bruh.
extreme difficulty and danger of diving this deep, any plans to retrieve his body were also cancelled at the time of his death. However, a plaque in his name was installed near the diving point of Bushman's Hole, which is how Dave knew what he was looking at. After staring at the body in shock for a few seconds, Dave immediately got closer and tried to retrieve Dion. Unfortunately, after a decade in the water, his tanks were firmly stuck in the mud. More importantly, Dave had already spent too much time at that depth. Staying any longer would have been fatal. So he decided to tie a line to Dion's body and return to the surface with the newfound information.
Wasn't very steep. And when I saw the body over on to my left, I thought, oh, that's the end of going deep. So just tied my line to it.
Dude, it's so
And by
crazy,
then I was,
bro.
well, we won't discuss that. So I just left my line.
The news of Dion's body being discovered spread quickly, eventually culminating in Dave talking to his parents and promising to retrieve it. After a couple months of preparation, the next dive was scheduled for January 8th, 2005. Unfortunately, Dave's
Yo,
heroic
poop mouth with the 10 gift. Thank you.
attempt to bring closure to Dion's parents ended in a catastrophe far worse than anyone could have imagined. Cave diving, aka underwater cave exploration, is far more dangerous than regular spelunking. The divers have to manage their oxygen levels at all times, avoid often sharp rock
And y'all think just normal caving's crazy? Doing it underwater is absolutely insane.
formations, and explore the cave system in a far darker environment.
Like, legitimately
because
the
even
worst thing in the
brightest
world.
Flashlights aren't as effective
And
underwater,
people just doing
all
it.
while making sure they don't get lost. Add in the immense pressure of 270 meters of water above, it becomes an almost insurmountable challenge, one that only a handful of people on the planet are capable of overcoming. So, everything needed to be perfect for Dave's operation to succeed. He worked with police divers, the defense force, and medics to ensure everything went smoothly, and they planned the dive second by second. According to the plan, Dave would use the line he tied earlier to reach Dion's body. After cutting it loose and putting it in a special body bag, he would begin his descent. This descent would have taken around 12 hours to avoid
12 hours just to get to the bottom, bro. 12 hours of swimming just to get to the bottom. Yo, floating door with another 10. W floating door for real.
decompression sickness. So instead of holding on to Dion's body the entire time, Dave would pass it along to his longtime friend Don Shirley at 220 meters. Don would then hand it over to support divers located at various depths and keep checking on Dave for any issues. Sadly, this is not how it went. An hour and a half after the dive began, the surface crew received an ominous message from the support divers, claiming that they hadn't seen any activity from Dave or Don. Shortly after, another message reached the surface. This one was from Don, stating that he's seeing Dave in the distance, and he's not moving.
Don's alive.
Don's okay.
Dave's looking okay.
Dude, imagine. Imagine being the second dude to the bottom on the line. You're like, wow, this dude is dead. I gotta pass up a message up the line. We gotta tell people up top that he dead, bruh. Could you imagine? R.I.P. Dave, dude.
While this message was making its way to the surface, Don tried to reach Dave himself. He exceeded his target depth, which resulted in his rebreather controller imploding. This also led to him suffering from oxygen poisoning and vomiting while 220 meters under the water. Fortunately, he managed to keep hold of the line and was eventually pulled out of the water still breathing. Dave, however, didn't make it. But when rescue teams pulled out his body, they made a shocking discovery. Dion's body was attached to the recovery line as well.
Yep, he still got the body.
Following the recovery, investigators looked at the footage captured by the waterproof camera mounted on Dave's head. This is what they saw. Though I should mention, I couldn't find the raw footage from that camera. The only clip of it online is narrated by Don himself, Dave's best friend who we just talked about, who almost died trying to save his life. The footage shows Dave moving alongside the line to find Dion's body, and then trying to put it in the bag. Unfortunately, this is where the plan started falling apart. Dion's...
It is action. See, now that right there, that's brave right there.
Body was unexpectedly loose from the mud and was moving around uncontrollably. Dave tried to complete his mission despite this, only to end up getting tangled in the line.
This line is just getting everywhere because this body is floating.
Dude, imagine you're so dude, and you get tangled.
It's not stuck. Everything's moving. Right, light gets caught on the line there. Move it out of the way. Still got a nice bright light.
All this effort.
He got tangled. That's how he died. Yeah, he got tangled.
Caused him to neglect his gauges, resulting in Dave feeling the effects of nitrogen narcosis, which include poor judgment, trouble concentrating, and reduced muscle and nerve function. Put simply, he lost everything he needed to survive at that depth. He tried to cut the tangled line, but the lack of coordination made it near impossible. As he was struggling to stay conscious, the last thing he saw was the terrifying view of Dion's lifeless face mask staring back at him. Shortly after this, Dave passed away. The only silver lining was that the tangled line kept Dion's body close to Dave, allowing him to successfully complete his mission by recovering the body, only at the cost of his own life.
R.I.P. Dave, man. He got the body, though. He did what he was gonna do. Yo, happy 25th birthday, Kylie. R.I.P. Dave, chat. R.I.P. Ski, man. He went down there to get the body. You know, he got the body still, though. R.I.P., man. Man, that's crazy, chat. Y'all ain't never heard that? Hey, dude, literally exactly. This is what we said at the start. The best part about visiting caves is that you don't have to go in there. That's just facts, bruh. That's legitimately just facts. That is the best part about chat. You know what I mean? That's the best part about cave diving, is that you ain't got to go in there.